Hello guys, it's Renesmee. After so many days, I'm finally uploading a video, and honestly, I missed you all so much. I know I've been inactive for a while, and I owe you an explanation. The reason is, I got 2 copyright strikes on my channel. And as you guys know, when that happens, the channel can be taken down anytime. It's really scary because this channel means so much to me. All the memories, all the edits, all the love you've shown, it's not just a channel, it's a part of my heart. I was really stressed and confused about what to do. I kept thinking, researching, trying to figure out how to protect everything we've built together, and after a lot of thought, I finally made a decision. I've created a new channel called Midnight Swan. On that channel, I'll be doing the same content, the same vibe, the same stories, the same love, just in a safer way. So please, if you truly support me and enjoy what I create, subscribe to Midnight Swan as a backup, just in case anything happens here. It would mean the world to me. Thank you for staying with me, for supporting me, and for being so patient. I love you guys more than you know.
Today we are going to see, what if time itself couldn't keep Bella and Tanya apart? Part 2. So let's get started. Bella. A knock at the door lulled me from my dreamlike trance. Come in, Tanya called as I languidly opened my eyes. Irina poked her head in and smirked when she saw our position. I could only imagine how it looked, but I'm sure it wasn't flattering for me. Considering I was practically Play-Doh right now, I might have been embarrassed at my utter lack of dignity, but the way Tatiana's fingers lightly scratched my scalp erased any scrap of self-consciousness I still possessed. I have something for you, Bella. Irina crowed, obviously amused at my predicament. I hummed curiously, as of yet incapable of speech. A rumbling purr from the woman, and behind me only exuberated my condition. Pulling something out from behind her back, I held out my hand and obligingly took the objects in question. Carmen has already booked our flight. We should arrive in Port Angeles at around 4. In a small stack I now held a new driver's license, passport, birth certificate and various other legal documents. Suddenly more alert, I sat up as I flipped through the forged papers. Each one had my new name, Isabella Schwann, printed across the front. Standing from the bed, I immediately pulled Irina into a grateful hug. Thanks, it means a lot to me that you've gone to all this trouble. I whispered into her short blonde locks. Ah, she cooed, gently rubbing my back in response. No need to thank me, Bella, you're one of us now. If it had still been possible I probably would have cried. I was so touched. Do you have everything ready? Tanya asked as she zipped up her suitcase. It's all still in my backpack. Everything else I left in my tent at Wenatchee, I said, giving Irina one more squeeze for good measure. Pulling away from Irina, I looked at Tanya from over my shoulder. Tanya, would you mind texting Jake on your phone and letting him know when our plane lands? I don't want to surprise them with our visit. Consider it done. She grinned, typing the message in at vampire speed. Show off. I grumbled good-naturedly, laughing. Tatiana sent off the message before slinging her bag over her shoulder. Come along, Mari, Tanya said, slinging her arms around Irina and I. We have a plane to catch. X. The ride down to the airport was short and uneventful. The airstrip in question was small but luxurious, nestled on the outskirts of town. It was just large enough for small charter jets and plane owners. It was plain to see that they catered specifically to the wealthy based on the small number of people and the over-the-top decor. Thankfully, due to the exclusive nature of the place, it wasn't required for us to go through a full-body scan. According to Kate, while we could pass through metal detectors and pat-downs without any problems, full-body X-rays were a big problem. Why? I asked, curious about the reason. As you know, as vampires our bodies become rock-hard, an X-ray, which should be capable of easily penetrating a human, simply bounces off us. In other words, we are too dense molecularly. If someone as concealing a gun or other detectable item, it would show up as a white outline against a human body. When we get scanned, every part of us would turn up white. It would be very obvious we weren't normal, Kate explained, waving her hand in a nonchalant manner. Unfortunately, being immortal only gets harder the more technology advances, Tanya added, directing me to sit in a waiting chair as she sat beside me. I really do curse the day humans invented the camera. It was so fascinating in the early days, until people started putting them everywhere. Now it's impossible to walk down the street without seeing one. And don't even get me started on camera phones. Both Kate and Irina nodded knowingly. As much as I love the internet, it makes concealing what we are difficult, especially Hen people can record video on their phones and have it uploaded to the net within minutes. Many vampires have met their end at the hands of the Volturi, no thanks to YouTube. Tanya continued with a sigh. As I listened, I noticed a man at the bar watching us. He was relatively young, fairly attractive in a slick businessman sort of way, but the way his eyes lingered inappropriately got my hackles up. He seemed especially interested in Tanya, his gaze heavy and covetous. Those eyes reminded me of another time, and another man. Something dark bubbled inside me and I nearly bared my teeth in loathing. Eventually he appeared to notice I'd caught him looking, but instead of taking a hint and averting his gaze, my attention only made him bolder. Abandoning his drink on the counter, he started to swagger over. The closer he came I began to notice a scent that hung around him like a cloud, pungent and sharp. The smell was revolting, and just breathing it in made my hackles rise. I became more and more edgy the nearer he came until it caused something in me to snap, and I let out a low growl. It was too low for him to consciously hear, but his face paled. I got the feeling it had register D somewhere in the primitive part of his brain. Without uttering a word, he turned around and left. Once he'd gone an acceptable distance, I began to relax, only to realize that all of the Denali's were staring directly at me. Each of them was poised as if to tackle me. What? I grumbled. I didn't like the way he smelled, I said as I slumped in my chair. Kate burst into laughter, and the other Denali's seemed to chuckle a bit as well. Kate slung her arm around my shoulder with a sly grin as she nodded in the direction of Mr. Sleaze. You do know what it was you were smelling, right? She asked, her eyes twinkling. Kate, Tanya murmured half-heartedly, but I could tell she found her sister's antics amusing. A bad case of BO. I hesitantly ventured. I really didn't trust that smile. Tay's smile widened even further and she leaned toward me as if to impart a secret. That aroma was the scent of his arousal. Bella. Welcome to the world of vampirism. Not only do you have to put up with being visually assaulted, you get to breathe it too. Oh God, I moaned, slapping my hand over my nose and mouth. I think you just scarred me for life. I do what I can. Kate chuckled, giving my arm a squeeze. You might as well get used to it now. People get aroused around us often, and unfortunately you can't growl at all of them. If you tried, you'd never stop. Still, it was cute how you were defending Tanya's honor like that. She cooed, and made a move to playfully pinch my cheek. Slapping away her hand, I huffed and gave Tatiana my best puppy dog eyes. Can you please do something about your sister? Tanya laughed and shook her head. I doubt there's anything in this world that could fix what's wrong with her. Damn straight, Kate interjected, grinning proudly. I'm surrounded by children, I heard Irina mutter behind me, and I couldn't resist tugging on a lock of her hair as punishment for her sass. Before the good-natured teasing could go any further, the announcer called our flight over the PA and we gathered our things and headed into the hangar. The plane was small compared to a commercial jet, but the inside was lavishly decorated with tables, lounge chairs, a few couches and even a mini bar. Why we needed a bar when we couldn't even drink alcohol anymore was beyond me. Kate must have caught my questioning look because she laughed and pulled open the mini fridge for my inspection. Inside, in neatly stacked piles, were rows of blood bags. We keep a supply in the plane for when we travel. Sometimes we like to visit places that don't have a convenient food supply nearby. So we often use these to make sure we aren't tempted to dine on the local populace. Kate explained, before gently latching the fridge. That actually makes a lot of sense. I remarked as I settled into a window seat. Kate just smirked and took the chair across from me. Movement outside caught my eye and I turned my head to watch Irina do an inspection through the window of the plane. Once everyone was on board, I shifted my attention to Tatiana, who was lounging with a certain kind of graceful laziness on one of the couches. So, I started, fidgeting a bit in my chair. I feel a little stupid having to ask this, having been a vampire for nearly a year and all, but would you be willing to answer some of my questions? When I was human, Edward never really explained the specifics of being a vampire. And I've been a little unsure about certain things. Like what? Tanya asked, leaning forward a little in her seat. Well, I begin, like fire. Exactly how flammable are we? I know fire can kill us. Which is why I've been very careful around open flames, but are there certain conditions? If I stick my hand in a fire right now, will I immediately burst into flame or will it take a bit longer than that? Kate chuckled and shook her head. It doesn't quite work that way, Bella, she interjected. The gods had a sense of humor when they created vampires, because we are both fireproof and extremely flammable. If you were to stick your hand in a fire right now, you would be completely fine. The heat, nor the flame, would bother you a bit. It's the venom inside our bodies that is so volatile. Which is why you have to rip apart a vampire before you burn them, otherwise the flames will leave them unharmed. Our diamond skin protects us near perfectly, which is why why other supernaturals ever manage to kill us. Kate is mostly right, Tatiana added, slanting her sister a sideways look. With the exception of our hair, we are practically invulnerable. Our scalps seem to secrete a small amount of venom which coats our hair and keeps it strong and looking like we just stepped out of a Revlon commercial. The downside is that it makes a vampire's hair very flammable. I cringed at the imagery, and made a mental note to wear more hair ties. Okay, I start, trying to dispel the image of vampires running around with their heads on fire. How about feeding? What happens to us if we don't or are prevented from feeding? Well, Tanya spoke, resting her chin on her knuckles. It's very hard for a vampire to get to the point where he or she is starving, simply because there really are very few things that can overpower a vampire. Not to mention no prison could hold us. However, I do know that the Volturi conducted experiments sometime around the 8th century. She trailed off, wincing slightly at her memories. Basically, we go feral, and act much like rabid dogs. We attack anything and everything. Our skin gets weaker too, we're still practically invulnerable. It would be similar to the difference between diamond and silicon carbide. Do I want to know what these experiments were? I asked, looking hesitantly around the room. They restrained a vampire sentenced to death, tore off his arms and legs, and left him in a hole in the ground for a few years. Kate mentioned tactlessly, no beating around the bush with that one. Oh, I murmured, feeling a little queasy. Tanya shot me a concerned look, before reaching out to comfortingly clasp my hand. The Volturi are ruthless Mari, but as long as you stay on their good side and don't break the law, they're usually content to leave you alone. Tatiana's eyes echoed a deep pain, and it took a concentrated effort to swallow my questions. I had no doubt the Denali sisters were thinking of their mother in this moment. Rising from my seat, I crossed the cabin to curl up on the seat beside her. I leaned my shoulder against hers in a show of support. Was it really bad? What happened to your mother? I softly questioned. Very. Kate interjected. Static rolled across her fingers in agitation. However, that is not something we can discuss. Tanya cut in, her thoughts and expression once more shuddered from me. Why not? I asked, frowning at the sudden rebuff. For the same reasons you never told me your real name, or that you could travel through time. I don't know if saying anything will change what has happened. Or will happen. I couldn't fault her logic, but that didn't mean I had to like it. The rest of the flight to Port Angeles was uneventful, although I really enjoyed looking out the window with my new eyes. It gave new meaning to the phrase, bird's eye view. Aside from the usual staring, we managed to exit the terminal without any fanfare. As we exited into the lobby, I spotted Jake lounging in one of the waiting chairs. Waving my arm to grab his attention, he stood as I approached, a wide smile adorned his features. Welcome back, Bella, he murmured, wrapping me in a warm hug. At first I tensed. My instincts didn't want me anywhere near Jacob, let alone hugging him, but eventually my common sense won out and I relaxed into the embrace. I wish I could say the Denalis reacted the same. Several sharp hisses were heard behind me, and as I turned my head I could see Irina fighting the urge to gag. Dear God, what is that smell? Eliezer moaned, covering his face with his hand. Pulling away from Jake, I put a little room between us before motioning to the Denalis. I'm sorry I forgot to warn you. Jake is one of the wolves I told you about. Unfortunately, he is what you smell. Jake, this is Kate, Tanya, Irina, Carmen, and Eliezer. I said, introducing them each in turn. Everyone, this is Jacob Black. He stood up for me when I went to get help for Charlie and I consider him a friend. Tatiana was the first to react, stepping forward regally she extended her hand to Jacob. I was impressed that she was outwardly showing no signs of discomfort with the proximity. It is a pleasure to meet you, Jacob. Bella has only said good things about you and your tribe. As mentioned before, my name is Tanya Denali and I am the leader of this coven. Her words were soft but clear, with a hint of command. It was a little unnerving, but I felt like I was seeing a side of Tanya I'd never witnessed before, something strange and amazing. More and more I was beginning to realize that I didn't really know much about the woman she'd grown to become. All I knew was that I really wanted to. Jacob Black, he said gruffly, obviously a little impressed despite himself. Quote, the elders are waiting to meet with you in Forks. Unfortunately they won't be able to greet you until later this evening, but they sent me to escort you into town. Of course, Tanya replied, smiling politely. We appreciate their consideration. Please, let on. She motioned Jake toward the exit while stepping forward to drape one of her arms across my shoulder. The grip was loose, but possessive in the way she tugged me closer. When Jake left to pull his truck around, Tatiana leaned toward me and sniffed slightly before grimacing and turning her head away. Mari, you are definitely going to need to take a bath when we reach the Cullen residence. Your friend seems nice enough, but he got his scent all over you. Still, you'll be happy to know that he's not a werewolf. Werewolves don't anything like this, Tanya grumbled in Magyar. My head immediately snapped over to her, and I stared intently. How do you know? I replied, what is so different? Werewolves smell like musk, death, and sickness. It's very distinctive. While your Quileutes are unpleasant to the nose, they mostly smell like wet dog and trash. Kate interjected, swaggering over with one heavy-looking suitcase in each hand. Plus, he distinctly lacks the slightly sharpened incisors and hairy palms. Irina added her 2 cents, dragging her rolling case behind her. I read about that but, well, a lot of the legends about us are wrong. I figured I wouldn't be able to place the same trust in the ones about werewolves. I trailed off, switching back to English since I spotted Jake's approaching truck. Well, these features made them easier to hunt down. They definitely looked less human than we did, and for that reason following rumors were fairly reliable. If a human saw us, generally they just mistook. As for angels or extremely beautiful people, the same could not be said for werewolves. Tatiana finished, swinging her suitcase into the back of Jake's truck as he pulled up. Hey, Jake cried indignantly, poking his head out the car window. Werewolves can be beautiful too. It was obvious he had only overheard part of the conversation, so I reached over and casually flicked his nose. His small yelp of pain made me grin in relief. Be quiet, you should be grateful you aren't technically a werewolf. Congrats, your horrible BO just saved your life. You're so mean to me, Bella. Jake pouted, still rubbing his nose slightly. So are you guys getting in or not? He asked, gesturing to the bed of his truck. While the truck bed wasn't bad by most standards, it was definitely dirty, with grease and scuff marks all over. Irina's expression of horror spoke volumes, but it was Kate's incredulous smile that made me cover my face with my hand. Thankfully, Tanya intervened before Jake could mortify me any further. As much as we appreciate your offer, our coven mate Eliezer is renting us a vehicle. If you are willing to wait, I'm sure he will be along shortly. Sure enough, moments later Eliezer came rolling up in a large, black luxury van. After loading everything into the trunk, we piled in and entertained ourselves with a couple games of cards on the way into Forks. It was only when we turned down a very familiar street and the Cullen mansion eventually came into view that I felt an unexpected wave of unease. After everything I'd been through, I thought that I'd gotten over this anxiety. But apparently my heart could not so easily forget the pain the memories of this house held for me. It was a mere twinge, a feeling of discomfort and sadness, but it was enough to keep me on edge. Strangely, the house that used to feel so much like home, like a promise for the future, now only seemed like an empty building. A symbol for broken dreams. It was a bittersweet understanding to come to. As the cars rolled to a stop, I watched as a joyful Alice bounded out of the vehicle and darted into the empty home. At light speed she began throwing open curtains and doors, upsetting fine clouds of dust as she aired out the place. I watched through the car window as the others began carrying their things inside, but I hesitated to do the same. Entering the mansion was beginning to feel like returning to the way things used to be, and abandoning the woman I'd grown to become. It was silly, it was stupid, but it was a notion that I couldn't quite shake. A pale hand settled on my thigh, and I glanced away from the house to focus on Tanya's warm honey eyes. It's okay if you don't want to go inside, she murmured, conveying her concern with a slight squeeze. No one would think any less of you. Reluctantly, I returned my gaze to the building, struggling with myself internally. I would, I muttered, shoring up my courage. Come on, Tanya said, tugging me from the van. Let's go for a run, it'll help you relax. The place will still be here when we get back. Uncertain that Tatiana wasn't just giving me an excuse to run away, I dashed after her as she flitted into the trees. My mind was so completely in the moment. In the wind, the speed and the freedom that it took me several minutes to realize where we were going. Somehow it didn't surprise me that Tanya had led us to my old home. Charlie's house looked no worse for wear considering it had been abandoned for the past few weeks, but the mail was piling up on the porch and the normally well-kept lawn was overgrown and littered with leaves. "Sue," I drawled, stepping up beside Tanya as we both stared at the house. "You wanna tell me how you knew where I lived?" Tanya huffed with amusement as she shot me a sideways look. "Please, all I had to do was text your full name, age, and state of residence to my PIs and I had your life history within the hour. Considering how much I've been paying them for the last few decades. Actually producing results was the least they could do." Frowning slightly, I raised my eyebrow incredulously. "I guess that's fair, considering how much I know about your adolescence." "Exactly," Tatiana purred, her eyes leisurely devouring every inch of my childhood home. "In the spirit of fairness, I think you should invite me in." My mouth twitched into a shy smile as I retrieved the pair key from under a pot on the side of the house. For some strange reason I felt bashful about having Tanya in my childhood home. Still, I slid the key into the lock and gently swung the door open. With liquid grace, Tatiana strode past me into the living room. Her eyes flit this way and that, taking everything in with unnerving intensity as she moved around the house. Often she would stop to examine an item she found particularly interesting until she froze on a picture of Charlie and I on the living room mantel. It was a simple picture, back when I had just arrived in Forks, of the two of us out on the lake. In an attempt to reconnect with my estranged father, I'd volunteered to go with him on one of his fishing trips. I remembered that it was a miserable day, rainy and overcast, and very time I tried to bait my line I ended up stabbing myself, but Charlie had been happy. His whole face was suffused with delight as he patiently taught me the do's and don'ts of fishing. At the end of the day, he's pulled me into a hug and taken a picture of us to commemorate the event. Looking at it now, his face steeped in pride, his arm around my shoulder as I self-consciously smiled at the camera, I didn't regret it for a minute. I was broken from my memories when Tanya gently caressed the picture with her index finger, her eyes lingered softly on my face. "I always wondered what you looked like as a human Mari," Tatiana gently whispered. "I don't think the venom had much to improve, you were just as beautiful then as you are now. If I could have I would have blushed 4 shades of red." As it was I just scratched my cheek and tried not to duck my head in embarrassment. "Thanks, I guess," I mumbled, trying not to show how much her words had affected me. Taking in my expression, Tanya grinned playfully before turning her attention back to the picture. "I'm assuming that the man beside you is your father, Charles. Everyone calls him Charlie, but yeah, that's him. He's a bit awkward, but a good man." I smiled and affectionately touched the edge of the picture frame. My face dropped as I recalled that he was still currently in the hospital. I wanted to visit him, but I wasn't sure if it was a good idea now that I was a vampire. Tanya, sensing my suddenly melancholy, reached up to gently cup my cheek. "We will visit him as soon as we know it's safe. Victoria will not get away with what she's done. However, until she's been dealt with, I think it would be best to keep him off her radar." "You're right." Sighing quietly, I took Tanya's hand from my cheek and held it in my own. "Come on, let me show you the rest of the house." Leading her by the hand, I gave Tatiana a tour, starting on the bottom floor and ending at my room on the top. The room was a disaster. In the weeks since I'd last been here, it looked like a tornado had come through. The window lock was busted and all my clothes were strewn across the floor. Some of my trinkets were broken and the floor boa road I'd kept my pictures of the Cullens under was ripped up. Snapshots of my former family were littered here and there as if someone had thrown them away in anger or frustration. Frozen with shock, I could only stare numbly as Tanya carefully stepped into the room. She delicately scented the air before carefully kneeling to pick up one of the pictures. "Whoever did this to your room has been gone long enough for their scent to dissipate. They were obviously searching for something, maybe a clue as to your whereabouts. Still, from the look of things, they were probably either in a rush or got frustrated when they couldn't find anything." Tanya's analysis snapped me out of my stupor and I gingerly entered my former bedroom. My bet would be on the latter. I didn't exactly leave a note telling anyone who came along that I was leaving for Alaska. Tatiana frowned. "This just reinforces the fact that it would be unwise to split our coven, especially if they're already sending scouts this far from Seattle." Humming, I gazed around at the mess before deliberately closing my broken window. No need to let the elements in, even if it wouldn't keep a vampire out. When I turned around, I caught Tanya scrupulously studying my scattered pictures. When she realized I'd caught her, she gave me her most somber look. "You looked happy," she remarked, face pensive as she gestured to a picture of Edward and I embracing. Edward was wearing a somewhat smug smile as he gazed at the camera, but I was focused entirely on him. My face radiated the kind of rapturous contentment you only see in movies. I felt my heart twinge slightly just looking at it, but it was a pain comprised mostly of innocence lost. I used to be, I uttered, resting my chin on Tanya's shoulder. But now that I think about it, I know that I romanticized Edward too much. In my mind we were this epic romance and he was the Mr. Darcy who swept me off my feet and gave me a family. I couldn't see that he was just as flawed as the rest of us. It was that way of thinking that completely devastated me when he left, because if he was this perfect godlike being, then I must have been the reason he left. Tatiana's face twitched, with sympathetic pain, and I didn't protest when she wrapped me in a firm embrace. There is nothing wrong with you, Mari. Tanya fervently growled. You're one of the kindest, most amazing people I know. If anything, Edward is the one who doesn't deserve you. It's okay, Tanya, it's all right. I cooed in Magyar, gently stroking her back. It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm not the same girl he abandoned in the woods last year. I'm stronger, and no small part of that is thanks to you. After a long moment, Tanya pulled back. Her eyes, fathomless depths of gold, ensnared my own as her fingers lightly tra. I led down from my shoulder to caress my forearm. I wasn't quite sure what was happening, but I felt caught. Like the whole world hinged on this moment and I was just about to tip into oblivion. The phone rang. The moment was gone. Just like that I came back to reality as sharp Latin music blared from Tatiana's pocket. Swallowing sharply, I took a step back and tried to get a hold of myself as Tanya somewhat reluctantly answered the phone. Yes, Tanya speaking. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I thought you should be informed that the elders called. They're ready to meet. Carmen's sweet Spanish accent lilted over the phone. All right, we'll be there shortly. Tanya's voice came out smoothly commanding. Make sure everyone is ready to go when we arrive. Having delivered her orders, she promptly ended the call. Seems like the day never ends. I winced, smiling weakly. One of the downsides of being a vampire. Tanya sighed, a rueful smile gracing her lips. Well, at least I have you. I breathed, slipping my hand into hers. Yes, at least we have each other. Tanya replied, eyes twinkling with happiness. And just like that, we were gone. Dusk was fast approaching when the Denali's and I finally reached the Quileute border. I'd only spent a brief moment changing into a fresh set of clothes at my house before we'd rushed off to meet the others. As when we stood at the border, Tatiana was on my right, followed by Eliezer and Carmen. Irina and Kate were on my left, while Alice stood only slightly behind Tanya and I. One by one the wolves began to materialize from the forest on the other side of the line. While the Quileute elders arrived in their various cars and trucks. When everyone was present and accounted for, Tanya began introductions. Good evening, my name is Tanya Denali. I'm sure you are already acquainted with Alice of the Olympic Coven. You probably know them best as the Cullens. Tatiana gestured to Alice as she spoke, and many of the elders nodded grimly in recognition. The rest of the vampires you see before you are a part of my coven. We are named after the territory we occupy, the Denali Forest in Alaska. This is Irina, Kate, Isabella, Eliezer, and Carmen. Being introduced as a member of Tanya's coven brought me an unexpected surge of warmth, and I took a moment to bask in my sudden moment of belonging. Unfortunately, it didn't last long because many of the elders began scowling in my direction the moment they recognized me. You leeches have a lot of nerve showing up here. One of them spoke in a stony voice. 5 of our people are dead because of the trouble one of your coven mates brought on us. I flinched at the accusation in his voice but didn't feel I had the right to protest. I couldn't help but think he was justified in feeling that way. In response, the others around me tensed sharply, and Tatiana's face and eyes grew cold. Isabella had nothing to do with those deaths and you know it. Besides the fact, it was your own wolves who volunteered to help transfer and protect her father. You cannot hold her responsible for the actions of a psychopath. They agreed to help against one vampire, but instead our wolves had to fend off 5. One of which got away. I'm sure they never would have agreed to that had the truth been known. Another elder shouted, causing a few of them to nod in agreement. Everyone calm down, Sam barked, glaring at the elders in us in equal measure. It's true that we were unprepared for the leech's actual numbers, but that is not Bella's fault. She was merely protecting her father, Chief Swan, who has helped our people many times over the years. I know some of you consider yourselves close friends of Charlie. There was a little dissent among the elders and a few of the wolves, but overall there were a lot of grudging nods. If you're all quite done, Tanya spoke coldly. We are here to try and work out a temporary truce so that we can cooperate in dispatching our mutual enemy. Till shouldn't have to work with you damn leeches. You abominations will just get the rest of our tribe killed. One of the Quileutes angrily murmured. If you want to play the blame game, Kate interjected with a growl. You should look in a mirror. If you hadn't let Victoria kidnap Bella in the first place, those 5 people might still be alive. Stop blaming her for your own failings. Kate's words must have struck true. Because one of the wolves completely snapped. With a vicious snarl, the wolf, a sleek gray creature, lunged at her with murderous intent. What happened in the next few moments was something that, had I enough time to react on anything other than instinct, I like to think I would have been smart enough to avoid. Like an idiot, I stepped in front of the Quileute bearing down on my coven mate. Barreling into me with the force of a train, the wolf, who I now recognized as Leah, opened its jaws and snapped at my throat as it attempted to pin me to the ground. Knowing I wouldn't last long if she managed to get her teeth on me, I wrapped my arms around her neck and pressed myself to her chest. I hoped that the awkward angle would make it difficult for her to move her head to the side and grab me. As I shifted, I began applying pressure to the underside of her jaw to make any attempt at opening her maw painful. Howling in frustration, Leah and I wrestled on the ground, both trying to get the upper hand. In an attempt to loosen my grip, she began clawing at my clothes and shaking her head back and forth violently. I didn't want to hurt Leah, but I obviously couldn't let her up and kill me either. As we grappled, I caught glimpses of Tanya and my coven facing off against the wolves. Each side wanted to intervene, but were unwilling to turn their back on their enemy. Several times Tanya or Kate tried to help, only to get routed by a snarling Quileute. Relations between both sides were deteriorating fast, and if I didn't end this fight soon, I had no doubt we would have a full-on war on our hands. It was in that moment that I made my second serious mistake. Instead of letting my opponent wear herself out before disengaging, I tried to adjust my hold on her windpipe so I could cut off her oxygen and hopefully knock her out. Unfortunately, loosening my grip allowed Leah to turn her head and clamp her teeth around my arm. I felt a cold wash of fear as her jaw tightened. I felt my skin crack just as I felt a familiar thrum in my chest. It was with no small relief that I faded to white. Hungary 1024 AD. Summer. The fresh scent of hay was the first thing that I became aware of as I phased back into consciousness. Opening my eyes, I found myself staring at a ceiling of thick wooden timbers. Taking a quick look around, it became apparent that I was lying in a hayloft, and although I couldn't see them, I could hear the nervous shifting and snorting of livestock below me. Brushing straw from my hair, I immediately took stock of myself. My jacket was shredded almost beyond repair, and the sleeve on my right arm was hanging by a thread. The cracks from in my forearm were noticeable through the tattered remains of my shirt, and I winced as I touched it gingerly. Thankfully it wasn't too bad. Kate had given me worse during our training sessions, but I estimated it would probably take at least an hour to heal. I was fortunate that Leah hadn't managed to do more than that, otherwise I would probably end up with a nasty scar. My jeans had a few slash marks on my thighs, but their structural integrity remained intact. I had never been so thankful I'd decided to wear 2 layers beneath my jacket, since even my shirt had a few noticeable holes. Having established I wasn't too seriously injured, I took a deep breath in an attempt to better scent my surroundings and get an idea of how I was going to proceed. Almost instantly I was hit by the scent of blood. Human blood. Immediately I stopped breathing. I felt my eyes dilate as a hungry whine escaped my lips without permission. Venom flooded my mouth, and it took a concentrated effort not to jump from the hayloft and hunt down that mouthwatering scent. Growling deeply, I closed my eyes and swallowed, grimacing at the acid burn. Once I felt more in control of my instincts, I opened my eyes and cautiously peered over the edge of the hayloft. 2 men were laying face up on the floor, their throats savagely ripped open. One was younger, around my age, while the other was older. Perhaps in his 30s or 40s. Their eyes were glazed with the film of death, and their expressions were frozen forever in a mixture of shock and horror. I felt my gut churn with nausea, and I had to look away. After a moment I fortified my courage and took another look at the bodies below. At first I thought it might be an animal, just on account of the viciousness of their wounds. However, looking closer, I noticed that aside from their throats, neither of them appeared gnawed on, and they seemed to lack defensive wounds. If they'd been mauled by a predator, there would be bite and scratch marks on their arms and legs. Unfortunately, I had first-hand experience to back up my hypothesis. My arm still ached as a painful reminder. Dropping silently from the hayloft to the dirt-covered floor, I found that aside from the fact that they were clearly frightened, all of the horses and pigs were completely unmolested. A feeling of dread was welling in my chest, and I didn't like the conclusion I was coming to. Dashing outside, I stood on the edge of a vast field of ripe grain. A gentle wind was blowing, making the stalks sway like a ripple of gold, but my attention was on the homestead I could see on the other side. Flashing through the wheat, my vampire strength had me on the other side in a heartbeat. It was a simple abode, constructed with wooden logs and mud, and a thatched roof. It was large and a bit mismatched. It was clear that several additions had been added after the original construction, giving it a somewhat patchwork look. A large pond, at least 100 feet wide, stood off to the left of the entrance. Creeping up to the door, I cautiously peered inside. Red, a crimson vision of death. She was covered in blood, spattered across her face, running down her chin and dressed like a garish horror movie cliché. The woman at her feet was dead, throat shredded by incisors strong enough to cut through steel. Tanya stood in the middle of the carnage with a casual indifference, languidly licking the blood from her fingers with a hedonistic expression of satisfaction. I couldn't move. My mind literally stopped as I tried to process what I was seeing. Tanya, covered in blood. Tanya, standing over a corpse. I didn't get long, because it was only a moment late. The two bright ruby eyes found me in the doorway. Instantly, Tanya's beautifully horrific visage twisted into a snarl. Baring her teeth, she hissed in surprise and outrage. There was no recognition, not even a spark of reason in those eyes. It was pure, unfiltered, instinct. Before I had time to open my mouth to speak, Tanya had pounced. Grabbing my arm, she twisted her body and tossed me away. The side of the cabin literally exploded outward as my body was flung through it. Skidding across the ground, I rolled a few times before sliding to a stop in the mud of the nearby pond. Physically I was fine, but mentally I was still reeling. From my place in the mud, I looked up at the giant hole left in the house from my violent exit. Tanya was standing in the wreckage, crouched aggressively among the ruined debris. Splinters of wood had managed to catch in her hair, lending her a wild and vicious appearance. Clambering to my feet, I only had time to raise my arms to ward her off before Tatiana was on me again with a snarl. Using my training, I managed to deflect her blows, but each time my arms ached with the power behind her clumsy swipes. With a cold shock, I realized that Tanya had a newborn's strength. It was becoming increasingly clear that although I didn't want to use my training to hurt Tanya, if I didn't she might end up ripping me to pieces. Unfortunately my distraction cost me dearly. Because I was ill-prepared when she lunged at me suddenly. Her teeth sank deep into my wounded forearm with a loud crack. Screaming in surprise and pain, I twisted my body and slammed her into the ground. Thankfully she didn't seem to be expecting the maneuver because she instantly let go. Hoping she was stunned, I attempted to grapple her into submission. Regrettably, I wasn't in a good position, and it left her in the perfect spot to counterattack. Curling her legs inward, Tanya placed both of her bare feet against my stomach and launched me into the air. I came down in the pond, which erupted in a fountain as I hit the water. Unwilling to continue the fight just yet, I took a moment to gather my thoughts as I sank to the bottom. Obviously this Tanya was in the beginning of her newborn phase, and since I was starting to exit mine, that left me at a disadvantage in speed and strength. She didn't seem to recognize me, although I hadn't actually had much time to try and talk her down. It probably didn't help that I'd interrupted her in the middle of a meal. Vampires could get very territorial in that regard. Ripping off the tattered remains of my jacket, I decided if I couldn't subdue or reason with Tanya I would make a break for it. After all, the better part of valor is knowing when to run the heck away. Maybe once she had time to calm down I could come back. Resigned, I kicked off from the bottom and let my head breach the surface of the pond. Tatiana was waiting on the bank. Her eyes were glued to my features, a warning growl vibrated in her chest. Every part of her body was strained but she looked less likely to attack me on sight. Slowly, painstakingly, I swam closer to shore. Whenever Tanya's growl grew in pitch, I froze until it went back down to a low rumble. Warily, I eventually managed to stand in the shallows before her sharp snarl brought me short. Prepared for another skirmish, I hunched slightly in anticipation. However, instead of assaulting me, Tatiana was now peering at me with a peculiar expression. Her nostrils flared, and she seemed to be confused as she tilted her head to the side. I stayed absolutely still, unsure what to make of this new behavior. It's not like my scent had changed in the last few minutes. Except, before I'd faded in, I'd been wrestling with a Quileute. No doubt Leah's less than desirable scent had been rubbed all over me. If that was the case, most of it had probably washed off in the pond. Cautiously optimistic, I didn't move as Tatiana slunk closer. Her eyes were black, wide, and dilated, th bared slightly as she sniffed the air. Tanya was a mere 5 feet away when her growls guttered to a stop. She paused, eyes half-lidded, and took a deep breath. A soft purr escaped her throat and he finally straightened from her aggressive stance. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. Perhaps it was wrong of me to relax, because the moment I did Tanya pounced. Caught off guard, shish. Knocked me to the ground using the full weight of her body. Cursing my stupidity, I tensed and threw up both my arms ward off her strikes. They never came. Instead I felt warm, sticky lips nudge against my palm. Hesitantly, I peered around my arm to watch, slack-jawed, as Tatiana purred and rubbed her cheek and mouth against my hand and forearm. The blood coagulating on her face and jaw smeared on my skin and clothes as she did so. My eyes turned an instant black as my thirst once more reared its ugly head. Then, before I could think, Tanya used the full length of her body to press me into the ground. Easily bypassing my hands in my petrified state, she proceeded to nuzzle and nip my throat and jaw, further spreading her gory residue. Against my will and to my horror, I began to feel a slow heat of arousal burn and spread to my limbs. My vision began to tunnel as it got harder and harder for me to rein in my instincts. My senses became consumed by blood and raspberry almonds. I almost snapped under a sharp bolt of desire that shot down my spine when Tatiana began a languid sweep of her tongue on my throat. An involuntary moan vibrated in my chest, causing Tanya's purr to deepen with pleasure. Trying to keep my focus, I banged my head against the ground, for all the good it did me, and tried to keep my cool. Oh God, this was so wrong. I obviously could no longer deny the effect Tanya had on me. But the fact of the matter was I still couldn't help feeling like some sicko pedophile for feeling this way. Yes, Tanya was clearly not a child. She was so very definitely not a child. That had never been clearer when Tatiana began lightly nibbling on my ear, and it took all my self-control not to squirm. However, I was having trouble reconciling the child I'd known less than a year ago and the now very attractive woman pinning me to the ground. Still, even if I put my weird ball of attraction and guilt to the side, it still didn't change the fact that right now Tanya wasn't in her right mind. Giving in would be the same as taking advantage of someone who was intoxicated. Unfortunately, if I was going to put a stop to things, it had to be now, because Tanya sure as hell wasn't showing any signs of ceasing. Her mouth was already trailing down my collarbone and heading straight for my cleavage. Twitching sharply, I made a frantic grab at her hand when it started to wander up my shirt. Half of me completely mortified, the other half trying desperately to stifle the impulse to reciprocate. With a growl, she batted my hand away and once more used her superior strength to restrain me. I let myself go limp, hoping that in her feral state Tatiana would see it as a surrender and lower her guard. Sure enough, her grip on my wrists relaxed. That was all the opening I needed. Twisting my hips abruptly, I offset her center of balance while simultaneously shoving out with my arms. Tanya catapulted into the air before splashing into the pond. Like a shot, I rolled to my feet and darted into the wheat field. There was no way I was going to wait around for Tatiana to make her way out of the water. I'd just reached the cover of the grain when I heard rapid footsteps approaching my location from the left. Alarmed, I immediately dropped to the ground and ceased all movement. I could hear Tanya still splashing her way to shore, so that could only mean there was another vampire in the area. Trying to fend off Tanya without major incident was hard enough. I had no desire to engage in another confrontation. Hopefully the mud I'd inadvertently been coated in would mask my scent enough to keep me hidden. Tensed, I felt a wave of relief when I heard the rapid footfalls pass my position and head straight toward the cabin. Until I realized, with a sudden swell of anxiety, that Tanya might now be the one in trouble. Mari, a long plaintive call from Tanya. Tatiana, a rich feminine voice admonished, what in God's name are you doing? Calm down. A sudden splash and a low growl from Tanya had my muscles clench with the urge to rush from my hiding spot. I couldn't see what was happening from the wheat, but I already didn't like what I was hearing. Crawling on my belly, I inched through the stalks of grain until I was able to peer through to the pond. Tanya, and a vampire I immediately recognized as Sasha, were both sitting on the ground. Sasha was retraining Tanya from behind, who was weakly struggling, but looked on the verge of bursting into tears. Sasha was making soft cooing noises in Tanya's ear as she gently stroked her wet and muddy hair away from her face. Shish, calm my darling. What has you in such a state? Tatiana trembled, face twisting in anguish as she gazed longingly in my direction, although I was confident she couldn't see me. Gone, couldn't control it, drove her away. Tanya's voice came out in a rough, whispering moan. Eyes black as night, she winced and clutched at her throat, as if even those few words caused her esophagus to burn in pain. Her vocabulary was oddly stilted, like Tanya was having trouble thinking clearly. If she was a newborn, as I suspected, it would account for her dulled cognitive processes. The blood probably didn't help. Sasha seemed to straighten at Tanya's words, before looking around and taking a cautious sniff of the air. Immediately her head snapped back to Tatiana and she took another sniff of her shoulder. Glowering at what she'd found, Sasha released Tanya and rose to her feet. Brushing off her long linen dress, Sasha fixed Tanya with a stern stare. You will stop this foolishness at once. Your ceaseless fixation on this woman has gone too far. She has abandoned you over and over again, yet still you pine. The only true love in this world is the bond of love between family. Lovers are temporary distractions. Take your pleasure from them, but never forget that family is forever. Scowling at Sasha's presumption, I decided that I couldn't let Tanya's creator fill her head with lies about me or her misguided opinions on love. Sure, my first love was a colossal train wreck, but that didn't mean romantic love was a worthless pursuit. Although, considering in this era women were bought and sold like cattle. Perhaps her views weren't unjustified. Standing from my prone position, I stepped out of the wheat. Tatiana and Sasha spotted me immediately. They each had two very different but simultaneous reactions. Sasha hissed, crouching in surprise and disdain, while Tanya's smile was like the moment lightning strikes, a beautiful flash of heat too brilliant to comprehend. I know I must have looked like a mess. Bedraggled, covered in mud with torn and disheveled clothes. Yet the way Tatiana gazed at me, I felt like I'd usurped Rosalie's spot as the most beautiful woman in the world. Mari, Tanya whispered, her eyes never leaving my face. Her eyes were still ebon black, but there was a spark, a recognition that had been lacking before. Trying to suppress the warm glare I felt under the pressure of that stare, I glowered at Tanya's surrogate mother as I strode up to them. I would appreciate it if you would keep your assumptions about me to yourself. Especially when they have no basis in truth. I spoke coldly, extending my hand to help Tanya up. I'll stop making assumptions when you stop proving them right. Sasha snapped, grabbing my arm forcefully to pull me away from Tatiana. I released an involuntary hiss of pain as Sasha's nails unintentionally sank into my injured arm. Before I had time to react, Tanya was on her feet. Snarling savagely, she barreled into her creator, shoving her roughly away with a protective growl. Stumbling, Sasha barely caught herself as she stared at Tanya in complete shock. Her expression was a weird mixture of hurt and betrayal. Cringing slightly, I cradled my arm close to my body as I stared daggers at my latest assailant. Tatiana must have noticed my defensive body language because she instantly began to hover. Sullenly, Sasha crossed her arms as she regarded the two of us. I'm surprised she didn't rip you to shreds. Sasha remarked to me with forced casualness. Newborns generally don't react well to other vampires when they're feeding. Slanting her an annoyed look, I absently rubbed the skin around my bite mark. Well, I didn't exactly make it out unscathed now, did I? I sarcastically commented, but read it soon after when Tanya's face fell. Tenderly taking my forearm in her hands, Tatiana leaned over and placed a reverent kiss on my cracked flesh. Sorry, she whispered, straightening with a look of torment. At this point, Sasha was looking between us like I was some strange alien creature. Uncomfortable at the scrutiny, I lightly touched Tanya's cheek in wordless reassurance. It's okay, Tanya, you weren't in control of yourself. Newborns feel everything much more strongly, and sometimes it can be overwhelming. Besides, I smiled comfortingly. It's not debilitating. If anything, the scar will be a part of you I can take with me wherever I go. Tanya's eyes gentled before they deepened with unspoken promises. Passion burned on the curve of her lips as she peered into my face. Suddenly nervous, I quickly withdrew my hand and tried not to think about how stupid I was for not noticing Tanya's attraction to me earlier. Being the object of such intense focus had my whole body tingling. I felt flustered, and I wasn't sure how to act in this situation. In terms of romance, Edward was my only real experience, and the way he'd pursued me had been a weird push and pull. He would seek me out one day and then avoid me the next. As far as I could remember, he'd never really been direct. As a result, I wasn't used to someone looking at me with such blatant desire. None of that now. Sasha spoke from my right, just seconds before pushing me back into the pond. Sputtering, I shook my head as I surfaced and sent Sasha an annoyed glare. Tanya was crouched defensively as she faced down her mentor, but Sasha appeared completely unconcerned. What the hell was that for? I growled, flicking water from my clothes. I can't afford to have you riling Tanya up right now. If you spark her libido, it will be days before we leave, and quite frankly I don't have the patience for that. Besides, you looked like you needed a bath. She sneered, glancing over my now mostly mud-free attire. My mouth dropped. I didn't even do anything, I muttered, and would have blushed if I'd been able. As it was, I simply clicked my jaw shut and tried not to embarrass myself further. It might not have been so humiliating if Tatiana didn't look so amused with the whole thing. Sasha surveyed me skeptically, but I ignored her in favor of wringing water from my clothes. What are you wearing? Sasha asked, wrinkling her nose slightly. I knew she was being passive-aggressive because she felt protective of Tanya, but I was really starting to get irritated. She's wearing garments from her homeland. Tatiana interjected before I could say anything, eager to share her knowledge. Women there must be celibate, because I can't imagine their men think those vestments hold any feminine allure. Insulted, I narrowed my eyes and bared my teeth. Just because I didn't want to use my training to harm Tanya didn't mean I had any qualms about using it against her surrogate mother. I disagree, Tanya interjected, not even bothering to hide the way she drank in my appearance. If this was how Tanya really was all the time, newborn Tanya hadn't yet learned her older counterpart's discreetness. Or maybe it was just one of the side effects of being a newborn, no mental or emotional filter. It wasn't something I remembered going through, but then again I'd been by myself for most of my year as a vampire, so I hadn't needed one. The neigh of a frightened horse from the nearby barn broke the silence, and I suddenly remembered the 3 people who'd lost their lives today. Fighting for my life only moment. Earlier had driven them from my thoughts, but the barn animals had reminded me. Stricken at my insensitivity, sorrow welled in my breast and I turned my head to regard the large structure. There wasn't anything I could do for Tanya's victims, but I could at least let the animals free and give their owners a proper burial. I wanted to be angry at Tatiana for their deaths, but I couldn't when I knew all too well the temptation human blood posed. If I hadn't known the Cullens, and been in a relatively isolated place when I woke up, I had no doubt I would have killed any man, woman, or child I'd come across. I wondered if that made me a monster, that I sympathized more with the killer than the victims. 3 innocent people were dead, and while I felt sorrow at the horrific manner in which they expired, my loyalty was with their murderer. Dashing over to the barn, I held my breath and let myself inside. Ignoring my squeamishness, I carefully picked up each of the corpses and set them outside before releasing the animals. They probably would starve to death in their stalls if I let them be, and I saw no reason for more innocent souls to suffer. Grabbing a shovel from one of the stalls, I stepped outside just as Tanya gently placed the woman she's murdered next to her other 2 victims. Her expression as she gazed upon them was a conflicted combination of guilt and bloodlust. Even though their corpses had cooled, the scent of blood still held a lure. Tanya's eyes, as they flickered to me, had a hopeful look. Like she needed confirmation that what she was doing met with my approval. Smiling faintly, I nodded and gently squeezed her arm. What are you doing? Sasha asked as she stood a little ways away, her face showing mild disbelief. I'm burying the dead, I stated with a frown. I thought it was rather obvious. Why? Her voice was completely monotone, like she really couldn't understand why I was wasting my time. Because they were once human beings. I growled. Beck, Oz, it's disrespectful to leave them to rot. If you have to take life, respect it. Don't treat it like trash just because you can. We were just like them once, some of us more recently than others. I shoot Tanya a meaningful look and she looks down, chastised and hurt, but silent. Choosing a spot behind the farmhouse, using my vampiric strength I quickly dig 3 holes suitable for graves. Once I finished, I pilfered some clothes from a nearby clothesline and wrapped them carefully around the torn flesh of each of the victims' necks. Sasha watched on impassively, uncaring, but unwilling to interfere. Without asking, Tatiana began, one by one, to lower each of them into their final resting place. Once it was done, it only took a few short minutes to cover each hole with dirt. I met Tanya's co-NTRITE gaze across the newly turned earth, and faded to white. I opened my eyes to a familiar living room. Without taking time to pause, to think, or feel about being back in the Cullen home, I dashed to the nearby phone and dialed Tanya's cell. I would have dialed her on my own cell, but it had been lost in my scuffle with Leah and I had no idea if my coven was still in danger. It rang, and rang, and rang until Tanya's lyrical voice spoke in my ear asking me to leave a message. Frustrated, I hung up and tried to call Irina instead. She picked up on the first ring. Bella, she spoke into the phone, voice laden with worry and hope. I breathed a sigh of relief when I heard Tanya arguing with someone in the background. Rena, is everyone okay? I anxiously asked, fearful that something irreversible had happened in my absence. Guys, Bella is okay, Irina yelled away from the phone, no doubt to put the others at ease. I still couldn't help but wince at the pain it caused my sensitive hearing though. All arguing on the other end abruptly stopped. Where are you, Bella? Irina urgently demanded. I'm back at the house. I'm a little battered, but if you guys are in trouble say the word and I'll start running back. I stated, completely prepared to sprint over there in a moment's notice. I heard a brief scuffling noise on the other end and then a sound like someone had fumbled the phone BEF. Or Tatiana's saddened voice came through the line. Mari, are you alright? She blurts in hurried Magyar, completely ignoring the fact that I was almost 100% sure she just stole the phone from her sister. Remembering what had just happened mere moments ago in the past, I shifted and tried to keep any awkwardness from my voice, although it took a concentrated effort. I'm fine, Tanya, a little frayed around the edges maybe, but nothing I couldn't handle. I soothed, trying to keep her calm. Do you want me to come back? What's happened with the Quileutes? I replied in the same language, conference. I'd hint that the wolves wouldn't be able to understand what we were saying even if we were overheard. Leah has been restrained by Sam and the others, and talks have resumed. Tanya explained with a growl. We did have to smash a few heads first though. Kate smugly interjected, obviously listening in. If I didn't need their furry hides for cannon fodder I'd have put an end to each one of them. Tanya continued, completely ignoring her other sister. Try not to be too hard on Leah. I spoke softly, feeling a brief swell of guilt. Her father was one of the ones who was killed in the newborn attack on the reservation. I understand why she acted the way she did. I'm not sure I would have acted any differently in her position. Tatiana was silent for a while, and I waited patiently for her to digest my words. I'll try to keep that in mind, she muttered, finally switching back to English. All things considered, I believe it would be best if you stayed at the house. I don't want your presence to inflame Leah again. We will be back as soon as everything is concluded satisfactorily. All right, I'll see you soon, I murmured before hanging up the phone. Now that I didn't have to worry out the safety of my new family members, I finally took a moment to gaze around the living room of the Cullen Manor. The others had cleaned up the place while Tanya and I had been on our run. All the heats had been taken off the furniture and piled in a corner, and there was a fresh scent of orange glow in the air that I had no doubt was Irina's OCD influence. Aside from a thin layer of dust on some of the ceiling lamps, everything seemed exactly the same. It looked like my former family had only taken time to close up the house before they'd abandoned me completely. Conflicted, I walked across the living space to stand next to Edward's grand piano. Lifting the cover, I ran my fingers lightly across the keys before pushing a single note. The sound was out of tune. I remembered how Edward said to spend long moments meticulously tuning his piano to the perfect pitch. I used to admire his dedication, although I was sometimes impatient with how long it took. The corner of my mouth twitched with amusement as I closed the cover. Somehow, it seemed fitting to leave it that way. Clambering up the stairs, I grabbed my bag from its resting place at the top and slipped into Alice and Jasper's old room. Discarding my tattered clothes in their bathroom trash can, I took a shower to thoroughly scrub the blood and grime from my skin. After I slipped out of the water, I quickly donned a fresh set of clothes. A pair of cargo pants, an old U2 t-shirt, a jacket, and a pair of sneakers. Later I was once more ready to face the world. Draping a towel over my head I quietly exited their room, Mackin. Sure to take their bathroom trash bag with me. It would be rude to leave my blood-soaked clothes in their room as a welcome home present. As I made my way down the hall, I paused for a moment at the entrance to Edward's room. The door was slightly ajar, and I stood there for a long moment, before gingerly pushing the door open. As I stepped inside, my mind filled with warm but hazy memories of this place. Nothing had been moved. Edward's space still had the giant shelves filled with books and music, the state-of-the-art sound and entertainment system, and the single couch situated in the middle. Standing behind the couch, I breathed in, but smelled nothing but dust and household cleaner. Not even his scent lingered. Reaching out, I gently caressed the practically velvet material of the furniture. Edward and I used to spend so much time in this room, sequestered away from the others and wrapped up together on the cushions. I remember I used to lean back into his chest as we listened to Debussy, and he would stroke his fingers over the back of my hands in time with each key. Like he was playing his own silent concert on my skin. It had been a perfect moment. It was a beautiful memory. But that's all it was. A fond but distant memory. Laughing to myself, I exited the room, carefully closing the door behind me with a soft click. Hopefully my ex-boyfriend wouldn't mind my brief intrusion. Before I could do more than take a few steps, I heard the front door open. My heart leapt. Tanya and the others must be home. Eager to greet them after my trying day, I dashed to the top of the staircase. I opened my mouth to issue a greeting when I stopped dead in my tracks. There was a man I didn't recognize in the house. A man who was tall and lean, with long white blonde hair and bright ruby eyes. He dressed from the west. Worn jeans, cowboy boots, a red and white flannel shirt paired with a vest. The man also paused, seemingly surprised to see me. Was he not expecting anyone to be home? A low growl started in my chest as I widened my stance, trying to look as intimidating as possible. I was alone in a house with a male vampire of unknown strength, skill, or power. It was a dang, position to be in, and I wanted to try and avoid a direct confrontation if I could. "Who the hell are you?" I demanded, splintering the wood on the banister slightly as I flexed my fingers. Was this the man who broke into my room? Had he been planning on riffling through the Cullen home as well? My growl grew deeper at the thought and bared my teeth slightly at the intruder. "Answer," I barked, unable to control my territorial instincts. Then, to my surprise, the vampire raised both his hands in a gesture of surrender and took a big step back. Whoa, miss, please calm down. I apologize for intruding. My friend, and I mean you no harm." "Friend?" I questioned, relaxing slightly but still wary. "Yes, Jazz, can you come in here?" He hollered behind him without taking his eyes off me. "Jazz." I felt my heart leap into my throat when sure enough Jasper Whitlock walked into the Cullen foyer. "Bella," he stated with surprise, looking me over from head to toe. Jasper had the same curly honey hair, the same charming southern drawl as before, but now almost every inch of his face, shoulders, and arms were crossed by silvery crescent scars. My instincts had me freeze, recognizing on a IMO level that I was in the presence of a true predator. I almost hissed, the urge was so strong. We both became caught in a stare-off as I struggled with my impulses, but eventually I managed to rein myself in. "Jasper," I whispered, feeling the venom well in my eyes. "Hey darling, it's been a while," Jasper replied, smiling weakly. Leaping from the stairs, I practically tackled him in my rush to wrap him in a hug. I admit, I didn't know Jasper too well personally, but Alice had spoken about him so often when I was human, I practically knew him by proxy. To my surprise and delight, Jasper gladly returned the hug, flooding the room with happiness. A sigh of bliss to my left reminded me that we had an audience, but if he was a friend of Jasper's I figured he would forgive my rudeness. "It's good to see you, Jasper," I murmured, pulling back to examine him a bit more thoroughly. I can't believe I'd never noticed all his scars before, but then again my eyesight as a human had been weak in comparison. "Vampirism suits you, Bella. You've never looked lovelier. I'm just sorry that my actions at your birthday party sparked the chain of events that led to this mess," Jasper contritely mentioned, looking down in shame. "Jasper," I said, compassionately grasping his arm. "I never blamed you for what happened. Now that I'm a vampire and have experienced the same bloodthirst, I hold you even less accountable than before. Considering you were probably also experiencing everyone else's bloodlust on top of your own, it's practically a miracle I'm still alive. Please, I don't want you feeling guilty for anything." Jasper's face slowly transformed into a light and genuine smile, and I could see why Alice loved him so. Even with the scars he was a mesmerizing man. "Bella, let me introduce you to my friend Peter," Jasper said, motioning to his companion. Tilting my body to face the other vampire, I nodded a greeting and extended my hand for a handshake. "I'm sorry about earlier," I grimaced apologetically. We've been experiencing newborn problems and any other stranger probably would have gotten the same greeting. Peter laughed and clasped my hand in a firm grasp. That's all right. I should have known better than to enter without Jasper. I know better than to encroach on another vampire's territory without permission. I got cocky because I was with Jazz, but I'm not personally a CQ. You ain't with your coven and I shouldn't have presumed it would be okay. It's fine. I smiled, charmed by his easygoing attitude. Alice told us you were coming, I just didn't realize you would be Air so quickly. Actually, now that I think about it, isn't there supposed to be another one of you? I asked, gesturing between the two of them with my finger. Peter smirked and nodded. My mate, Charlotte, she's hunting in Port Angeles right now, and out of respect for Jasper's diet I decided to accompany my friend here instead of wait. My little lot has been to the Cullen residence more than EU times, so she'll just meet us here when she's done. I see, I commented, once more taking in the ruby hue of Peter's eyes with more than a little discomfort. Jasper, sensing my unease, hastened to reassure me. Peter and Charlotte live on a diet of murderers, rapists, and scumbags. We have differing views on the sanctity of human life, but if you're not going to be a vegetarian, it's a more ethical alternative. Sort of like the vampire equivalent of only eating organic and free-range meat. Peter remarked with a sly grin. It's still murder, but slightly more acceptable murder. My mind goes to a 16-year-old girl who submitted to the will of a man who bought and paid for her. I think about living off the blood of men like that. Any judgment I may have had for their lifestyle vanished in an instant. If Peter and his mate were saving people from having to experience that kind of horror, I couldn't bring myself to condemn them for it. Well, I said, regarding Peter solemnly, if that's really how you feed, I suppose that's a diet I can't object to. Peter gave me a half smile, while Jasper looked at me oddly. Not that I'm not happy to see you, Bella, but what are you doing here alone? I don't need to remind you it's not safe to be by yourself right now. Smiling sheepishly, I ran a hand through my hair and shrugged my shoulders. I didn't mean to, but I got separated from the others by accident. I wasn't quite sure where I was for a little while, but eventually I made my way back to the house. I spoke, glossing over the details. I wasn't sure how much Alice had tea. Old Jasper and I didn't want to have to launch into a huge explanation right now. Not to mention, although I'm sure Peter was a perfectly nice man, I didn't know him. Friend of Jasper's or not, I didn't feel comfortable trusting him with my secrets. A deep frown crossed Jasper's features before he spoke in a flat voice. That was very irresponsible of Tanya, letting you wander off like that. I know. You may not entirely comprehend the scope of the danger you are in, Bella, but Tanya does. From a few of the conversations I've had with her, I know she's had run-ins with newborn armies before. As coven leader, she is responsible for the welfare of everyone in her family. Considering your inexperience and Victoria's vendetta against you, she should have been more vigilant. I felt my jaw drop and surprise before I felt a small surge in anger and indignation. Jasper had no right to judge Tanya. I felt confident she was doing everything in her power to assure my safety, and it wasn't like either of us had any control over when I made my little trips. I opened my mouth to vigorously defend her honor when I paused. Wait, did Jasper know about my power? If he didn't, then maybe his point of view wasn't so crazy. Maybe a little douchey that he didn't think I was responsible for my own decisions, but still. Jasper, I said slowly, narrowing my eyes at him as he gave me a weird look. How did Alice tell you about what's going on here? He blinked, glanced at Peter, then back at me. She told me that Victoria had attacked and turned you into a vampire, that you were with the Denali's. Victoria was building a newborn army to kill you, and we needed help to overcome the threat. Is that it? I asked with a raised brow. Essentially, he asserted, gazing at me curiously. With a sigh, I rubbed my face with my hand before peering at him through my fingers. Jasper, Tanya is not at fault for this. It was through my own actions that I accidentally got separated from the others. Yeah, Spur's mouth twitched as he ruefully shook his head. You don't understand, Bella. Tanya took you into her coven. When she did so, she took responsibility for your actions. Doubly so since you are newly turned. Any coven leader who takes in a newborn is considered responsible for that newborn for the first 5 years of their own life. Any mistakes you make, any laws you break, she will also be held accountable for. It's why vampires don't go around making newborns left and right. They know if they do and they lose control of their progeny, the Volturi will kill them as well. At the 3-year mark, If the vampire hasn't done anything to get themselves killed, they are considered adults, and are then responsible for themselves. My jaw dropped and I stared at him incredulously. So wait, you, saying that if I completely lost it and massacred a town or something, Tanya would get punished for my actions, regardless of whether she actually had anything to do with it? Essentially, Jasper solemnly replied. That's not something you'll ever have to worry about. A dulcet voice came from the doorway. As one we all turned to watch Tatiana glide through the doorway. Her clothes and hair were slightly mussed, but otherwise she looked fresh off the runway. If Kate hadn't clued me in, I would never have guessed she was tussling with werewolves a short while ago. Without even greeting the other two vampires in the room, Tanya walked straight over to enfold me in a tight hug. Stiffening, I would have flushed at the way her body molded around me if I'd still been able, but couldn't resist melting into the fierce embrace. Tanya's delicious raspberry almond scent filled my senses, and I would have been happy to stay in that blissful haze, if I hadn't caught sight of the weird express. Eye on Jasper was giving us over her shoulder. Suddenly self-conscious, and completely aware of our audience, I gently withdrew from the circle of Tanya's arms. Where are the others? I awkwardly asked, stealing a glance at Peter and Jasper as I did. They're on their way with the car. Tatiana reluctantly answered before turning to acknowledge her guests. Jasper, as always it's a pleasure to see you. I regret it's not under better circumstances, she said before giving him a brief hug. Your mate is on her way as we speak. I know how hard it must have been on you to be away from her for so long. Our reunion will more than make up for the time we've spent apart. Jasper drawled with a sly smile. Tanya laughed and smiled knowingly before turning her attention to Peter. Hello, I do not believe we've met. I am Tanya Denali, leader of the Alaska Coven. Peter Kenny. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Jasper has spoken very highly of his cousins in the Alaskan wilds. Peter politely remarked as he shook Tanya's hand. Recognition flashes briefly over her features, before a more genuine smile slides into place. Yes, Jasper has told me much about you and your mate. If half of what he's mentioned is true, you are more than welcome, anytime you wish to visit. My coven and I truly appreciate your willingness to help us with our newborn problem. Your experience and expertise will be invaluable. Peter smiled somewhat bashfully in response, but Jasper was looking between Tanya and I carefully, like he was trying to figure out a puzzle. Feeling a flush of embarrassment at what he must be feeling from me, I tried in vain to wrestle my emotions into submission. Tanya on the other hand must not have noticed his staring, or she simply didn't care, because we all heard the Ellen crunch of tires on gravel coming up the driveway. Before any of us even had a chance to really register that the others were back, a pixie-sized blur burst through the door and threw itself into Jasper's waiting arms. Laughing joyously, the Major spun Alice around in a circle like you'd see in a cheesy Hollywood movie, before they kissed passionately. Averting my eyes, I wasn't sure if feel embarrassed or jealous of their obvious happiness. Not that I begrudged either of them. Thankfully, Kate, Irina, and the others took that moment to enter, providing me a much-needed distraction. Tatiana moved close to my side as the others came to welcome me back. Isabella, Irina admonished as she pulled me into a hug, you're a foolish girl. What were you thinking, stepping in front of Kate like that? You could have been killed. I love my sister, but she is more than capable of taking care of herself. One touch and Katrina would have had that wolf convulsing on the floor, you silly girl. Chagrined, I lowered my head in contrition. I'm sorry Irina, I wasn't thinking, and simply acted on instinct. I muttered. Well, Kate interjected, affectionately ruffling my still damp hair. I guess if you have to do impulsively stupid things, protecting your family is one of the better ones. Kate finished with a soft smile. So what happened after I disappeared? I inquired, looking between Irina and Kate. Tanya completely lost it. Kate deadpanned, shooting her sister a look. Tanya seemed embarrassed because she shifted from foot to foot and wouldn't meet my eye. What Kate means to say, Irina said. Exasperated. Is that Tanya laid into Leah the moment you faded? If she hadn't attacked you I would have felt sorry for the beating she took, but as it is the Quileutes are lucky we didn't kill her. I thought for sure the wolves were going to attack, but the Alpha, Sam, ordered them not to, on account of Leah's uncalled for assault. Carmen inserted as she joined the conversation. Eleazar and Peter seemed deep in conversation on the other side of the house, and Jasper and Alice had vanished, undoubtedly somewhere a little more private. Irina nodded her agreement before continuing. When Kate demanded to know why Sam hadn't commanded Leah to back off, he looked guilty. Especially when he told us it was because Leah was the only one he would never force Is will upon, because of what he did to her when he imprinted on her cousin. It was basically a shitty situation. Kate sighed, running a hand through her long corn silk hair. In the end, we worked out a temporary truce. Tanya murmured from where she stood near my left shoulder. Until the threat is neutralized, we will work together and keep each other informed of what's happening. Nodding faintly, I suddenly felt bone tired. So much had happened today, and I really wished I had the capacity to curl up in a bed and let a good night's sleep wash away all my stress. On top of my mental fatigue. Now that I was no longer in mortal peril, the burn of hunger that I had been ignoring since I'd appeared in the past was now making itself known. Being in contact with some much human blood had frayed what tenuous control I had on my instincts, and I needed to sat my hunger before I did something rash. Well, I started, laying a hand against my own throat. I'm glad everything was resolved and that you're all back safely. But I need to go hunt. I'll go with you, Tanya immediately volunteered. You're recovering from an injury, and in your weakened state you would be vulnerable to attack if any scouts came upon you. I really should have taken you out right away. Sometimes I forget you're still in the tail end of your newborn phase, and need to hunt more as a result. I froze. Tanya wanted to go hunting with me. Alone. Valiantly ignoring the shiver I felt remembering what had happened last time we'd been alone, I tried to keep my nerves from showing, and hesitantly agreed. The image of newborn Tanya was still fresh in my mind. Bolting into the surrounding woods, I headed straight into the Olympic National Forest. I could hear Tatiana's light footsteps behind me, but I concentrated on moving deep into the park. Eventually I slowed long enough to tune my senses to my surroundings. Lifting my head, I scented the air and caught the musky scent of a stag. Homing in on the scent, it didn't take me long to track down my prey. With a quick lunge, I wrestled the struggling animal to the ground and fed. All too soon the deer's heart struggled to a stop, and I removed my blue-dyed lips from the corpse of the once majestic creature. Turning my head, I was just in time to witness Tanya finishing up with her own kill. Unlike the somewhat savage visage I'd been privy to watching newborn Tanya feed, this Tanya was completely different. She was predatory, as all vampires were when they hunted, but instead of projecting an aura of barely contained violence she moved with the smooth grace of a tiger. Even the way she held her prey, gently to her chest, fingers carefully buried in the fur of the deer's neck, seemed tender. Even as she drank, it felt like she was quietly soothing them into the afterlife. It was confusing, awe-inspiring, and captivating all at once. As I watched, I felt the still broken cracks in my arm slowly fuse back together as the blood from the stag reinvigorated my body. Glancing down at my forearm, all that was left was a jagged crescent scar. Running my fingers over the now smooth skin, I looked back up to find Tatiana watching me intensely. Her gaze, which before had been fixed on my arm, slowly rose to meet my own. Silence filled the clearing between us, but there was something growing in her expression. Something bright and raw and filled with hope. Gradually, in stilted faltering steps, Tanya crossed the divide between us. Hesitantly, Tanya reached out and lightly brushed my newly formed mark with her thumb. Topaz eyes flicked between my scar and my face. An expression of relief and remorse settling into place. I'm sorry, she began quietly, for hurting you. You already apologized for that. I gently rebuked. I still feel responsible, especially since it's so fresh for you. Tanya trailed off as she peered into my face. Her voice was so low and earnest, I felt something hot and fierce building in my chest, and suddenly I felt paralyzed. Caught in the memory of a warm breath against my neck, soft caresses, and a sweet scent of raspberry almonds. My whole body ached as I slowly, deliberately, lifted my hand to cup Tanya's cheek. My breath left me in a shudder as she leaned into my palm. Her eyes closed briefly before gazing at me through half-lidded eyes. Haltingly, with my heart caught in my throat, I swayed forward and pressed our lips together in a kiss. Tanya's lips were warm and smooth. Her kiss was tentative, firm but slow. She gently laid her fingers on my waist and pulled me closer. The sweet scent of raspberry almonds filled my senses as I gradually pulled away. My head buzzed with warmth as I peered into Tanya's face to gauge her reaction. The smile she graced me with was full of fervent affection. Her eyes traced my features as she stroked my cheek. Is this our first kiss? Tanya asked in a hushed murmur, her face suffused with soft joy. I nodded shyly, more than a little speechless. Leaning forward, she laid her forehead against mine, our noses touching slightly as we breathed in the same air. It's even better the second time around. I blinked. Have we kissed before? I asked in a stunned manner. After all, I'd kissed her on an impulse. It hadn't even occurred to me that I might have done it before in my future, the past. Tanya grinned at me through half-lidded eyes as she gently bit her bottom lip. Among other things, she answered with a seductive quirk of her lips. Flustered and a bit conflicted, I wasn't sure how to react. On one hand, thinking about those other things caused a tingle of desire to start low in my belly. On the other, I felt uncomfortable with the implication that I wasn't in control of my future. Like it was already set in stone. Tanya must have seen the unease on my face, because she was suddenly hastening to reassure me. Fortunately, she seemed to have misread the source of my discomfort. I mean, our first kiss was great, but I'm afraid I bumbled it up a bit. She replied with sheepish mirth. Quirking my head slightly, I gave her an inquiring look. I had a clumsy moment, she said, trailing off with a mildly embarrassed expression. You had a clumsy moment, I repeated slowly, trying to wrap my head around what she was telling me. She nodded. As a vampire, I reiterated, pouting slightly. Tatiana again nodded. How is that even possible? I asked, choosing in that moment to ignore all the times I'd stumbled and slammed into things in my second life. All of them had happened as I was fading in or out, so in my opinion they didn't count. I was showing off and got a bit careless. Laughing lightly, a slow grin inches across my face. Mind explaining how that happened? I teased, unable to suppress a mocking tone. And ruin the surprise for you? Tanya huffed playfully, brushing her nose against my cheek as she leaned in for another kiss. Every small caress of her lips sparked a cascade of tingles down my spine. Before I knew what I was doing, I pressed further into Tatiana's embrace. Slipping my arms around her neck, I deepened the kiss, a move that Tanya ardently reciprocated. One of her hands came up and cradled the back of my head, nails gently scratching the nape of my neck, and I felt myself melt. A soft purr rumbled in my chest, and I felt Tanya pull back with a small laugh. Sighing quietly, I nuzzled into the crook of her neck and breathed deeply, enjoying the way our scents were beginning to mingle on my skin. Neither of us spoke for several long minutes. We should probably get back, Tatiana murmured, making no move to release me from her arms. Probably, I reluctantly agreed. 5 more minutes, she implored, gently kissing the sensitive spot behind my ear. 5 more minutes, I conceded with a happy sigh. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Moments later, Tanya's cell phone decided to blare an obnoxiously upbeat pop song. Groaning with disappointment, I reached into Tanya's pocket and withdrew her phone. Peering at the call screen, I was greeted by a picture of Alice laughing and sticking her tongue out at the camera as the phone rang. Unable to suppress a huff of amusement, I shared a glance with Tanya before I tapped the answer button and brought the phone up to my ear. Bella, Alice's chime-like voice immediately floated over the speaker. We don't have time for you, ND Tanya, to dawdle in the forest for hours. We can't finalize a battle plan until you both get back. 2 minutes, ladies. The distinct click as she hung up the phone had us both staring at it, nonplussed. Regretfully hanging up the phone, I sighed exasperatedly before handing the phone back to Tanya, who looked as disappointed as I felt. I feel like we should just start ignoring her calls, I muttered under my breath, instantly warmed by Tatiana's melodic laughter. Maybe when we aren't in the middle of a war, she replied with a mischievous grin. Come on, sooner we get back, sooner we can get this over with. The run back to the manor was short, and before I knew it we were both climbing the front porch into the entranceway. As I passed into the living room, I noticed that in our absence, another vampire had made their way into the house. Everyone was gathered around the dining room table, poring over what appeared to be various maps of Washington. The new addition was leaning into Peter, eyes glued to a topographical map Jasper was gesturing at. I could only assume that this was Charlotte. She was petite, only a few inches taller than Alice, with wild silver hair and doll-like features. I always thought that Alice was the most delicate-looking vampire I'd ever seen, but this woman was so finely boned she looked like the slightest touch might break her to pieces. I only had a moment to soak up the atmosphere before Alice was dragging me toward the table. Bella, she chirped, guiding me forward with her usual enthusiasm. I want you to meet Charlotte, she's a superb geologist and cave diver. This amazing woman was the first vampire to ever swim the Mariana Trench. Blinking in astonishment, my jaw drops a little as I politely shake her hand. Wow, that's amazing. What's it like down there? I don't think scientists have ever actually reached the bottom. Charlotte smiles indulgently. It's beautiful, dark, sometimes oppressive, and if you get down far enough, filled with magma. Her voice is soft and mild, but there's a spark in her red eyes that makes me think I'd have to revise my wispy first impression of this woman. Sounds a little scary. I know we don't technically need to breathe anymore, but I'm not sure I'd have enough courage to do something like that unless my life depended on it. I remarked, blinking owlishly. Courage in your new abilities comes with age and experience, Isabella. I'm sure one day such a feat won't even faze you. Charlotte chuckled. I didn't get a chance to continue the conversation, however, because Jasper cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Now that we're all here, I would like to know what plans, if any, have been drafted to deal with the newborns in Seattle. Tanya, who appeared to be examining the maps of major roads and landmarks of the area, sighed and slipped her fingers through her hair. So far, we've managed to negotiate a temporary truce with the Quileutes, as well as wrangled a mutual promise of cooperation against the Coven in Seattle. We've only just arrived in Forks, so we haven't had much time to make plans. Jasper mentioned that the one responsible for creating the army in Seattle is a vampire called Victoria. Peter interjected, sliding an arm around his mate as he looked over the assembled faces. If she's the one in charge, we should stage a concentrated strike as quickly as possible. The longer we wait, the more time she has to shore up her numbers. Don't get me wrong, I realize the majority of us are seasoned fighters, but even we have our limits. That sounds sensible to me, I murmured, leaning into Tatiana's space to help calm my nerves. But how are we going to take the fight to them in a city like Seattle? It's got a pretty big population from what I can recall. And people are definitely going to notice a bunch of vampires and wolves tearing up the place. There will definitely be a lot of human casualties. Tanya murmurs, biting her lip in thought. Quote, we could minimize deaths and exposure by drawing them out. There's gotta be somewhere in the surrounding land that we can use. Kate hums as she points at several mountainous regions. Maybe one of these areas. Somewhere we can set up a preemptive strike that won't endanger the residents. Inserting herself into the discussion, Irina waves Kate's hand away from the table. What we need is a trap. What do we have that we know Victoria will not be able to resist? Everyone's eyes simultaneously turned to me and I got a sudden sinking feeling in my gut. I think at this point, a chance at Killy, Bella or Edward would be the only things that could tempt Victoria from giving up the home advantage in Seattle. Absolutely not, Tanya snarls in Magyar, making the others around her flinch slightly. Nobody's going to use Mari as live bait, and there's no way I'm trusting Edward not to mess everything you. I think the idea has merit. I interrupted, tilting my chin up slightly as I obstinately met Tanya's scowl. If it is successful in drawing out our foes with minimal loss of life, it's not a plan of action we can dismiss offhand. However, I begrudgingly conceded, that doesn't mean I like my odds against 20-something newborns on my own. If we do decide on this, what's the plan for making sure I don't get ripped to pieces? There was a brief silence around the table before Alice sighed and chimed in. Look everyone, time is of the essence, but don't hesitate to throw out any idea you have. My gift will help us weed out the bad ones, and who knows, maybe we'll have unexpected luck with an unconventional idea. My point is, we don't have to wait for them to make decisions. We can plan our own and adjust it accordingly. Kate smirked and crossed her arms. I guess we all kind of forgot about our clairvoyant secret weapon. Alice preened a bit under the attention and I couldn't help but roll my eyes with fond exasperation. Alright, so what do we have? I asked, making eye contact with my coven mates. Irina was the first to speak up. Well, history, and personal experience, favors guerrilla tactics when a small force is faced with a larger enemy. We could slowly whittle down their numbers. A worthy plan if this was a normal coven. Jasper drawled, absently brushing his hair back with his fingers. Unfortunately, this is a newborn army. Victoria doesn't value her members. They hold no strategic value. They're just cannon fodder. She'll replace them as fast as we kill them. The civilian population would also suffer greatly as she upped newborn creation. Charlotte amends. As you know, newborns are insatiable when it comes to blood, but the first few weeks are especially bad. Okay, with a groan I rub my hands against my face as I try to think. So guerrilla tactics are out. What else do we have? At that moment, Tatiana, who had been tapping her lips in thought, suddenly paused. A devilish gleam shined in her eyes. I agree that long-term guerrilla tactics won't be effective in this case, but a quick surprise attack, followed immediately by a retreat into an ambush, would be perfect. Kate seemed to immediately grasp where Tanya was going with this, because she broke into a bloodthirsty grin. Tanya's right. Newborns have little to no impulse control. After being suddenly attacked in their own territory, none of them would have the wherewithal to resist giving chase. If we were to lure them away from the city and have the wolves wait in ambush, she trailed off. My eyes flickered to Tanya, who was examining a part of the map intently. What about here? Chester Morse Lake, she said, pointing at a small spot on the chart. It's about an hour drive southeast of Seattle, secluded, and only accessible by small or private roads. Chances are good that it will be deserted. Jasper leans in to peer at the spot she indicated. From what I can see from this terrain, a vampire would be able to run there in about 15 minutes if they were sprinting in a straight line. He said, tracing the route with his finger. That's a lot of time. Kate muttered, glancing worriedly around the room. It's never good to engage in a race with a newborn for extended periods. They are generally stronger and faster, and their mood swings make it hard to guarantee they won't get sidetracked. Especially if we are relying on their impulsiveness to get them to follow. Tilting my head, I peered at Alice, who seemed to have lapsed into a vision. It seems to work right up to the ambush, but then it goes blank. I'm not sure if that's because something happens or because of the nature of the Quileute. Either way, it's a very close thing. Away from the city, they start thinking clearly, and gain ground faster. Plus, a few of them begin to break off the chase. We cannot have any of them escaping if we want to avoid attention by the Volturi. Is there some way we can distract them, maybe keep them clumsy and unfocused? I asked, eyes darting from face to face. It would certainly make springing a trap on them easier. Kate muttered, crossing her arms with a sigh. Well, I began hesitantly. I know, without a doubt, there is one surefire way to distract a newborn. Blood. What if we hung blood bags from trees at certain intervals, and have the bait for the trap pop them along the way? It would keep them feral, and probably also keep them from wandering off. Everyone stared at me as if I'd just suggested we all drench ourselves in gasoline and light a match. Bella, that's brilliant, Alice chirruped, jumping on my back in her excitement. Of course we would have to take precautions so that we don't fall prey to the same instincts, but the idea definitely has merit. A face mask stuffed with crushed cloves should do the trick, Tatiana drawled, mouth twitching with mirth. I could only imagine how silly we looked with Alice dangling from my back like a monkey. Thankfully, any embarrassment I might have felt didn't last long, because the pixie soon rejoined her husband. It came in handy during the plague when all you could smell in nearly every city, town, and village was rotting flesh. I scrunched my face in horror at the thought of ever having to experience that sort of thing. Speaking of scents, Eliezer interjected, stepping closer to the table and examining the map more thoroughly. If we are going to set a trap involving the Quileutes, we will need to find a way to mask their scents. Quite frankly, blood-crazed or no, I don't think there is much that could keep a newborn running toward a scent like that. I agree, we'd need to situate them downwind and get them bathed with the scent-masking shampoos the poachers I eat like to use. Peter contributed, otherwise this whole plan is shot to hell. So saying we're gonna have to give the mutts a bath. Kate drawled, flashing a grin at the room. We all chuckled a little. There's still another issue regarding the wolves. Irina spoke softly, garnering everyone's attention. While the lake does give us an advantage of keeping prying eyes to a minimum, it does present a significant risk for the Quileutes. How so? I asked, puzzled. The lake itself will be the danger. If a vampire manages to wrestle one of them into the water, it would take very little effort to keep them there until they drowned. We no longer need oxygen, they do. Should we choose another location? I wanted to keep the risk to the wolves as low as possible. No, it's the best possible location in a short distance from Seattle. The wolves will just have to be careful and watch each other's back. Kate sighed, shaking her head. All right, speaking of watching each other's backs, shouldn't we call the Quileutes and let them in on the plan? I asked, looking to Tanya. It's technically part of the truce we just worked out. Irina interjected, trailing off when no one immediately volunteered for the job. I would do it, but my phone is broken. I spoke up. I'll do it, Irina sighed, as she pulled out her phone and moved into another room. If you can provide an anticoagulant, we'll take care of the blood. Charlotte piped up with a disturbingly sinister smile. I felt sorry for her future victims. It shouldn't be too difficult to get our hands on some EDTA. My sisters and I use it for the blood we store when we travel. Tatiana mused, stroking her chin. I'll go pick some up now. And wish you good hunting when I return. Her seemingly casual attitude while discussing murder was a little concerning. Coming, Mari? She asked, tilting her head to look at me. The way her eyes and mouth softened with affection would have sent my heart hammering in my ribs had I still been human. Oh, of course. I stumbled to reply, trying to avoid sounding breathless. I think from the way Kate and Eliezer smirked, I wasn't entirely successful, but the happiness that spilled across Tatiana's features was more than worth it. Let's go, I murmured, slipping my hand into hers. Our fingers entwined as we walked out the door. As we step out of the house, Tanya leads me over to her white Lamborghini. I've never been in a car with doors that open up instead of out, and it's an awkward experience for me. When I finally managed to close the door ever so gently, I turned to look at Tatiana, who was watching me struggle with a smirk. "Ready?" she asked, revving the engine playfully. With a deadpan expression, and never breaking eye contact, I reached over and buckled myself in. Tanya started laughing unreservedly as she put the car in drive. "I'm not that bad, Isabella," she said with a wink. "Well, not unless you want me to be. Are we still talking about driving?" I asked wryly, but I would have been blushing if it was still possible. "You tell me," she replied, slanting me a sultry look as she bit her bottom lip. My skin began to tingle under the heat of her gaze, and it took all my willpower not to stare at her lips. "Tanya," I admonished her in a strangled voice. "Please don't do that, you're going to make me cause a car accident." The plastic ceiling handle was already starting to groan under the force of my grip as I resisted the urge to lean across the divide. Sighing almost regretfully, Tatiana shot me a fond smile. "Worth a try," she teased, before shifting her Lamborghini into higher gear. She reached over to entwine our fingers before we lapsed into a comfortable silence. I took this rare moment of peace to reacquaint myself with her features. My thoughts turned to the past. Tatiana caught me staring at her and quirked her eyebrow questioningly. I hesitated to ask, but part of me still burned to know what happened to her in the years after I faded from Baron Shendry's manor. Did things get better for you in Shendry's manor? Before Sasha, Tanya's face shuddered briefly, before she seemed to remember who she was talking to and let her face relax slightly. She paused, "It didn't get worse. You get used to things. Learn to tolerate them until they become just a minor annoyance. The Baron married a few years after I was brought into his home. It helped relieve the burden, but his wife was younger than me, and nervous. But she seemed taken with him, so maybe it was easier for her." Tatiana trailed off slightly. I felt anger and grief settle in my stomach like an iron ball. It took everything in me to keep a passive expression. At any rate, I think she eventually came to view me as something like an older sister, so when the Baron passed from a sweating sickness 2 years later, she relied on me heavily to keep the household running. If she hadn't been pregnant with the Baron's child, I have no doubt one of his male relatives would have taken the household and turned us into the streets. That is, if they didn't try to wed us themselves. Sasha appeared not long after the child was born, a male heir. She made her offer, and I never looked back. Although her expression seemed blasé, I could hear a faint tone of remembered pain in her voice. Bringing our interlaced hands up to my lips, I gently kissed her knuckles and pressed them against my cheek. It was a small gesture, but I hoped it conveyed the comfort that I knew words would be inadequate to express. Judging by the way her golden eyes seemed to brighten, I think I was at least partially successful. "It's okay, Mari. It was a long time ago. I've had many centuries to come to terms with it," Tanya murmured, caressing my cheek with her thumb as I continued to hold her hand. "That doesn't mean you should have had to," I replied, inging our hands back down to the center console as I tucked some of my hair back in thought. "No, but life often isn't fair. We've both experienced our share of that, I think." Voice gentle as she peered over the dash. "Looks like we're here." I felt the car start to decelerate and eventually come to a stop as Tanya pulled into the parking lot of what appeared to be a very large pharmacy in Port Angeles. "You, unfortunately, will have to wait in the car," Tanya said, turning to me. "This place caters to labs and physicians only, due to the restricted nature of some of the medications and devices stored here. They'll let me in due to the lab I own in Anchorage, but you don't have the proper identification," she remarked while pulling a badge out of her purse and clipping it to her blouse. "Wait, what? You own a lab?" Tanya laughed, a melodious sound that warmed my heart. "Of course, Mari. Where did you think our emergency blood supply came from?" I admit, I hadn't even spared it a thought. It's a fully funded operation specializing in developing a way to mass-produce clone blood and cure rare blood diseases. All entirely above board, of course. The way Tatiana was talking about it made her eyes shine, and I felt another swell of affection. "So, stay here, and I'll be right back. I'll wait for you," I vowed, more solemnly than originally intended. Tanya paused, her hand on the handle, before she turned and gazed at me with quiet yearning. "Do you promise?" The whisper was soft, but earnest. Recognizing the weight of the moment, I reached out and lightly caressed Tanya's cheek. "I promise," I murmured back, feeling the resolve solidify in my chest. For a moment, I thought I saw a glimmer of tears, but she lowered her head and turned to place a reverent kiss on the palm of my hand. "I'll be right back," she breathed, placing one last kiss on my fingers before exiting the car. For several long minutes, I closed my eyes and let myself absorb the significance of what had just happened. Tatiana's raspberry almond scent hung heavy in the air, and I inhaled deeply to help ingrain the moment more deeply into my memory. Perhaps I shouldn't have done that. Perhaps I wasn't thinking rationally. Perhaps. But no, it was done. That feeling of surety had not altered. Focusing through the car into the building in front of me, I could hear Tanya charming her way around the pharmacy. The clerks were practically tripping over themselves to help her. One of them was being a little too persistent in his attention though. His heart was racing, blood pumping through his veins at a mile a minute. I could feel my eyes darken and my mouth begin to fill with venom just listening to it. Tatiana was making her way out of the building, having put in an order for delivery, but the clerk was insisting on walking her out. I think he was hoping to ask her out in the parking lot. I decided that Tanya was being far too polite. I'd make it clear that he should get lost. Sliding out of the Lamborghini, I leaned gently against the hood and crossed my arms as I faced the door. Running a hand through my hair, I ruffled it slightly to fully take advantage of what I like to call the intimidating vampiric beauty effect. It was a technique I'd seen Rosalie and the Denali's put into action more than once, and it was very effective once done correctly. Actually, looking back on my high school days, that was probably the only way for Rosalie to get through her classes without constant bombardment by entranced humans. I felt guilt well up in me for not realizing it sooner. Turning my attention back to the matter at hand, I felt my annoyance ramp up a notch as I realized the clerk was delaying Tanya in the lobby with bogus excuses about missing paperwork. I was about to head to nip this problem in the bud when I heard a curious clicking sound. It happened multiple times, some in quick succession. It sounded so familiar, like the flipping of a light switch or... I paused. The shutter of a camera. Whipping my head around, I scanned the area, looking for the source of the clicking. Eventually, I noticed it coming from an old, beat-up Toyota about 50 feet away in the parking lot across the street. An older man, portly and balding, sat behind the wheel. He was holding one of those high-tech Canon cameras with the giant lens. As I focused in on him, he took 3 more pictures. And they were all pointed directly at me. I narrowed my eyes, and the click of the camera stopped. I could hear his heart begin to pound as he stared at me through the lens. "What the fuck?" he muttered, nearly fumbling his expensive camera in his haste to put it down. "Fuck this shit." He turned the ignition, staring at me nervously through the dash as his car awkwardly turned over. It felt eerily like one of those horror movies where the victims kept trying to start the car while the killer advanced on them. Except this time apparently, I was the killer instead of the dummy on the chopping block. I didn't move from my place beside the car, but I didn't take my eyes off him. His window was down, he was sweating heavily. It wouldn't be hard to track him. "Tanya," I spoke as calmly as possible. But there was still a slight growl to my voice. "Come outside please." With a roar, his engine finally jumped to life, and he floored it out onto the road. Tires squealed gratingly across the asphalt as he pulled away. But it took no effort to catch a glimpse of his license plate as he did. The car turned a corner and disappeared just as Tatiana emerged from the pharmacy. "Mari, are you okay? What's wrong?" Someone was watching me, taking pictures. As soon as he realized I'd noticed him, he took off. "I have a bad feeling about it, Tanya. I think we should follow him." Her eyes darted over me, double-checking that I was unharmed. "Which way did he go?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with a dangerous light. I couldn't suppress the shiver I felt seeing it, and I grumpily thought. An expression that menacing had no right being so ridiculously attractive. I nodded my head in the direction his car had taken off in. He was parked across the street. We might be able to track him if we start from there. "After you." Tanya swept her arm magnanimously toward the car, and I slipped into the passenger seat. Putting the car into reverse, Tanya peeled out of the parking lot and quickly made her way over to the lot I'd indicated. "Think you can catch the scent?" Tanya's hands were tense upon the wheel. I rolled down the window and stuck my head out. I could smell asphalt, rubber, deodorant, and I breathed deeply. A very faint whiff of musky body odor. "Got him," I muttered, flashing Tanya a quick smile. Good girl, she cooed, ruffling my hair. Batting away her hand, I scowled and narrowed my eyes at her. What am I, a dog? I huffed indignantly, although I couldn't keep myself from smiling slightly. Don't worry Bella, Tatiana purred. I'll be sure to give you a treat when we get home. The husky lilt at the end of her voice made me lose concentration on the scent, forcing us to turn the car around once or twice, until I picked it up again. Tanya's knowing look didn't help matters. Eventually we tracked his car down to a coffee shop on the other side of town. Once I spotted his vehicle, I nodded for Tanya to park her car behind the fashion boutique across the street. The creeper was sitting at a table beside the floor-to-length windows, sipping a cup of coffee as he spoke into a phone. I followed them like you asked. He grumbled, slurping noisily at his drink. I mean, they're gorgeous. I can see why you'd want photos, but there's just something so damn unnerving about them. He paused and seemed to shudder slightly. Anyway, I expect my payment in full. I already emailed you what I got. A smooth and menacing voice drifted over the phone. A voice I was very familiar with. These are acceptable. I'll need you to continue surveillance. I want to know where they are at all times. Victoria's voice sent a sharp spike of fear through me, and I couldn't help but hold my breath. Tanya sent me a worried look, her fingers curling around my arm as she gazed back at the coffee shop. Were you followed? The man snorted into his cup, taking another giant swig before drawling back. Nah, I think they spotted me for a bit there, but I lost them. There was a long pause on Victoria's end. Fool, you don't realize you're already dead. You will not be receiving your payment. No point now. I heard a sharp click and a dial tone. The guy stared at Hi's phone in disbelief before slamming his phone on the table and cursing up a storm. Swiping up his things, he barged out of the cafe, beelining for his car. Goddamn bitch thinks she can mess with me. I'll show her a thing or two. He growled as he started the car. Shall we follow him? I asked Tatiana, glancing at her quickly. Sighing, she nodded and quietly started the engine. Unfortunately, if he's had us under surveillance, there is no telling how much he knows. We need to find anything he has and destroy it. The Volturi are not forgiving. Tanya's eyes were hard as she weaved her way through Port Angeles traffic, following the investigator at a distance. It was difficult because Tanya's car was very eye-catching, but somehow, she managed. I peered at her from the corner of my eye. Tatiana's eyes were narrowed, her lips pursed with concentration. I'd never seen her quite so focused. I was nervous about what it meant. After 10 minutes of twists and turns, our target eventually pulled into the parking lot of a Sheraton. Tanya pulled to the side of the road just past the building as we turned to watch him take his things into the building. It was a large, fairly luxurious building, about 9 or 10 stories. Each outer room had a balcony, and with my vampire senses I could, unfortunately, see and hear what most of them were being used for. I jerked my head back to look over at Tanya, my eyes coal black, who just stared at me with an infuriating smirk. Shut up, I muttered, pushing her face away with my palm. Her dulcet laughter filled the car before she grabbed my wrists and pulled me forward across the center console. Halfway in her lap, Tanya's fingers slipped into my hair as she leaned forward, nuzzling my cheek with her nose. Bella, she murmured into my skin, brushing her lips against the side of my mouth. I melted. My chest ached with warmth and yearning as she placed several lingering kisses all over my face. Mari, relax. I am with you. I won't let anything happen. I know it feels overwhelming, but you can do this. Hiding my face against her shoulder, I let her stroke my hair and neck as I swallowed the venom welling in my mouth. After a few moments had passed, I pulled away, feeling calmer than before. All right, let's go inside. I breathed, rolling my shoulders as I prepared myself. Squeezing my hand, we shared a look before exiting the car. Anya slipped her arm around my waist as we walked through the automatic doors. I could smell hundreds of scents, thick pheromones clogging the air despite the overlying aroma of chemical cleaners. To swallow several times as we strode up the front desk. Tatiana's thumb stroked my hip reassuringly. I hadn't been in close contact with a human other than the Quileutes they hardly counted, smell ling the way they do for a little over a week, and it was striking to have to deal with this bloodlust again. The man behind the counter smiled pleasantly, although I could hear his heart stutter and begin to pound. A common reaction to the beauty of a vampire. Good afternoon ladies, what can we do for you here at the Sheraton? Tanya flashed her most dazzling smile, as she pulled a black card out of her purse. The man blushed. All his blood rushed instantly to his face. I clenched my jaw. Tanya continued as if nothing was wrong, although I could feel her fingers flex slightly on my waist. Quote, I would like to rent the penthouse for my fiancé and I. We're here to celebrate our engagement. She purred, pulling me more firmly into her side. Playing along, I leaned into her, doing my best to smile. Although it might have looked more like a pained grimace. Oh, of course, madam, I'll book that for you right away. He stumbled, taking Tanya's payment as his eyes flicked between the two of us. Nya seemed to ignore him as she carded her fingers through my hair. The pleasant sensation was just distracting enough to keep my focus off the pulsing vein in his neck. After taking our information and handing over 2 electronic keycards, we made our way over to the elevators. When we got inside, Tanya pushed the button for every floor so we could check each one for our quarry's pheromones. We need to make this fast, Tanya, I said through grit teeth. I'm not sure how long I can stand being here. The higher we ascended in the elevator, the stronger the scent of musk, sex, and booze got. Na's arm around my shoulder helped ground me, but the flames building in my throat were agonizing. Just hold on, Mari. Once we reach our hotel room, you can get some air on the balcony. Tanya consoled me, placing a kiss against my temple. On the 6th floor we finally caught a whiff of him, and followed it past his room. Room 604. After scoping the layout, Tanya took my hand and began to lead me back to the elevator. Are we not going to break in? I asked, puzzled. She winked before pressing the button for the penthouse, the room she'd rented for the evening. Of course we are, we just Aaron. Going to do it from inside the building. These locks are electronic, in order to get in we would have to hack it, or break the door. Since I don't have anything capable of hacking it, we'd have to break it. And that's not something we want to do with all those cameras in the halls. I blinked. I'd been so focused on keeping my cool, that I hadn't even noticed all the security cameras. So, then what's the plan? The plan, she started, enfolding me in a hug from behind, is to climb down from the penthouse balcony. Most people don't bother locking their balcony doors. Even if they do, it's not electronically locked or alarmed, so it will attract much less notice. Tatiana's breath felt warm against my ear, and I couldn't help the shiver of arousal I felt being so close to her. That's pretty clever, I stuttered as she began nuzzling my neck, laughing softly at my reaction. Lacing our hands together, she nipped and nibbled at my throat until we came to our floor with a quiet ding. The doors opened, and Tanya led me out of the elevator. She was doing a great job distracting me from all the scents and heartbeats, but at this point that might not be a good thing. My mind was starting to take on a fuzzy edge. It was getting difficult to focus on anything but the way Tatiana's hair fell against her shoulder, the subtle sway of her hips, and the delicate curve of her lips. I hardly noticed walking through the door to the penthouse, although it was hard to ignore once you were inside. It was lavishly decorated with white marble and gleaming copper accents. Its size was probably 3 times a normal room, and included a king-sized bed, a lit aquarium, giant flat screen, and a built-in jacuzzi. The sheer opulence had my jaw hanging open. Tanya, on the other hand, besides a cursory glance, completely ignored her decadent surroundings to beeline to the balcony. I, however, having spent the larger part of my year camping in a forest, lingered a little. I think Tanya could I was a bit reluctant to leave when she caught me caressing one of the silk robes hanging on the bathroom door. With a laugh, she sauntered back into the room, her fingers trailing over the back of the nearby couch as she invaded my space. One hand settled on my hip as the other tucked a lock of my hair behind my ear. Do you like nice things, Mari? She whispered, leaning forward to place a soft kiss against my jaw. Anything you could possibly desire, I can give you. Her voice was a silken murmur as she kissed my lips. The kiss was full and supple as Tanya pulled me in. I couldn't help small sigh of pleasure that escaped me as I wrapped my arms around her neck. I'd never felt this consumed by a kiss before. After several long moments, Tatiana pulled back with a hum of satisfaction, leaving me breathless and panting as she leaned her forehead against mine. You ready to go, Bella? She asked, her lips twitching with a smile. I exhaled loudly, not even slightly, but let's go. With a joyful laugh, Tanya untangled herself from my side and glided back over to the balcony. Reluctantly I followed, only to witness Tanya hop up onto the railing with uncanny grace. Coming? She asked, quirking her eyebrow at me. Yes, I drolled, peering over the balcony ledge. Gosh, that was high. I almost got vertigo just thinking about what I was going to have to do shortly. Sure, I was a vampire now. But it's hard to overcome thousands of years of monkey brain evolution that tells the human brain, high place is bad. Come on, you'll be perfectly safe. I promise. Tanya's smile was just reassuring enough as I stepped up beside her. After a few moments of examining the outer wall, Tatiana made a clicking noise with her tongue and pointed out a balcony 3 floors down and 4 ledges over. There it is. This should be simple enough. Cocking her head to the side, she seemed to be listening hard. Well, good news, he's currently in the shower. We should be able to grab his gear without detection if we're fast. Bad news, he's currently masturbating in said shower. Based on my experience with men, he probably won't last more than a few minutes, so we should be quick about it. Resistant. The impulse to gag at the mental image she'd just painted me. I was really not looking forward to this. Looking over her shoulder at me, Tanya gave me a wink. If you're feeling unsure about it, I can always go alone. She crooned with false reassurance. I could tell she would tease me endlessly if I chickened out. I had a feeling this was Kate's influence. Narrowing my eyes, I made a running leap off the balcony. My stomach plummeted as I found myself out in open air, but then something amazing happened. My instincts seemed to take over, and my muscles bunched and twisted, controlling my arc with hairline precision. It felt as easy and simple as breathing. With childlike ease, I snagged the rail and used my momentum to flip up onto the balcony in a move that would make an Olympic gymnast feel envy. Tanya touched down beside me a moment later, a happy twinkle in her eye. In we go, she whispered, sliding open the glass balcony. The room was much smaller, just a single with a bathroom. The sound of the shower running let us know that the spy was still indisposed. However, that wasn't what was noteworthy about this room. Nearly every inch of every surface in the hotel room was covered in maps, pictures, cameras and surveillance equipment. I felt myself go still as I recognized pictures of everyone entering and exiting the Cullen abode. A laptop open on the desk showed a folder WITH dozens of grainy video files from hidden cameras in the trees. Whoever this guy was, it was clear he'd been surveilling us for a few days at least. One of the maps caught my eye, and I walked over to inspect it. The map in question, an enlarged topographical map of Washington, with little red dots marked at places around the Cullen Manor and La Push. I felt my heart sink, but the feeling of overwhelming dread didn't really start until Tatiana clicked on the most recent video file. On it, we witnessed Charlotte and Peter drag an unconscious man around the side of the house. I watched Tanya assess the room with a stony expression. Closing the laptop, she seemed to search the apartment until she found the investigator's suitcase. Dumping all of his clothes on the floor, she handed it to me. Mari, I need you to fill this with everything in this room. Leave absolutely nothing behind. With a nod I began with the laptop before starting in on the pictures and maps. I was almost halfway through when I realized Tanya wasn't helping me. In fact, she was pulling off her clothes and folding them neatly on the bed. Tanya, what are you doing? I hissed, glancing nervously at the bathroom door. I was trying very hard not to get distracted by this unintentional striptease, but thankfully she stopped at her undergarments. Her black, lacy, undergarments. Blinking, I almost missed her next words. He knows too much, Mari. Tanya's voice and expression were eerily calm as she began padding over to the bathroom. Instinctively, I grasped her wrist before she'd gone more than a few feet. Tanya, we can just take all of his things. No one will believe him if he says anything. Please, we don't have to do this. I pleaded quietly, urging her with my eyes to agree. The ice thawed from her expression, and Tanya's eyes softened as she tenderly cupped my face. Stroking my cheeks, she reverently kissed my forehead. Go wait in the other room, Bella. On the verge of tears, I watched Tanya silently slip into the other room. I heard a muffled exclamation of surprise. The sound of shower rings ripping. A brief scuffle, a sharp crack, and silence. There was nothing but the drum of the shower. Unable to stop myself, I stepped forward, peering with dread through the open door. The water was pouring down on Tanya, soaking her hair as she grimaces sadly at the naked corpse on the tile. His head was bent at a disturbing angle. I heard a familiar ringing in my ears as I faded to white. Hungary 1026 AD. Slovakia territory. When my senses return, I'm lying in a bed of soft moss. As usual, I'm surrounded by abundant greenery. The clean scent of nature invaded my lungs and I took a deep breath, enjoying air without the harsh chemical scent that is almost impossible to escape in modern civilization. Nestled on the forest floor, cradled by the earth, I took a moment to process. I didn't know how to feel about what I'd just seen. Conflicting emotions whirled in my stomach and I wasn't sure how to resolve them. How could I reconcile Tanya the cold-blooded killer, and Tanya the sweet, assertive, and attentive woman I was beginning to know? They should have been conflicting character traits. It shouldn't have been possible for them to exist in the same person, but I was coming to a rude awakening. I knew Tanya had killed before, I'd seen it firsthand, but I'd always assumed it was a result of self-defense or the vampiric need to feed, both of which I could understand and empathize with. This, however, was straight-up murder. No way around it. No sugarcoating. No justification. I can't say that I liked the man who was spying on us, but I also couldn't wave away killing him. He hadn't hurt anyone. As far as I knew, he wasn't a rapist or a murderer. He was just a private investigator doing his job. And Tanya snapped his neck like a twig for his troubles. We could have just stolen his evidence, and without it he would just be another raving lunatic spewing tall tales about mythical creatures. I couldn't hate Tanya. To a degree I understood her reasoning, but ethically I couldn't condone it. I wasn't sure what this meant for our burgeoning relationship. With a sigh I opened my eyes. Might as well get on with it then. If this was anything like the other times, Tanya was sure to be nearby. Jumping to my feet, I brushed off my jacket, t-shirt, and khakis. With all the excitement I'd been going through lately, I was surprised that they'd managed to stay intact. A distant rumble of water echoed through the trees, and finding its source seemed like the best bet. The air felt warmer, and the flora was devoid of snow or ice, so I could only guess that it was either spring or summer. It was harder to tell when your diamond-hard skin made you immune to the elements. Dashing through the forest, I eventually came upon a small river, almost a creek, that flowed south from the crashing din of what could only be a waterfall. Large, slick boulders flanked it on both sides, creating a natural channel for the water. I had to decide if I wanted to go upstream or downstream. If only I had a coin to flip. With a sigh I ran my hand through my hair. Either way I'd probably eventually come across a settlement. Might as well pick the more interesting choice. Jumping from rock to rock, I headed north. I barely managed to keep my balance on the slick stones, even with the help of my vampiric talents. Sometime later, I found myself gazing upon a waterfall that roared loudly into a pool of water that fed the river. The pool itself looked deep, maybe 15 feet, with a diameter of 50 to 60 feet. However, despite the beautiful majesty of nature I was witnessing, something else immediately arrested my attention. Situated in the shallow end of the pool I saw two figures bathing in the water among the rocks. They were both clad only in their chemises, two piles of clothes on the nearby rock. Tanya was crouching neck-deep in the water as Sasha stood behind her, gently washing her hair with soap. Scenting the air, I could tell that it contained a hint of clove. Sasha's motions were careful and affectionate. Her expression was alight with maternal love as she finished rinsing Tatiana's hair. I'd known intellectually that Sasha cared for Tanya, and Tanya had referred to Sasha as her mother, but I hadn't seen real proof of their bond until this moment. Most of my interactions with Sasha had been laden with hostility, and I'd wondered on more than one occasion why Tanya was so attached to her. The sun peeked out from behind the clouds, and suddenly their skin was awash with light, sparking and reflecting the sun like diamonds. I felt my throat grow tight as I looked on. Tatiana dunked her head underwater, rinsing out the last of the soap, before lounging on a nearby rock. She didn't seem to have the motivation to pull herself completely out of the water. She was half in half out, waist and legs still submerged. I could hear her hum, eyes closed, as she soaked up the warming rays of the sun. It was probably the most at peace I'd ever seen her. My breath caught at how beautiful she was, like a nymph or a fairy, and I wondered what I was going to do. Was it fair to treat this Tanya as I would the one in the present? I couldn't punish her for actions she had not yet taken. Pushing my feelings down to deal with later, I continued to watch. Sass. Haas slipped out of the water and began donning her clothes. Her red gold hair hung in damp curls around her face and I had to begrudgingly admit that beauty seemed to run in Tanya's family. Edessam, I am leaving to meet my contact in town. Do you wish to accompany me? Tanya shakes her head, not even bothering to open her eyes as she does so. No Anya, Tatiana mumbled, I am full and relaxed. Clicking her tongue in amusement. Sasha bent over and placed a kiss on Tanya's forehead. Very well my sweet, enjoy the sunshine while you can. With that, Sasha dashed off in a northerly direction, ding up the cliff face near the waterfall with supernatural ease before disappearing into the distance. After a few moments of silent observation, I quietly made my way toward the pool. The heavy crass hing of the waterfall completely masked the sound of my footsteps. As I approached, a bit of mischief occurred to me and I couldn't resist diverting to the water instead. Being as silent as possible, I slipped under the surface where the roar of the river was now just a gentle hum. Surprisingly, the water was clear, and felt cool against my skin. I so rarely felt cold anymore that it was almost a shock. And I realized that the water must be just above freezing. There was no doubt it was enough to give a human hypothermia. Slicing through the pool, I swam my way over to where Tanya was still lounging on one of the rocks. Bracing my legs against the base of the stone, I grabbed her ankles and unceremoniously jerked her into the water. Sputtering and flailing like a ragdoll, Tatiana twisted in the water lightning fast. Her face twisted in an angry snarl as she prepared to attack. The moment she saw my face she froze, her jaw dropping into a comical "oh" of surprise. I felt my mouth twitch with mirth. And that seemed to break the spell, because suddenly she was pushing off of the muck-filled bottom and rocketing at me like a torpedo. We collided with, if we weren't underwater, what would have been a deafening crack. Her arms slipped around my torso as she propelled us both to the surface. Tanya growled, her voice low and playful as we finally breached the water. I couldn't hold back, a peal of laughter as I dunked her head back into the pool. For several moments we play fight in the shallows, wrestling and splashing until something shifts. Tatiana's arms become softer, more pliable as she draws me into an embrace. The playful growl turns into a gentle hum against my ear. The breath catches in my throat as I push water-laden hair away from my face. We lock eyes, our bodies so close that we're breathing the same air. I watch as Tanya's eyes flick all over my features, but her gaze lingers on my lips the longest. Her eyes have darkened from a bright ruby to the color of garnets. Tanya slowly raised her hand and rested her fingertips upon my cheek. Her eyes darted to mine as she gauged my reaction. When I made no move to object, she traced the curve up to just below my eyes. "Such a beautiful color," she murmurs, making eye contact with me. "Why are they different?" Covering Tanya's hand with my own, I consider if I should be truthful or not. At some point or another she obviously switched to an animal diet. But I had no idea where, when, or why. It was impossible for me to avoid affecting time. Just existing in this timeline was theoretically altering an infinite number of variables. There was no way I could account for everything. I would do my best, but at some point, I just had to let the dice fall how they may. "It's due to a difference in our diets," I murmured, gazing into Tatiana's blood-red eyes. I paused. "Scientifically I can't really think of a reason why." Tanya mouthed the word, "scientifically," her eyes distant and puzzled. "I am unfamiliar with this word. What does it mean?" I winced as I tried to remember when the scientific method became prominent, but tried my best to describe it in the most general terms. "It's the study of the natural world. It helps us explain why things are the way they are," Tanya hummed, only partially paying attention as she stroked my cheek. "Isn't that what the gods are for?" It was becoming difficult not to get distracted by the gentle way Tatiana was caressing my face. I mean, for some people. I never really followed a faith," Tanya hummed before speaking in a hushed voice. So soft I could barely hear her. "I do not feel God. I do not feel him in my heart the way I'm supposed to," she trailed off, her hand twitched against my cheek. "I see you so much more clearly now than I did when I was mortal. The flecks in your eyes, the auburn in your hair, the way your skin glistens with the water." She paused, her thumb tracing my cheekbone. "It feels divine. It feels holy and warm, the way priests said worship should feel. But I've only ever felt that way when I'm with you." If it were still possible, my heart would have been pounding in my chest. I could tell what she wanted, I could see her hesitation. This Tanya was just as young and uncertain as I was. In a period where a relationship between two men or women was reviled and punishable by death, defying taboo would be difficult. Sighing to myself, I gave Tanya a guileless smile before I mischievously flicked her nose. The tension broke. Tanya scrunched her nose and leaned back out of reach of my hands. Her eyes narrowed, and I couldn't help my growing grin as I ducked out of her arms. After a few more minutes of splashing and play fighting, I eventually pulled myself out of the water onto a large rock jutting out over the pond. I allowed myself to sprawl indulgently as the warm weather began the slow process of drying my clothes. Tatiana leaned up onto the boulder from the water, her face a picture of warm content. "I missed you," she said, eyes closed against the sunlight. "I missed you too," I whispered, thinking of the cold calculation on the other Tanya's face before I faded. "Are you staying long this time?" I met her gaze uncertainly. I could see the fear and insecurity lurking behind her eyes, casting a pall on an otherwise lovely day. I didn't want to lie, but it hurt that I couldn't soothe her worries. I'm not sure. I never am. All I know is that my gift always seems to bring me to you. Tanya blinked, her answering smile practically glowed with happiness. Reaching up to clasp my hands, the expression on her face became more somber. Whatever the reason, I'm thankful for it every day. I squeezed her hands in gratitude. I can't say that I regret it either, despite how frustrating it is at times. I'm not too fond of being dumped into completely unfamiliar places on a regular basis. Speaking of, I made a show of looking around the area. Would you be able to tell me where we are? It's all forest to me. Chuckling to herself, Tatiana gestured grandly to our surroundings. We're still in Hungary, Slovakian territory. I hum in acknowledgement before looking back up and over to the waterfall. Where is Sasha? I thought I caught a glimpse of her running through the trees earlier. Am I going to have to worry about her anytime soon? I decided to leave out that I'd been watching them shortly beforehand. Not for a while in all likelihood. She ran north to a nearby hamlet. She needed to speak with a mortal regarding some entourage passing nearby. I blinked and cocked my head. I was definitely curious about why. But my instincts told me I might not like the answers, so I refrained from asking for now. Good to know, I might have to visit it later. I muttered, rubbing my forehead as it hot about how I would obtain some less obtrusive clothes. Tilting her face to me with a curious slant, a brief smile flitted across Tanya's mouth. Are you hungry? We can go hunting there. Perhaps, you can show me exactly what it is that you do differently. Startled out of my thoughts, I jerked my head around to gaze at Tanya in surprise. Oh, no, I'm sorry I wasn't clear. I don't eat people, I stated factually. Tanya's smile faltered into polite bewilderment. What do you mean? You made it very clear that despite our physical differences, we should never treat mortals like chattel. Lightly smacking my forehead with my palm, I tried again. No, I mean, I don't feed on human beings. I only feed on animals. It's why my eyes are gold instead of red. The expression of disgust that dawned on her face was so comical I couldn't help but huff in amusement. It was the same semi-horrified look some people got when talking about blood sausage and mealworms. But why? She asked in a strangled voice. They smell so. Tanya made a face as she trailed off. Don't give me why, I said, smacking Tanya's arm. You know why. You were once the reason why. Just because we are no longer fully hum. And doesn't change the fact that we used to be. It was actually pretty sobering to think about. Especially when I think back on the day I first met Edward. Looking back, if he hadn't been a vegetarian, and I probably would be rotting in an unmarked grave right now. In fact, if it weren't for the self-control of a vampire like me, I would have been dead before you ever knew me. Having experienced bloodlust as a vampire, I now had a lot more sympathy for Edward. I struggled still with regular humans, I couldn't imagine the level of willpower required to turn away from a singer. Tanya seemed to blanch at my reply. And if she'd still been capable, I'm sure all the blood would have drained from her face. Her voice, when she finally spoke, was quietly subdued. Was your sire an animal drinker? Looking at her pointedly, I shook my head, not even slightly. Tatiana seemed to lapse into a pensive silence. I grimaced thinking about Victoria and the events leading up to my own transformation. It made me glad that Tanya's experience had been somewhat less traumatic, and that she'd had someone around to help her afterwards. Will you tell me what happened? She finally asked, gazing into my eyes with an earnest intensity. I hesitated a moment, unsure if I should speak. Sensing my reluctance, Tanya reached out and gently caressed the back of my hand with her fingers. You don't have to tell me, but I would like to know you. I felt venom well in my eyes before I blinked it away. It's not a happy story, I whispered, closing my hand around hers. Neither is mine, she remarked, smiling faintly. I paused to collect my thoughts. When I was human, I started slowly, I fell in love with a vampire. He was dark, brooding, and handsome. He loved music and books, and completely swept me off my feet. I thought we were in love. An expression of realization and resigned heartbreak was slowly seeping into Tatiana's features, but she continued to hold my hand. In fact, her fingers seemed to tighten ever so slightly. But then one day, after we had faced a great foe together, he abandoned me. Tanya's eyes widened, and her mouth opened incredulously. I was devastated. It took me barely a year to recover from the heartbreak, but eventually I began putting my life back together. I halted briefly at the piercing gaze I was getting from Tanya. Unfortunately, the enemy we had dealt with had a mate. And she came back for me. I had no one to protect me. She tortured me briefly, but my pain didn't really start in earnest until I felt her venom course through my veins. My gift is the only thing that saved me from death when my heart stopped. I've been transporting back and forth ever since. Wearing a thoughtful expression, Tanya pushed off of the stone and began to backstroke through the water with supernatural ease. I suddenly remembered teaching a young Tanya how to swim for the first time, and couldn't help my brief huff of laughter. Sitting up and sitting cross-legged on the stone, I turned to watch her swim. "You've gotten good at that," I comment, nodding at her as she glided across the pond. With a smirk and a sly glance, Tanya began making her way back through the current. Many things about me have changed since I was a youngling. My skill as a swimmer, least among them. Swimming up to my boulder, Tanya pulled herself halfway out of the water, arms locked as she leaned into my space. The water clung to her skin like refracted diamonds, Tanya's red gold hair clung to her neck and shoulders like seaweed, every part of her was beautiful and otherworldly. She could have easily been mistaken for a mermaid. My breath caught as her face came closer, her nose skimming past my cheek. As Tanya pulled away, she did nothing to hide the expression of deep longing etched across her face. I felt my heart twist with pain just seeing it. Shyly, I reached out to touch Tatiana's cheek. We locked eyes. Tanya seemed to freeze as I slowly closed the gap and lightly kissed her lips. There was a sharp intake of breath, a moment of absolute stillness, before Tanya surged toward me, flinging her whole body forward in her eagerness to reciprocate. Her lips were just the same, full and smooth and perfect. As Tanya curved into me, pulling herself more fully out of the water, her entire weight came to bear on the rock beneath her. I heard a sharp crack, and felt stone beneath Tanya's hands crumble under the pressure, dumping her back into the pool. As she fell, her chin caught on the ledge, taking another chunk off and nearly toppling me off my precarious perch. For one heart-stopping second, I forgot that Tanya was a vampire, and had a horrifying moment of certainty that she had just inadvertently killed herself. I leaned forward to peer into the water, and spied Tatiana lying at the bottom of the pond. She had an arm thrown over her face, apparently mortified from what had just happened. Laughter erupted from my lips as the hilarity of the situation finally hit me. Not a polite or soft chuckle, but the full-bodied kind I hadn't had since before the Cullens left. Tanya surfaced as I sat clutching my sides, pouting slightly at my mirth. But I could only shake my head as I continued to chuckle. Sighing loudly, Tanya rolled her eyes, but couldn't hide the curve of affection in her mouth. When I finally calmed down enough, Tanya drifted close once more, before crooking her finger at me. Her head tilted up, as if requesting another kiss, her eyes dark and ardent. Breathing out with a smile, I dipped toward her, only for her hand to seize the front of my shirt. Before I had a moment to register her movement, she yanked me forward, over her head and face first into the pool behind her. Thrashing to the surface, I glared with false ire at Tanya, who merely smirked. Growling slightly, I swam back to the edge and clambered gracelessly out. Shaking the water from my clothes, I began wringing the water from my hair when I glanced back over at Tanya. Making deliberate eye contact, a slow mischievous smile spread across her features before she lifted her hand out of the water and crooked her finger at me. Through narrowed eyes, I did the only thing any reasonable person could. I stuck my tongue out at her. Tanya's renewed laughter was music to my ears. My attention was so completely captivated, that I completely missed the ghostly whisper of footsteps behind me. "I guess it was too much to hope that you had disappeared for good." A velvety voice spoke behind me. I whirled, hackles up, only to come face to face with Sasha. She was more put together than she was earlier in the day. Her lighter red gold hair was now tied back, intricate twists and knots woven into a bun. The bright red of her eyes made her sharp expression as intimidating and beautiful as I'd come to expect. She was now adorned in a sunny linen dress, which I could only assume she received at the nearby village. "Sasha," I greeted her neutrally, despite our distaste for each other. More on her end than mine, I would be polite for Tatiana's sake. Speaking of, Tanya climbed out of the pool and retrieved her clothes. It was obvious to us both that the time for playfulness had passed. She slipped a green dress tunic over her head and cinched it around her waist with a bronze clasp. I couldn't help but admire how well the color contrasted with her skin and hair. Tanya noticed my gaze, and slanted me a sly look. Dismissing my presence, Sasha turned her head to Tanya, just in time to catch our shared glance. "Tatiana," she snapped, pursing her lips. "We have a location. The detachment is passing by in a few candle marks. We need to be in position before they arrive. Of course, mother, Tanya dutifully replied. It was strange for me to see Tanya defer to another so easily. But I had to remind myself that this wasn't exactly the same woman I knew in the present. Her eyes kept flicking to me, and it was obvious that she was conflicted about leaving. Come along, Sasha rebuked as she began to walk away. I was under no delusion that I was invited. Tanya reluctantly began to follow, glancing at me over her shoulder for several paces before a determined expression settled on her face. In a blink, she was back by my side, her fingers seizing my hand before she began pulling me along with her. Stumbling slightly at the strength of her grip, I pressed into Tanya's space, close enough to keep up without stumbling. The way her shoulders relaxed, I knew I'd made the right decision in allowing her to pull me along. The day was, at this point, creeping into late afternoon. The sunlight began to take on a soft orange glow as it filtered through the trees. More than once I had to keep myself from getting distracted by all the beautiful details I would have missed when I was human. It only took a few moments of running before Sasha seemed to realize I was along for the ride. Skidding to a stop, she turned to face us with a thunderous scowl. Stop right there. You aren't accompanying us. Her eyes narrowed in on me. Her entire body was stiff, daring me to disagree. Instead of rising to the bait, I instead turned to look at Tanya to see how she would react. Tatiana's jaw clenched, her fingers tightened around my own before she tilted her head up in stubborn defiance. Anya, she muttered in Magyar, which I recognized as the word for mother. She comes with me. It's not fair for you to treat her this way because she cannot control her gift. Sasha growled quietly, her red eyes dark. How I treat her has nothing to do with her ability and everything to do with the way she abandons you for years at a time. My heart sank, and I lowered my eyes in shame. There was nothing I could say to that. Tanya opened her mouth as if to argue further, but she paused when I gently squeezed her arm. It's fine, Tanya. Your mother is right. My power makes me an unreliable companion. If I could, I would spend more time with you. But until I learn how to control my gift, we will have to make do with what we have. Sasha seemed surprised by my agreement, but sighed loudly once she realized that Tanya wasn't budging. Fine, she snapped. Just stay out of the way. Before turning and taking off again, Tanya and I exchanged glances before darting after her. Keeping pace with Tanya, I quietly whispered to her, making sure to keep my voice low so Sasha wouldn't overhear. So what exactly are we doing right now? Something about a detachment. I spoke in English, hoping that Sasha hadn't bothered to learn it. We're going to ambush how do you say? Not a caravan, a carriage with escort. One of the people in this party is a vampire. They've created a following of humans that has attracted too much attention. We have to take care of it before the royals in Italy hear of it and decide to make it their issue. I paused. Too much attention, how? I asked, my mind flicking to the man in the motel room. Tanya shrugged as she leapt lightly over a fallen tree, her speed slowing slightly to allow me to catch up. I bounded over, taking Tatiana's outstretched hand despite not needing the help. Mother says there have been rumors of an unnaturally fast woman with red eyes, who feasts on the blood of her slain enemies. Apparently, she also claims to be a god, and promises eternal glory to her followers. Are you sure it's just the one? I inquired, worried about Tatiana's safety. As far as I knew, I was the only one between the three of us with any kind of training, but even that might not do any good against super IOR numbers or a vampire with the sort of fighting experience Kate had. That wasn't even accounting for potential gifts. You know it's rude to talk around someone in a language they're not familiar with. Sasha drawled, glancing at us over her shoulder. My man says there is one. Should be simple to put their face in the dirt. Sasha's heavily accented English had me sighing with resignation. It was obvious she wasn't fluent like Tanya, but it was enough to prompt me to switch back to Magyar. I don't like this, I murmured, kicking off several trees to bound over a steep embankment. We should at least do some physical recon first, I said, thinking about how I'd almost got myself killed with my impulsive decision to run to Seattle. Perhaps we should speak to them. We might be able to convince them to stop drawing so much attention. Sasha paused, skidding to a stop as she looked at me over her shoulder with an increasingly incredulous expression. Vampires who fashion themselves as gods aren't the type to stop if you ask nicely. More than likely we'll have to dispose of her and her followers. Human zealotry can often get out of hand if left unchecked. I felt deeply anxious hearing those words. My mind kept flashing back to the hotel room. They're only human, no real threat to us. Without a vampire at their helm, they're just insane and delusional. Killing them shouldn't be necessary. Sasha growled, and I felt myself stiffen defensively. Tanya came up to stand behind my back as she stared down her creator. No, the Volturi are not lenient. The law is clear. Mercy would sign our own death warrants. I clenched my fist, frustrated at her dismissive attitude regarding human life. They're still people. People with loved ones who will mourn them. People who love and laugh just the same as us. It's not their fault that they've been brainwashed by one of us. You know the effect we have on them. I snarled with no small amount of bitterness. I could remember all too well the way Edward had dazzled me. I'd hardly stood a chance. Stomping toward me, Sasha seized the front of my shirt as she yanked me in close. Teeth bared, she did her best to loom over me as she leaned in. I felt my chest rumble warningly. I don't care if you want to sit on your high horse and get yourself killed, but I'll be damned if I let your recklessness put my daughter in danger. Sasha hissed in a deadly whisper. Before I had a chance to reply, Tatiana's hand shot out and wrapped around Sasha's wrist. Her nails dug in as she peered at her creator with black eyes. Let go. Sasha winced as Tanya, still holding her wrist, forced her back a few steps. I now had finger-shaped holes in my shirt, but I otherwise remained unharmed. Look, I muttered, trying to straighten the wrinkles in my blouse. We don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but I think we can both agree that this vampire is bad news. I'll keep quiet for now, but don't expect me to let you kill innocents with no action on my part. Sasha yanked her arm out of Tanya's grasp, shooting her adoptive daughter a harsh glare before settling her ire on me. We don't have time for this. She huffed, before turning and speeding back into the forest. Tanya came over to gently pluck at my shirt, inspecting the damage. Well, your modesty is still intact. Tanya mumbled, her eyes flicking up and away. I'm sorry I didn't intervene sooner. It's not your fault. I can handle myself, and you shouldn't have to intervene. I smiled lopsidedly and gently squeezed her hand. Come on, let's go before we lose her completely. I started to step away, but paused when I felt her fingers tighten around my own. Tanya's eyes had lightened from their previous black into a dark red ochre. Her hair was still damp and curly owned the water as she leaned in to place a tender kiss against the corner of my mouth. I felt myself sigh and tilt into it, enjoying the press of her lips for several long moments. Eventually Tanya pulled away, her eyes alight with happiness. Now we may go, she spoke with a coy smile. Sighing dramatically, I laughed and pulled her along after Sasha. Eventually we caught up with Sasha, who was crew. Chet atop a bluff overlooking heavily wooded hills. A mile or two away, I could see a road winding through the trees. It curved from around a bend of rock before snaking its way down through the hills close to our position. For a human, our position made for an excellent lookout, but was too high to make a good ambush spot. However, for a vampire, the fall was negligible. It made dropping down to ambush a group from above very feasible. My week of training with Kate had included fighting and ambush tactics, since catching your enemy by surprise was often just as important as being physically prepared to fight them. I felt a brief swell of nausea at the thought that I would be using them non-defensively today. To take my mind off it, I asked Tanya about her brother and if she knew how he was doing. Her face lit up. Damek is married now. He and his wife seem devoted. They have 5 children. I have 3 nieces and 2 nephews. The pride in Tanya's voice was unmistakable. Of course, I haven't approached them directly. But when Sasha and I are in the area I will sometimes watch them from afar. Occasionally I will leave them presents, the way you did for us when I was younger. Her voice and eyes softened as she held my gaze. Now I get to be the domovoi, and his children leave offerings for me on the mantle. I felt my heart swell with affection, and I couldn't help but wrap her up in a tight hug. I'm glad you get to see them at least a little. I'm sure your brother misses you, I asserted, as she reciprocated my embrace. The moment didn't last long however, because Sasha snapped her fingers to catch our attention. Get ready, our quarry has arrived. Moving quickly to the edge, I immediately spotted a large carriage rounding the bend. It was surrounded by 6 heavily armed and armored men and women on horseback. From this distance I was unable to see the occupants of the carriage. However, riding in the back donning thick leather armor and wielding a wickedly edged spear and sword, I spotted a familiar figure. I felt a cold wash of terror as Kate Denali rode proudly to her death. As a human, Kate had freckles, her face had a pleasant ruddy glow, and I would the pulse of blood pounding through her veins. All thought of moral conflict and resistance fled my mind in an instant. I was left with startlingly pure purpose. Protect Kate. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do. But I didn't get a chance to act before Tanya and Sasha were plunging off the bluff. Cursing to myself, I jump after them. Sasha barrels into the carriage, snapping the axe. And shattering one of the wheels as it careens onto its side. The noise and the subsequent plume of dust had the horses rearing in fear, giving Tanya the opportunity to push them over, spilling their riders into the dirt. I took it all in as I dashed past the carriage, beelining to Kate's horse. Nothing else mattered but reaching her first. My form was a blur as I vaulted onto the back of Kate's steed and flicked her in the back of the head with my finger. She didn't even get a chance to register my presence before I knocked her out. I was extremely grateful that Kate had been so insistent on teaching me that trick, making me practice on dummies over and over again until I learned the right pressure. It was more than a little ironic that she was the first one I got to use it on. Catching her body as she slumped in the saddle, I slid off the horse with Kate clutched firmly to my chest. The horse screamed and reared once more, kicking at me with his hindquarters. Ducking out of the way, only my vampiric reflexes kept that poor horse from shattering his legs on my back. A figure exploded out of the downed carriage. The vampire, a woman with East Asian features and covered in beautiful furs, immediately attacked Sasha. Her swings were wild and unfocused, and surprisingly clumsy for a vampire. At this point Tanya had killed or mortally wounded 4 of the 6 guards. The 5th, terrified, wheeled his horse around and galloped back the way he came. Blood was spattered across Tatiana's hands, arms, and mouth from where she'd torn through her opponents. The air was heavy with its sweet metallic tang. Fire roared to life in my throat, and I willed myself to stop breathing. Tanya rushed to assist her creator, giving me ample opportunity to retreat off the road with Kate. From the cover of the trees, I watched Tanya and Sasha make short work of the vampiress. None of them were particularly skilled fighters. Their attacks had a lot of wasted movement, and relied mostly on brute strength. As such, 2 against 1 made quick work of things. With a snarl and a vicious twist, Tanya ripped the vampire's head off while she was focused on Sasha. Breathing deeply, still holding the severed head of her opponent, Tatiana turned her coal-black eyes toward me. I tensed, unsure of what to expect, but she remained utterly still. Her eyes kept flicking between me and an unconscious Kate, who I still held in a bridal carry. Her eyes narrowed, she dropped the head. A low rumble issued from her chest as her eyes locked firmly on Kate. I could hear disturbing cracking noises as Sasha finished ripping apart the vampiress. But I didn't dare take my eyes off of Tatiana. Tanya, I cautiously murmured. A low groan broke the quiet. I heard Kate's heartbeat accelerate as she began to stir. I looked down as her eyes fluttered open. Her eyes took a moment to focus. I could read a brief instant of confusion cross her face, before she reared back and cracked me across the face with her fist. Unfortunately, I was so surprised that I forgot to roll my face to the side to lessen the blow. As a result, the only thing that cracked was Kate's hand. With a yelp, she snatched her arm back and jerked out of my grasp. Hitting the ground, she rolled away from me with a pained gasp, nearly tripping over her dead comrade as she scrambled to her feet. Taking in the surrounding carnage, the blow OD drained from Kate's face as her eyes darted between me and Tanya. For the most part, Sasha was ignoring us as she gathered kindling for a fire. Drawing the sword at her waist, Kate gave an impressive battle cry as she charged me. Unlike the fight I'd witnessed earlier, Kate's movements were smooth and precise. If I wasn't a vampire, she would have cut me to ribbons. As it was, I smoothly dodged each of her strikes, hoping she would wear herself out. I could tell she was favoring the arm she punched me with, gritting her teeth with pain at every movement. Sweat was pouring down her face, and her breath came in ragged gasps. But still she persisted. From the corner of my eye, I saw Tanya twitch. Reacting instinctively, I lurched and pivoted sideways just in time to intercept Tanya as she slammed into my front. A second late, and Kate would have been a smear in the dirt. Kate, not wasting my moment of distraction, slashed at my back with her sword. The blade shredded the cloth on my back, but scraped ineffectually against my diamond-hard skin. Retreating to what she thought was a safe distance, Kate gaped in disbelief. Her expression grew tight with fear, but she shifted her feet obvio. USLY unwilling to go down without a fight. Locking my arms around Tanya, I was trying my best to restrain and calm her, when the sound of Sasha's full-bellied laughter had us all freezing. Purple smock, drifted into the air from a fire behind her as she sauntered forward. My, she chuckled, her eyes glinted delightedly as she took in Kate. What a feisty thing you are. I appreciate your fighting spirit. As Sasha got closer, I moved to intervene, but Tanya pulled me close with a jealous huff. Circling around Kate, who kept her in sight with her sword at the ready, she clicked her tongue and made approving noises the way you would inspecting a prize horse. Very impressive. She leaned into Kate's space, who immediately swiped at her with the sword, but Sasha shifted out of the way with a laugh. I like you, she murmured, peering closely at her features. A strange look entered her expression as she did. You look like my daughter. Sasha paused for a long moment before she seemed to snap out of it and turned to Tanya with a smile. She looks like she could be your sister, doesn't she, Edessum? From her place plastered against my back, Tatiana glared at Kate with a sullen expression. Sasha rolled her eyes as she thoughtfully looked between us. Someone has to have some sense around here besides me. Whirling back to Kate, her mouth stretched into a smile. Tell me, warrior, do you want to live? Sasha's red eyes bored into Kate. I could hear her heart pounding with renewed adrenaline. The tip of her sword wavered slightly, before she nodded. Wonderful. Then you'll tell me everything I want to know about that. Sasha pointed back to the burning body parts of the vampire. Kate swallowed and nodded again, easing her stance slightly. What's your name? Why were you following that woman? Clearing her throat, Kate spoke, her voice nearly the same husky lilt I was used to. My name is Katrina. She took over my village. Declared herself the new lady when she murdered the previous lord. Killed anyone who disagreed. We didn't want her to hurt our families, so we agreed to serve. That won't be necessary now, Sasha stated in a blasé tone. Clearly, Kate rejoined, her eyes flicking to the burning pile. You'll lead us back to your village, where we will search for more of her kind. If you try to deceive us, we won't hesitate to kill you. Katie grudgingly nodded, finally dropping out of her fighting stance as she sheathed her sword. Now that she wasn't fighting for her life, she more clearly favored her hand, keeping it close to her chest as she winced. Once Tanya and Sasha took a moment to wash off the gore in a nearby stream, Kate turned and began to lead us back up the road. Once we were far enough away from the bloodshed, I allowed myself to breathe again. Snapping a branch off a nearby tree, I split it in half with my nails, trimming it down until it was a serviceable splint. Ignoring Tanya's scowl, I tore my shredded jacket into strips and jogged up to Kate. Here, your wrist will heal wrong if we don't straighten it. I'm sorry you injured your hand on my face. Kate slanted me a weary look, but allowed me to apply the splint. Her wrist was clearly swollen and painful, so I made an effort to be gentle. From my peripheral I could see Tanya watching us like a hawk. I was beginning to realize that Tanya might be feeling insecure. After all, from her perspective, I'd gone to great lengths to protect a beautiful stranger. More than likely, she felt our bond was far from cemented. Once I finished tying the last knot, I dropped back to walk beside Tatiana. Purposefully leaning against her side, I picked up her arm and draped it around my shoulders. The tension in her muscles immediately dropped. Tanya's fingers caressed my shoulder as she pulled me flush against her. I had to make a concentrated effort to walk so that we didn't stumble. I could still smell the blood residue on her skin as she leaned in to kiss my cheek. Emotionally, I felt numb. I hadn't let myself feel any which way about the carnage I'd just witnessed because protecting Kate was priority. I couldn't let myself think about their screams as they were ripped apart. I couldn't let myself think of the acidic stench of burning vampire. I couldn't think about the blood spray, or the loss of life, or any damn thing that distracted me. My eyes and throat burned fiercely. I'm going to go retrieve one of the horses, I croaked, staring firmly at the tree line. If we want to make good time, she'll need a mount, I stated blankly. Sasha seemed to regard me for a moment before nodding. I could tell she was getting impatient with Kate's pace and I was afraid what might happen to her if Sasha decided it would be faster to search without her. Without waiting another moment, I dashed off the road and into the woods. Focusing my hearing, I honed in on the first large heartbeat I could find. A large mountain goat was nibbling on some nearby grass. It wasn't what I was looking for, but the burn in my throat grew sharp. Making a split-second decision, I pounced, raking my nails across its throat before slacking my thirst. The sound of crackling leaves disturbed my meal. Dropping my prey, I spun around, teeth bared and ready for a fight. Tanya steps into view, her red eyes gleaming as she examined my kill. By this time, I'm sure that my eyes had returned to their usual gold. Sighing, I allowed her curiosity as I went about disguising my kill. Especially here, in the past, nothing could appear strange or supernatural about its cause of death. Wolves or bears would take care of the rest. Making eye contact, Tatiana tilted her head and pressed her lips together. Why did you protect that woman? I saw what you did. You ignored all the others. Why? I obviously couldn't tell her that it was because I was from the future, and that someday, that woman would be a dear friend and her precious sister. She looks like a dear friend of mine, I whispered, meeting her gaze straight on. I couldn't bear to see her killed. I gave her as much truth as I dared. I didn't want to lie to her. Tanya gazed at me for a long moment, her eyes measuring my sincerity before she nodded. Are you finished feeding? Her voice was soft, like she felt I needed to be treated gently. I nodded. Slipping her hand into mine, she nodded to the south, slightly off of where the main road should be. Come on, I can hear the creak of leather and a strong heartbeat in that direction. I bet we'll find a horse there. Sure enough, we managed to find one of the spooked horses, and led it back to Kate and Sasha. With the steed, we made good time. As we came close to the settlement, I began to feel uneasy. Something was making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, and I wasn't completely sure what it was. The feeling kept growing and growing, until I had to stop in the middle of the road. The others paused, looking back at me as I nervously scanned our surroundings. Something doesn't feel right, I muttered, trailing off as I looked around. I couldn't see anything lingering in the trees. The air was clear. The birds. With a growing sense of dread, I realized that the forest was dead silent. Not sound disturbed the forest except for the shuffle of our feet. Kate, I asked, voice tense. How much farther to your village? She frowned, glancing down the road as if estimating. Her face was pale and covered in a sheen of sweat. Should be around this next bend. We are extremely close now. We should hurry, I said, trying to ignore the ominous feeling I had. Confused and a little grumpy, she spurred her horse forward at a quicker pace. I shot my other two companions significant looks. Unfortunately, nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to see. Rounding the bend, the thick stench of death hit me like a wall. Before us was what would have been a picturesque village were it not for the bodies strewn across the ground. There were people, or parts of them, hanging off roofs and lying in doorways. Dull sightless eyes looked back at us, their expressions racked with pain. In the center of this massacre, 7 black-cloaked figures stood around a central person. A black cloak hid most of his features, but his chin-length snow-white hair and deep red eyes were immediately clear. His fingers were wrapped around the throat of a soldier, who was dangling in the air as he struggled against the vampire's iron grip. I recognized the soldier as the man who fled our ambush earlier. The vampire's face was twisted into an expression of cruel glee as he watched the soldier's struggles grow weaker and weaker. Slowly, his head turned to regard us with a callous curve of his lips. Ah, we have visitors. The shower water beat down on my head, soaking my hair and undergarments as I gently rearranged the corpse into position. I slanted his broken neck in a way to make it appear that he slipped and hit his head at the wrong angle. With care, I splayed his arms out. It had to seem as if he instinctively reached to catch himself, but ended up ripping the curtain down. I knocked his soap into the tub, helping lend credence to the story I was painting. Just a stupid accident. Happened all the time. People were fragile creatures. The soft drum of the water kept the ice in my heart from melting. This was something I had to do, to keep my family safe. I couldn't let myself be affected by his nakedness, I couldn't let myself feel remorse for the terror and surprise in his eyes. Finishing my final adjustments, I stepped out of the tub, letting the water run off me into the bathroom rug. I couldn't hear anything from the other room, but I assumed that Mari had either retreated back to the penthouse or was staying quiet as she processed. Pulling a towel off the rack, I used it to pat myself down. One of the benefits of being a vampire was that it was practically impossible to leave incriminating evidence. I didn't shed skin or hair, so I wouldn't leave DNA behind. My skin didn't secrete oil, so I had no fingerprints. If I'd bitten him, I would have needed to conceal the body until the venom broke down and dissolved. Once it was dissolved, it was indistinguishable from seroma fluid. In a corpse, it only took a few hours for the venom to become inert. Thankfully, that wasn't a problem I would have to deal with today. When as dry enough that I wouldn't track water around the bathroom, I bundled up the towel and bath mat. I would take these back to my room and replace them with dry ones from the penthouse. Fortunately, hotels use the same generic items for all of their rooms. No one would be any wiser for the switch. Padding out of the bathroom, I looked around, hoping to see Bella waiting for me. The room was empty. I felt my heart sink. And I did my best to swallow past the sudden lump in my throat. Blinking a few times, I exhaled slowly before noticing that the majority of the evidence was still strewn around the room. With a sigh, I donned my clothes and began collecting everything at vampire speed. When I'd grabbed everything immediately visible, I began a second and third sweep of the room, searching the bed, mattress, closet, clothes, and vents. Basically, any conceivable place for hidden stashes. I did manage to uncover a SD card in one of the investigator's jackets, as well as a small bag of cocaine in his shoe. I put the baggie back, but pocketed the SD card. Zipping up the luggage, I began the prep of the room. I turned on the TV, volume low, and locked and bolted the door. Hopefully it would fool the cleaning staff long enough that they wouldn't find the body for a day or two. Once I was certain I'd been over every inch of the room, I gathered the luggage and jumped back to the penthouse balcony. Straightening from my crouch, I turned to face the main room. "Mari," I called tentatively. She wasn't in the main room. Walking in, I placed the luggage down on the couch and stepped toward the bedroom. I could already feel the resignation settling like a stone in my chest. I pushed open the door. No Bella. Closing my eyes, I leaned against the doorframe. I was alone. Either she'd decided she didn't want to be around me, or she'd faded. I allowed myself only a few moments of heartache, before I forced myself to remember the task at hand. Centuries of emotional compartmentalization came in handy, as I began methodically pulling everything out of the suitcase. When I finally had everything laid out on the floor, I took the bag back out onto the balcony and jumped to the dead man's suite. In the course of the next few minutes, I replaced the towel, bath mat, and put all of the man's clothes and personal effects back into his luggage. Leaving the case on the bed, I closed the balcony door behind me on the way out. After I get back to the penthouse, I hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door to my room and headed down to the hotel gift shop. I didn't have a way of discreetly transporting all of the evidence I'd collected to my Lamborghini. After a few minutes of pretending to browse, I bought several tote and luggage bags before heading back up to the room. Stuffing everything into the totes I'd purchased, I sat on the bed and ran a hand through my hair, trying to figure out my next move. Thanks to technology, I couldn't afford to mess this up. Before I could do more than come up with a few basic strategies, my phone began to ring with a familiar pop song. Sighing loudly, I brought the device up to my ear. "Hello Alice. Tanya, you need to leave the hotel you're at ASAP. I just got a vision of you in a fight with a group of newborns. I think they're there for the human, but they won't hesitate to attack you on sight. If that happens, they'll break the law and expose themselves." "Fuck," I muttered in Magyar, before switching back over to English. "How much time do I have?" I asked with forced calm. 35 to 40 minutes. "Don't delay. They'll pursue, if your scent is still fresh when they arrive." "Understood. Thank you for the warning Alice, I'll be heading back to the house now." I hung up with a sharp jab of my finger. Pocketing the device, I gathered up my bags and left the room. Hopefully Mari wouldn't reappear here. I'd left her a note explaining I'd gone out for food and to meet me at the usual place. It was vague, just in case someone else got their hands on it. Striding through the lobby with one of the bags slung over my shoulder, I winked at the clerk at the front desk before sauntering out of the hotel toward my car. Placing my bags in the trunk, I slipped into my Lamborghini and leaned my forehead against the steering wheel. Alice's annoying ringtone blasted through the speaker of my phone. Growling out several curses, I didn't bother to answer as I started the car and pulled out of the parking lot. The phone stopped ringing. The drive back to Forks seemed to take a lifetime. The more I thought about it, the more I worried about the contents of the laptop, and the potential consequences if Mari reappeared at the hotel while the newborns were there. That thought nearly had me turning around several times. Only the buzz of Alice's ringtone kept me on track. Pulling into the Cullen driveway, I stepped out of my car and caught a faint scent of blood. Peter and Charlotte had obviously been hard at work. Grimacing slightly, I swallowed and tried not to lick my lips. It had been several centuries since I'd tasted fresh human blood, but I still craved it with the same strength of my youth. Banishing my dark turn of thoughts, I strode into the house with my hard-won prize. Kate and Irina greeted me at the door. They both enfolded me in a hug and I leaned into them, appreciating their love and support. Alice told us about her vision. Irina growled, pulling back as she checked me from head to toe. "I'm glad you got out of there in time, although she couldn't tell us why you were there in the first place." "Where's Bella?" Kate interjected, glancing worriedly behind me. Affection warmed my heart for the concern she was showing my mate. It was good that they were bonding. It was hard to believe that I'd CE felt resentful of her place in my life. She faded. She's reliving the past. I paused, or living it for the first time, I suppose. Kate's countenance faded into a stony expression, while Irina simply looked at me with apprehension. Gather the others and I'll explain the situation, I directed, lifting my chin and letting the mantle of authority fall over me. They both nodded, and in short RDER managed to assemble everyone in the dining room. We have a problem, I began, laying everything from my bags out on the table. A big one. Bella and I drove down to Seattle, and I was able to order the EDTA anticoagulant per your specifications. I sighed, directing that last part to Irina. It will be delivered tomorrow. However, while I was inside, Bella noticed a man watching us. Taking pictures. There were several gasps and growls around the room. Jasper looked especially troubled. When he realized we'd noticed him, he took off in a car. Thankfully we were able to track him to a hotel, but we found this in his room. Motioning to the various pictures, maps, and surveillance equipment I'd laid out on the table. Kate picked up the map with spots marked for cameras and bared her teeth as she comprehended what she was seeing. Tanya, this is a map of Forks, with coordinates for cameras and a list of download times. She trailed off as she scrutinized it more closely, and I'm Sue. If it was possible the blood would have drained from her face. Yes, he's had Forks and LaPush under surveillance for a while now. The dates on a lot of the files I saw on the laptop suggested started sometime after our cousins left their home here. I reiterated. Glancing over at Alice, I saw her staring into the distance as if searching her memories. I thought we were so careful when we lived in Forks. No one seemed to suspect. I mean, sometimes one of us will pick up a stalker, but we've always been able to deal with humans like that without issue. Taking a deep breath, I shook my head. This wasn't your fault, Alice. At least not directly, I muttered, still slightly bitter. Bella and I overheard a conversation he had on the phone with his employer. Bella recognized the voice. It was Victoria. Apparently, she's been keeping this house under watch for a long time. Several growls filled the room as everyone took in the implications. Peter took the map from Kate and showed it to his mate. Charlotte and I will go collect these cameras, the sooner the better. Now that we know she is willing to employ even humans against us, we will be able to keep an eye out for any similar tricks. Giving a swift nod, I watched them dart quickly out of the house. Peering further down the table, Irina already had the laptop open and was plugging in some device I'd seen once or twice in her room. Kate was watching intently from over her shoulder as her fingers flew against the keyboard. Alice sidled up beside me as she watched the others start to meticulously sort through the rest of the pictures and diagrams. Did you take care of him? She asked, voice soft as she bit her lip and looked at the floor. Yes, I replied, short, to the point, staring straight ahead. I didn't let me's LF react when I felt Alice's delicate fingers touch my wrist in a comforting gesture. I know you're still angry at us right now, she murmured, gazing up at my face, but I want you to know that we still care about you very much. And I know how hard it can be to protect the secret. If you need to talk about it, she trailed off. I allowed my stance to soften slightly. I liked Alice. She had always been one of my favorite cousins, which made her betrayal and treatment of Mari hurt that much more. Still, it was hard to stay angry at her. From across the table Eliezer flipped through several photos, examining each one carefully. Do you think this is the reason why newborns were sent to the hotel? Were they trying to retrieve this information for their own use, or to keep it out of our hands? He asked, tossing the pictures onto the table. It's hard to tell, Jasper drawled. It could be that they were just trying to uphold the law, but we can't say for certain without asking one of them. Well, it's a good thing we got to it first, Irina interjected, not looking up from the screen. There are several days' worth of videos of us and the Quileutes on this thing. In terms of tactical data, it's pretty valuable. Fortunately, this guy was lazy, and had his auto password enabled. I was able to permanently wipe these files from the cloud, but it's possible that he had physical backups we are unaware of. I clenched my fist. Irina, see if you can discover this man's name and address. We'll search his home and office. We can't leave this up to chance. We all know the consequences if we do. I spoke with a cool tone. Everyone exchanged grim glances. Alice, how is it that you didn't get any visions of Victoria while this was happening? You told me a little while ago that when you were leaving Forks, you were assisting Edward in hunting her down. Carmen asked, voicing the question we were all thinking. I tensed hearing that bastard's name, but otherwise kept my tongue. Alice glanced at me nervously, but turned her attention back to Carmen. I searched for visions of Victoria near constantly. If she'd made a decision, I would have seen it. However, as useful as my talent is, I'm not all-powerful. I have blind spots. I can't see the Quileutes, for example, and I have trouble seeing people I don't know. Especially if I'm not in the area. Her voice was a hushed whisper. Quote, could it be that someone else is making the decisions for her? I hypothesized, tilting my head in contemplation. I mean, it's possible, if someone knew how my talent worked. It could be why I didn't get a vision of her hiring a detective to spy on us. The only problem is how Victoria would have known to do that in the first place. Alice replied with a shrug. Irina suddenly became very still. Shit, she muttered in Magyar. Kate and I immediately turned to look at her. The others, taking our cue, did as well. Irina, I inquired, getting a sinking feeling in my gut. Well, she mumbled, steep. Ling her fingers together as she glanced around the room. You remember how I took up with Laurent for a while, and he was so charming, and we had so many long conversations about our pasts. Well, one of those topics might have been about our dear cousins and their many talents. Eventually she trailed off with a wince. There was complete silence around the table. Well, fuck, Kate stated blankly. Do you think Laurent is helping Victoria? Jasper asked, scrutinizing Irina closely. I wouldn't put it past him. He had no qualms about killing children, and he and Victoria were in a coven for several years. It's not unthinkable, especially after I kicked his ass to the curb. She replied. Alice, would you be able to get a vision of him if you tried? I asked, turning to the smallest Cullen. He looked uncomfortable having been put on the spot. I mean, maybe. I met him once very briefly, and I don't know him well, but I can try. We all watched as Alice closed her eyes and seemed to concentrate. I see him running through a forest. There's someone close behind him. There aren't really any unique characteristics in the background. The trees are common to Northern America, but, her voice faded off as she gave us a helpless look. In that moment, Charlotte and Peter rushed back into the room and deposited several cameras on the table. We recovered all the ones around the property. Weren't able to on Quileute land for obvious reasons. Peter huffed. The damn mutts nearly chewed our heads off when we got close, but we at least warned them of the issue. If they'd been close enough to see our eyes, I think we might have had a more exciting adventure. He turned to look at his mate with a roguish grin. Isn't that right, darlin'? He laughed, kissing her equally mischievous smile. I felt a sharp stab of envy, but quickly pushed it aside when Jasper gave me a sympathetic look. Picking up one of the cameras, I began inspecting it for a model number. Rattling off the string of numbers to Irina, she managed to look up its specifications fairly easily. Looks like these models are completely wireless, but short range. Anyone who wanted to download their internal memory would have to fairly close by. No more than a mile, I'd say. Turning over one of the cameras, she popped out its SD card. These are small cards, just a 4 gig. If our stalker wanted to download them often, there's really only one place he could have done it without alerting us. Irina said before crushing the card in her fist. Well, don't leave us in suspense. Kate drawled. Irina simply rolled her eyes. It's clearly the highway near the house. Cars go by there constantly. We wouldn't have given a car or van parked on the side of the road a second thought. Jasper and Peter exchanged glances. We'll go check the road for tire tracks and scents. I'm very familiar with the area, so it shouldn't take too long. Jasper nodded to Peter and he took off running. Kate watched him go with a solemn expression, before she turned back to me. We should go back to the hotel once the newborns are gone. We need to check the hotel cameras and retrieve any tapes. If we're lucky, we might even be able to get an ID on some of them. If they didn't accidentally kill their family members after being turned, we might be able to use them as leverage. Possibly get some good intel on what's going on in Seattle. Really, Kate? Irina slanted my other sister a disapproving look. Kate just stared back with a raised eyebrow and a blasé expression. How quickly you forget how you got pulled into this lifestyle. Kate stiffened, and I caught a brief expression of remorse flit across her face, before her body language forcefully relaxed. Irina seemed satisfied she'd made her point when Kate wouldn't meet her eyes. There's no need to pick at old wounds, Irina, I murmured, sending my sister a sympathetic glance. The fact of the matter is that we are currently outnumbered, and our adversary has been busy gathering intelligence about us. We should definitely head back to the hotel to collect that tape, not just in case the newborns did anything incriminating, but also because it's a good opportunity to find out what we are up against. I gave Kate a playful smirk. I'm sure you want object to being my backup. Kate grinned with a bloodthirsty edge. Absolutely not. Regardless, we got lucky. More than likely we have nipped this in the bud. But depending on what we find, we might have to report this to the Volturi. They'd be the only ones with the contacts and influence to clean up anything we can't handle on our own. I cursed under my breath. Kate growled quietly. Are you sure that's wise, Tanya? You know the Volturi have a habit of killing first and asking questions later. Eliezer shook his head. That's not entirely true. I was with the Volturi for several centuries. They are more than willing to assist with cleaning up messes as long as you come to them openly, and the issue wasn't due to willful negligence. Of course, humans usually don't fare well when they do intervene, but I was witness to more than a few cases where vampires were given leniency. Kate rolled her eyes before turning back to me. Either way, you know Arrow won't let her stay with us if he knows about her. They'll press her into service or kill her. Irina muttered, her gift makes her too dangerous not to. They'll want her under their thumb. Peter and Charlotte exchanged confused and intrigued expressions as they looked to me for an explanation. It's better for you if you don't know. Irina explained. See, Harlot pursed her lips but nodded as Peter wrapped an arm around her waist. I clenched my jaw as I began pacing the length of the table. Well, if we don't say anything and this gets out, chances are we'll all be executed. I don't want to end up like Mother, do you? Everyone at the table lapsed into an uncomfortable silence. Perhaps if we gave them a heads up to the situation, and explained we were taking steps to mitigate the issue, they won't feel the need to come in person. Carmen hopefully interjected. Eliezer squeezed her hand in support. The Volturi will, at minimum, send their enforcers. With 2 large covens involved, they would have no choice. Which means a visit from Alec and Jane. Eliezer stated, following up on his wife's suggestion. We can handle them. Kate spoke up, crossing her arms against her chest. Worst case scenario, we get some personal attention from Jane. Nothing we haven't had to deal with before during our sparring sessions, Kate drawled, making air quotes with her fingers. Carmen shuddered slightly in remembrance. We've been loyal subjects of the Volturi for centuries, they are on good terms with us and with Eliezer. I don't think they'll be too quick to put us on the chopping block. My chest felt heavy as I looked over every member of my coven. My family. We do what we must to stay alive and together. We'll inform the guard, we can't take any chances. I nodded to Irina to make the call. However, before any of us could so much as twitch, 3 high-pitched repeating beeps came from my phone. I felt myself freeze as I locked eyes with Irina, who was already moving to pull a tablet out of her purse. Flicking her finger across the screen, navigating through several menus, her frenetic energy finally paused as her face twisted into a snarl. Twisting the tablet around, she showed me what was on the screen. It was a live security feed of our house in Fairbanks. 2 figures could be seen breaking through the glass doors on our veranda. The first one was large, muscular, and blonde. The second, as he shook pieces of glass from his hair, was unmistakably Laurent. The moment the cloaked figure spoke, his companions quickly moved to surround us. They glided, swift and silent, faces hooded like wraiths. I felt my hair stand on end as I fought the urge to flinch. The stench of death was thick and cloying. I felt my eyes go black. The blood was coagulated and sticky, therefore less appealing, but the iron scent was still enough to make my throat burn. The figure pushed back his hood, fully revealing his features as the soldier dangling from his grasp began to convulse. Foam gathered at his mouth, his eyes rolled back in his head as he made a disturbing gurgling noise and lost control of his bowels. I took a half step forward, wanting to help, wanting to end his suffering, wanting to do something, anything. Tatiana's hand shot out, clamped around my wrist and aborted my forward movement before it was more than just a half-realized impulse. Her face was tense and scared as she pulled me back, eyes darting to the forms boxing us in. Remembering our situation, I allowed her to pull me closer. Intertwining our fingers, she became slightly less tense once she realized I wasn't going to resist. The vampire in the center seemed amused. Now that his cloak was down, I confirmed his short pale hair, bright ruby eyes, and surprisingly delicate features. All in all, he looked rather androgynous, and would have seemed somewhat angelic were it not for the cruel set of his mouth and eyes. He watched us with calculating intensity, not even sparing a thought for the man still in his grasp, twitching in his death throes. The sharp, unnerving force of his eyes lingered on me especially, swept up and down my figure as he took in my appearance. Tanya's fingers tightened in my grasp, and I realized with a sinking feeling how out of place I looked. Sasha, Tanya, and Kate were all in standard attire for the time period. I, on the other hand, was clothed only in a t-shirt and cargo pants. "Are you the ones responsible for this little cult?" he asked as the soldier gave one final desperate gasp and slumped, unmoving. He dropped the corpse. Sasha stepped forward, lips pursed nervously as her eyes flitted around. "Of course not, my liege." Sasha bowed deeply, shooting us a warning glance as she did. We followed her example, Tanya grabbing Kate and dragging her out of the saddle when she was too slow to react. She made a noise of pain and distress as she hit the ground, wrenching her arm. I hissed quietly, not liking how rough Tatiana was being. Thankfully, Kate's survival instincts seemed to be working, because she didn't try to move from her prone position in the dirt. We were actually on our way here to dispose of any additional agitators. We dispatched one of the troublemakers further up the road. Sasha continued, pointing behind her up the road. Even now purple smoke could be seen rising in the distance over the treetops. The black-robed figures shifted and murmured around us, too quietly even for our enhanced hearing to pick up. As the white-haired vampire considered us, I took the opportunity to do the same. I wasn't sure exactly who this was, but I could recognize him from the painting in Carlyle's study. If I was correct, this was one of the kings of the Volturi. Sasha's deference made more sense now, although it also could have been attributed to how severely outnumbered we were. The king motioned to two of his guard and flicked his fingers toward the smoke with a dismissive gesture. They immediately started running, darting through the trees with supernatural grace as they rushed to verify our claims. Kate, meanwhile, seemed to have fallen into shock as she looked at the ruin of her former village with glazed eyes. Having just fed, I was barely able to keep a hold on my instincts surrounded by so much gore. Considering the way Tanya was gripping my hand, I had to assume she was in the same boat. I tried not to look at the bodies. "What are your names?" he asked, his expression falling into disinterested boredom as he addressed Sasha. "My name is Sasha, my lord. This is my daughter Tanya," she related, gesturing as she did so. Grimacing with distaste, she paused when she got to me, as well as my daughter's mate, Mari. I blinked. Sasha's words pierced my breast like an arrow. My mind raced a mile a minute, and I felt breathless, like the wind had been knocked out of me. I struggled to stay focused on the conversation, and forced myself to pay attention. With a dismissive flick of his eyes, the Volturi king's gaze fell heavy upon me. "And where are you from? I've never seen such a manner of dress." His lip curled in repugnance, and I could practically hear the disapproval of my unfeminine attire. I had the feeling that I would not be able to get away with evading the question. I had to be as honest as possible without being too honest. "I'm from across the Atlantic, my lord," I muttered, tilting my head down in deference. His ruby eyes seemed to glow in their fervor. "Fascinating. We'd only just heard about that Norse barbarian's trip across the ocean. To think, we had cousins across that vast gulf. Is this how your people dress in the New World?" "Not everyone, just my people." I spoke stiffly, unable to hold his gaze for more than a few moments at a time. He hummed, seemingly dissatisfied, before his attention settled on Kate. "What of the human?" he drawled, looking down at Kate the way one might look at a bug they were about to squash. I tensed. Sasha, noticing my involuntary reaction, quickly drew his attention back to her. "She's been helpful in our investigation, and appears to be a talented warrior. I was going to add her to my coven in reward for her service." A spark of interest lit his eyes, and he crouched down to get a better look at her face. Kate barely reacted. Her gaze was fastened on the body of a young boy, whose head had been partially crushed from what had probably been a single, powerful, blow. "Don't look." I wrenched my eyes away, feeling nausea curling in my stomach. After a moment, the king straightened with a sigh, apparently disappointed with what he'd seen. One of the two Volturi guards reappeared from the forest behind us and flashed to his lord's side. Leaning in, he sub-whispered into his master's ear. A longer sigh issued from his throat as he waved off his subordinate. "It appears that my tracker was able to confirm the remains of a vampire. Your story also matches what I learned from these villagers." He made a magnanimous sweep of his arm to encompass the carnage. "You're free to leave, but I insist that you begin her change now." Pointing down at Kate's unresponsive form. "You are obviously familiar with the law regarding humans. I would hate to have to punish such loyal subjects." His eyes gleamed with malice, and the guard pressed close, to remind us of their presence. I leaned back against Tanya. shielding her from the closest figures and pushing her toward Sasha. It took everything I had not to drop into a defensive stance. Of course, Lord Keys. Your will be done. Sasha immediately knelt beside Kate, grasped her chin and forced her to make eye contact. I'm sorry for this, she whispered as she met Kate's blank stare. Like a snake, Sasha struck, sinking her teeth into Kate's neck with alarming speed. I lurched forward, heart in my throat at her piercing scream of pain. I knew that pain. I'd lived that pain not long ago, and I would never wish it on another human being. Tatiana pulled me back, flush against her side, eyes black as night. The fresh scent of Kate's blood was filling the air, and I felt my chest rumble with hunger. Tanya leaned forward to press her lips to my temple, and that possessive touch was all that kept me from ripping into the flesh of a woman I considered a dear friend. I stopped breathing. Sasha bit her twice more in quick succession. One on each arm. Kate began to thrash, her fingers clawing ineffectually against her skin as she gave voice to her suffering. Only the knowledge of what she would become kept me from putting her out of her misery. Even now, I wish someone had done me the service of killing me quickly rather than face that agony. Sasha stood, her lips and eyes were painted a violent crimson red. Keys, as I now knew him, smiled smugly. His eyes lingered on Kate's convulsing form with poorly hidden glee. After a few moments, he motioned to his guard with a circular twirl of a finger. They began to disperse and gather behind their king. Since you're all so keen to prove yourselves useful, he said, speaking to Sasha. Why don't you dispose of this mess? He motioned imperiously to the cadavers. We're done here, he spoke to the guard before turning once more to us. Tell any others of our kind what happened here today. Remind them the consequences of breaking the law. Sasha lowered her head submissively. Keys surveyed us one more time. And just like that, we were suddenly alone in a village full of carcasses. Kate was still lost to the burning, each howl of torment caused my heart to well with remorse. Before I could do more than take a step in her direction, Sasha had Kate in her arms and hissed at me when I tried to approach. I growled back weakly, but to be fair I probably looked feral. Twirling away, Sasha ran off toward a church on the edge of town, no doubt wanting to be away from the gore all over the town square. Now that the danger had passed, it was impossible to ignore the repugnance of the task before us. Dazed, I walked down the street and between the huts, taking in the carnage left in the wake of the Volturi. A young couple, their chests ripped open and ribs spread like a side of beef. A man, torn in half, his chest connected by a trail of intestines to his legs. A woman, throat and dress torn, splayed over a fence post like a macabre display. Horror after horror, nightmare after nightmare, now, perfectly preserved in my vampiric memory. Stumbling over to the well, I tried to breathe, tried to look away from these images I didn't want to keep. I looked down into the water. There were little bodies floating. Still, pale, bloated figures. A wave of panic washed over me, and I dashed out and away. Away from the village, away from the stench of death and decay. I ran until I couldn't hear or smell or see anything but forest for miles. My knees buckled as I collapsed to the ground, clutching fistfuls of dirt between my fingers. I needed to regain my bearings. I felt dizzy, queasy, unable to forget those tiny faces. My hands shook. Closing my eyes, I strived to will away the images. I heard the quiet crunch of leaves behind me. They slowly approached, and I breathed deep, catching Tatiana's sweet scent in my lungs. I let my shoulders slump as gentle fingers stroked my hair. I heard the earth shift beneath her feet as she crouched before me. I could feel her breath on my cheek. Her caress ran down from the hair at my temple to linger along the line of my jaw. I opened my eyes. Tanya's face was mere inches from mine, her expression intent and soft with compassion. My heart swelled, and I couldn't believe how wonderful Tanya had become. She must have read something in my face, because an affectionate smile curled at the edge of her mouth and she leaned in, pressing her forehead against mine. With her thumb in the back of her fingers she reverently stroked my face from my brow to my temple in a slow repetitive motion. Eventually my grip loosened. I let the soil fall from my grasp as I reached out to clasp her hands. She didn't pause her ministrations, merely entwined our fingers as she tenderly brushed my skin. Better, Tanya murmured, her eyes searching. I nodded without speaking. Do you want to stay here? I can take care of the village. She soothed, voice warm as she kissed the place between my brow. I jerked my head before haltingly rising to my feet. No, that wouldn't be fair to you. Just give me a moment. I've never seen such brutality before. So much death. I trailed off. I wiped my mouth with my arm, as if doing so could wipe away the memories. Tanya blinked slowly and cocked her head, before she also gracefully straightened. But you're a vampire. You must have spilled blood more than once. Her eyes narrowed in thought. How old are you exactly? I know you've been a vampire for most of my life. So at least 20 years. I slanted her a wary look, but her expression showed only genuine interest. I was turned not long before I met you. I replied truthfully, omitting certain facts. I was still in my newborn phase. It was actually rather miraculous that I didn't end up killing you that first time. I smiled weakly at the slightly alarmed look on her face. But no, I've never killed another human being. The closest I ever came was an incident with a pair of vampires. I tore them apart, but I didn't burn their bodies. So there's a chance that they eventually recovered. Tatiana merely gazed at me with bewildered amazement. How is it possible that you've never killed a human? Not even while you were first learning to resist your thirst. No, I've never tasted human blood. Tanya stared at me for a long moment. You're not lying, she stated blankly. Her eyes wandered to the side and far off into the distance. I wondered what she was thinking. Wiping the dirt on my hands off on my pants, I tentatively offered Tanya my hand. With a slightly melancholy smile, she took my hand. Eventually we made our way back to the massacre. We began by digging a large pit outside of town, and breaking down some of the wooden houses and thatched roofs for kindling. With so many dead, and the necessity of obscuring their cause of death, it became clear that we would have to burn the remains. I retched and had to flee several times as I loaded up the bodies of men, women, and children into carts to haul them to the pyre. Kate's echoed screams was the only noise to break the silence as we worked. At one point I looked up and saw a small cloaked figure in a tree. A pale delicate hand grasped a near. By branches they watched us haul cadavers. Something dark burned in my chest at the sight. Part of me wanted to rush over and sink my nails into their marble flesh and rip. It was the least they deserved for what they'd done here today. But the thought of the retribution they would bring against Tanya, Kate, and Sasha helped me temper my impulse. By the time the two of us finished stacking the pyre, it was dark. And the two of us were moving with robotic detachment. Tanya in particular was methodical. Her eyes betrayed no emotion as she moved through the village. Our clothes were stained with blood and other fluids, as we'd just spent the better part of the day hauling corpses, but the monstrosity of the situation didn't seem to penetrate her cool countenance. My heart sank with the notio. And that Tanya already seemed to be adopting her older counterpoint's relationship with death. After retrieving a barrel of pitch from a nearby home and dousing the heap, Tanya used some flint to light tea. He spark that set the whole thing ablaze. For a moment, I watched the fire burn and dance, before the scent of cooking meat forced me to look away. A glance at the tree line told me that the hooded vampire was gone. Sickened, even as my throat burned fiercely, I turned and stumbled off in a daze. This day didn't feel real, it felt like a bad dream that I couldn't wake from. Walking back in the direction of the waterfall, I eventually came across a series of shallow pools. They were no more than 3 feet deep at the center, fed by a creek that probably merged into the river downstream. Wading into one of the pools, I began to wash the blood from my hands. The water became stained with crimson. I felt tears well in my eyes, and a sob got caught in my chest as I began to frantically scrub at my skin, but the blood was everywhere. Dropping into the water, I tore at my clothes, tossing the blood-soaked garments onto the bank in an effort to rid the feeling of being tainted. Desperately seizing handfuls of gravel, I scoured every inch of me I could reach, plunging myself into the water over and over again because I could still remember the squirm of torn flesh in my hands. Could smell it clinging to my skin and under my fingernails. I didn't want to remember. Eventually, I collapsed. I wrapped my arms around my legs and hid my face against my knees. The cold water rushed over my shoulders. It's where Tanya eventually found me, motionless, lit only by moonlight, which was more than enough for both our vampiric senses. Lifting my head, I looked at her from my place in the water. She seemed entranced. Her eyes seemed to absorb the light as her gaze seemed to linger on my exposed arms and shoulders. Locking eyes with me, she set down 2 bundles and slowly began to undress. Inching her belt and undoing the laces on the front of her tunic, she pushed the material off her shoulders and let the cloth drop. I felt my mouth go dry. I doubted I would ever see anything as beautiful as Tanya in that moment. Bathed in starlight, her skin was pale, smooth, and flawless. Tatiana's strong graceful limbs emphasized the gentle arch of her neck and sensuous curve of her breast and hips. Spellbound, I watched as she sauntered forward. Stepping into the creek, she lowered herself into the water behind me. Oh, So gently, Tanya's arms slid around my neck as she pressed herself against my back, her legs bracketing my own. My breath hitched. I froze, but my heart would have pounded in my chest had I still been human. With a hushed sigh of longing, she placed a lingering kiss against the pulse of my neck. Her hands simultaneously stroked my arms. Turning my face toward her, Tanya brushed her lips against my eyes, my cheeks, my mouth in quiet devotion. Something loosened in my heart and I began to cry in earnest. Deep choking sobs that I hid in the crook of her neck as I clung to her. Tanya's arms held me close, offering nothing but wordless comfort. We lingered under the light of the moon. I cried for a long time. When my sobs tapered off, an empty feeling sat in my gut like a stone. I knew things like this happened. There were still wars, still fighting and death that got reported on the news in my time. However, it was never so real and visceral, it was a distant reality. Something you should feel regret for, but ultimately it didn't have anything to do with your day-to-day life. This was a rude wake-up. The safe modern bubble I'd been living in had popped. People died here, in gruesome and cruel ways that was far removed from the present. Is this why Tanya seemed so desensitized? I didn't want to become that way. I didn't want being a vampire to change me. I wanted to remember why life was sacred. I didn't want to see people the way the Volturi did. Like they were animals. Like they were parasites that were meant to be crushed under heel. I thought of my father. Charlie was probably awake by now, alone in the hospital, broken and struggling to heal. Victoria probably viewed him the same way the Volturi would when she broke into the house. He was just an obstacle, a convenient vent for her anger. A bug. Was it wrong that I wanted to use my new life to make things better for people? Was it naive to think I had the power to bring compassion and justice in an unjust world? If this was what Tatiana had lived through for hundreds of years, could I blame her for doing what it took to survive? My fingers clenched at the fabric of her chemise, and Tanya's arms tightened around me. Have you seen a lot of death? I whispered against her throat, knowing that she would hear me with perfect clarity. Tanya stiffened in surprise, before she seemed to force her body to relax. Yes, she murmured, stroking my hair away from my face so she could turn and see my eyes. I've seen battles, bandits, and the like. Sometimes there will be disagreements between towns or clans, years-long feuds that always end bloodily. Tatiana paused for a moment, hesitating, before she continued in that same soft tone. That's not to mention all the people I've killed. In my first year as a newborn, I killed nearly every human I came across. Sasha helped me hide their deaths. Kept us constantly moving so that we never drew too much attention to ourselves. It's still hard for me to be around humans for long periods of time. Gazing back at her, I felt my heart ache with heavy sympathy. People smelled so good. It was lucky I was turned in a warehouse away from civilization. If I'd woken up in the middle of a city, I had no doubt a lot of people would have died before I managed to flee. I suppose you'll be doing that again soon, now that you're adding another member to your coven. I remarked with a resigned sigh. Our coven, Tanya stressed with a possessive lilt, before she angled my head up to look at her, catching my gaze in an intense stare. I faltered, remembering with sudden lucidity what Sasha had said about mates. Even though I'm away so often, even though you don't see me for years, I asked, voicing an unspoken question. Even then, she growled, leaning down and claiming my lips in a demanding kiss. Melting into the embrace, I made a small, pleased sound in the back of my throat as I leaned forward. Entwining our hands, Tanya brought them up and around her neck as she pulled me more firmly into her lap. My skin tingled with desire, and despite not needing air, I felt dizzy and breathless. However, the horrors of the day were not so easily forgotten. It felt wrong to indulge in this when I would still remember the blood slick on my skin. Shuddering, I pulled back slightly, panting quietly as Tanya's raspberry and almond scent washed over me. Perhaps sensing the direction my thoughts had taken, Tanya's next kiss was light and gentle. For several moments we traded tender kisses and sweet caresses. Tell me something, I whispered, wanting a distraction as I pressed our cheeks together. What do you want to know? She hummed, brushing her nose against my jaw. What do you aspire to? What do you hope for the future? I let the words escape, suddenly wanting to know the answers to all the questions I'd never thought to ask. Joyous contentment written across her face suddenly dimmed. Tanya looked unsure as her eyes searched my expression. I want to be with you. That's the future I want. What else? I gently asked, playing with her fingers absently. My lips curled mischievously as I pressed our hands against my heart. Pretend you're immortal, with all the time and freedom in the world. Nothing is beyond your grasp. How do you spend eternity? Tanya's eyebrow quirked as she gave me a dry smile. I think, she began hesitantly, I want to see the ocean. Her eyes flicked to mine, as if gauging my reaction. Seeing my encouraging smile, she continued, picking up steam as she did. I want to swim under the water, see the different fishes and creatures. I want to visit one of the festivals in Esztergom during the spring. I've heard stories about how the celebrations in the capital last for days, and that the streets are filled with dancing and music. The way Tanya's face transformed with enthusiasm filled my heart with affection. I could very easily see her laughing and dancing in the streets of some cobblestone city. Would you save all your dances for me? I teased, lightly kissing her jaw. The sultry way she lowered her eyes and bit her lip in response sent a shiver down my spine. Only if you're fast enough. She purred, gasping in mock outrage, and to hide how effectively she'd flustered me, I dug my fingers into her side. Tatiana laughed and jerked slightly before she seized my offending hand. Cheeky, I whispered, before pressing another brief kiss to her mouth. It was a kiss she happily returned, smiling against my lips the whole time, but she wisely didn't release my hand. Most of all, I want to one day visit the great Imperial Library of Constantinople. The scholars and priests who would sometimes take meetings with the Baron, would always rave about the tens of thousands of scrolls and books in its halls. I can only imagine what sorts of treasures are within. Tanya's eyes sparkled, her smile taking on a somewhat dreamy quality. I had to admit it sounded pretty impressive. It was a shame I couldn't read either Greek or Latin. That's far, right, I mumbled unsurely. After all, education in world geography was sorely lacking in the US. Tanya hummed, it's probably a fortnight of travel for a human. Maybe longer depending on the roads. Nothing insurmountable for our kind. She sighed wistfully, regrettably. I don't think I could control myself around so many people. Not to mention, as a lowborn woman, I would likely be denied entry. Reaching up, I flicked Tanya's nose admonishingly. Scrunching her nose, she leaned back and narrowed her eyes at me. There is absolutely nothing lowborn about you. I'm sure your wit and charm would be more than sufficient to grant you access. I paused, making direct eye contact before I quirked a brow. Failing that, you could always just sneak in when they aren't looking. So much for my wit and charm. Tatiana laughed, leaning her chin on my shoulder. Well, having a library like that all to yourself does sound like a dream. I admitted, trying to remember the days I spent at home curled up with a good book. Kissing my forehead, Tanya slid her hands up and down my arms in a warming gesture. It was sweet, even if neither of us were affected by the cold. And what of you, Mari? What do you see in our future? Tanya inquired, burying her nose in the wet mane of hair on my neck. I exhaled tremulously as she began pressing small kisses to the skin there. I see a home, I started, thinking of the house in Fairbanks. Something warm, comfortable, and welcoming. A place that's safe, where we can exist without worry or care. My voice grew stronger as I gained confidence, tinged with affection and longing. I want to learn how to control my gift. I tire of skipping through the world like a stone on a lake. Someday we will, together, Tanya murmured, pressing her palm to my clavicle as she hugged me close. Tedly I think about how that home might not exist for Tanya for many centuries. I didn't know if she managed to find peace with Irina and Kate in their long years together, or if it was one horror show after another. Speaking of Kate, I could still remember her screams ringing in my ears, and I wished again that I could somehow ease her suffering. I owed it to her to be there with her. A sharp CK of wood in the nearby trees broke me of my thoughts. Tanya and I were on our feet and staring into the dark in the span of a heartbeat. After several long moments of silence, I became very aware of the fact that I was only clothed in my underwear. Remembering the vampires in black robes, I suddenly felt very exposed. I looked reluctantly over at my soiled shirt and pants. Tanya, noticing my gaze, nodded her head over at the bundles of cloth she had discarded earlier. You'll find new garments in the bundles over there. I assumed you would want a fresh set after everything. Thanks. I Florida's. Her a smile as I pick up one of the heaps of cloth. Wrapped up together I find a brown linen tunic and what looks like a plain cream-colored skirt made from the same material. The tunic is a tad too large, and hangs precariously on my shoulders. The clothes smell like human musk. My throat burns with hunger, but I don't complain. I try not to think about where Tanya might have procured the garments. By the time I turn back to Tanya, she has also changed into a longer linen dress dyed a dark blue. Even in the moonlight, her strawberry blonde hair contrasts nicely against the fabric. Walking over to my discarded pants and shirt, I quickly rip the fabric into pieces and throw them into the water. It wouldn't do to have 21st century fabrics lying around after all. Frowning, I turned away from the stream and strode back toward Tanya, taking her hand as she held it out to me. Together, we began to walk back. The closer we got, the clearer I could hear Kate's moans and screams. The stench of blood still hung heavy on the air, and I resisted the urge to cover my nose. Tanya grimaced with every cry, and I could see what looked like resentment brewing behind her expression. "Hey," I said, "Lee." Ghtly touching her arm as we approached the outskirts of town. Tatiana paused in her step to face me with an inquisitive lift of her brow. "What's going on? You seem bothered by something." "It's nothing," she quickly stated, but her face twitched slightly as she said it. I rolled my eyes. "You're going to have to become a better liar than that if you want me to believe you," I drawled, meeting her gaze straight on. Tanya pressed her lips together with displeasure, but seemed reluctant to speak further. I stared at her for a moment, mulling it over before I cocked my head to look at the church in the distance. Even from here I could see a faint red glow through the slats in the shutters. "You know," I began slowly, feeling out the words as they left my mouth. "You don't need to feel threatened by Katrina. She's not your competition." Tanya's eyes flicked from me, to the ground and back again, her features settled into pained introspection. Stepping closer, I reached out and took both of her hands. "Talk to me. What are you thinking?" "Sasha," she began hesitantly, "used to have a son and daughter. They were 4 and 14 respectively, when they died of consumption." Tatiana's eyes drifted to the distant church, and her voice dropped into a softer tone, as if afraid of being overheard. "I've always had the feeling that the main reason Sasha turned me was because I reminded her strongly of her lost daughter." Seeing the way my eyes began to darken, she hastened to explain. "Do not misunderstand me, as a mother Sasha has only ever shown me kindness. However, I cannot help the feeling that, just as I was a substitute for her deceased child, so too is Katrina. I'm worried she won't need me around anymore." Privately to myself, I admitted that my own reaction to Kate probably hadn't helped her feelings on the matter. Seizing Tanya's face between my hands, I peered into her eyes with fierce resolve. "Nothing could ever replace you. Nothing." My mind flashed back to the heart-rending pain I'd experienced for those brief moments I'd thought Sasha had killed her. "Anyone who doesn't see your worth is a fool who isn't worth your time or attention." Pulling her face toward mine, I met her lips in a bruising kiss, only pulling back after I felt I'd made my point. Tanya's eyes fluttered, her expression dazed. "No matter what happens with Sasha, you're precious to me," I emphasized, tracing her bottom lip with my thumb. "For what it's worth, I don't believe Sasha will abandon you. I've seen how you two interact. She loves you." Tanya kissed my thumb as she peered at me from under her lashes. I felt my eyes darken and I had to resist the impulse to kiss her again. Taking a second to calm down, I exhaled a sigh, meeting Tanya's eyes with a shared look of commiseration. "Come on, let's go see if your mother needs anything before she chews our ears out." Tatiana huffed a laugh at the description, but otherwise remained silent as we dashed through the moonlit streets toward the church. The fall of night and the scent of blood gave each building an eerie, haunted cast, and I couldn't suppress a shiver at the thought. In just a few moments, we made it to the front of the temple. It was a small building, made entirely of stone with a simple thatched roof, but the door large and made of thick sturdy wood. Pulling open the door wasn't difficult for a vampire, but it probably would have taken 2 hands on the iron handle for a human to budge it. The interior was dimly lit. Years of melted candle wax hung from sconces on both walls, only about a third of them were in use. But it was more than enough for our vampiric eyes. 2 rows of pews took up the principal length of the church, but the ones near the altar had been pushed back to make room. A straw mattress was placed on the ground, upon which a fevered and thrashing Kate was laid on. At this point, her voice seemed to have given out due to her relentless screaming, and she was regulated to wordless cries, moans, and whimpers. What looked like several tapestries had been torn off the wall and used to help cushion the ground beneath Kate. It still didn't look comfortable by any means. Closing the heavy doors behind us, Tanya and I walked down the center aisle until we were almost standing over Tanya's new family member. My new family member, Sasha, was nowhere to be seen. I'd no sooner had the thought that I heard a crash emit from a doorway behind the raised dais. I'd been so distracted by Katrina I hadn't noticed it before. Muffled cursing and the sound of ripping cloth filled the Before Sasha came stomping out of the doorway carrying what looked like shredded vestments and worn linens. Tanya and I exchanged a trepidatious glance. Catching sight of the two of us, she growled, and without warning, tossed the ripped fabric into my face. Cringing at the musky, molded scent of unwashed sheets, I immediately held it as far away from my body as I possibly could. What the hell, Sasha? I complained in Magyar, frowning at Tanya, who was trying to hide her laughter. Find me new bedding. The old priest was a slob, and I'm not inflicting this stench on my new daughter. The first scent of her new life shouldn't be this filth, she snapped, wiping her hands on her dress. I felt a spark of annoyance. Why didn't you do that while we were moving the bodies? You had plenty of time. I growled in an irked tone. She hissed, her red eyes now black as night. I was keeping dear Katrina from injuring herself as she thrashed. The venom will heal any injury or sickness, but leaves the victim burning for longer. Broken bones can add days to a turning. A healthy man or woman will complete the transformation in 2 or 3 days. If they're mortally wounded, it could take 4 or 5. Is that something you would wish on anyone? Sasha growled, invading my space. Resisting the vampiric urge to lash out, but not wanting to back down, I bared my teeth. If Sasha wasn't constantly antagonizing me, her gardenia and plum blossom scent might have been soothing. Instead, it was setting off my instincts. Of course not, I grit out between my teeth. I wasn't aware that was a concern. I've never turned anyone before, nor seen anyone be turned. I appreciate you taking such care. Despite not wanting to let Sasha push me around, I wasn't above expressing my gratitude, even if it chafed. Sasha blinked, surprised by my words. I could see her shoulders relax slightly as some of her hostility ebbed. Good, then stop hanging around here and go do what I've told you. She waved her hand dismissively at me. Clenching my fists, I silently counted to 3. Tanya, on the other hand, was looking at Sasha with a far-off expression. I remember that, Tanya murmured. The older vampires turned to face her daughter. The harsh lines of her face softened. I remember waking up for the first time in the garden of a derelict house. You'd placed jasmine and sweet honeydew all around me, because you knew what it would remind me of. Tanya trailed off, her eyes flicked briefly to me, before settling back on her creator. Of course I did, Edessum. Sasha cooed, enfolding Tatiana in a warm hug. Tanya seemed to melt into the embrace, and while I was glad that some of Tanya's concerns seemed to be at least slightly allayed, watching their easy affection made me feel like I was intruding. Sighing to myself, I turned to dispose of the rags. Hopefully Tanya would take this opportunity to talk to her mother. Dashing outside, I noticed that the bonfire still burned strongly, and it too. Okay, little effort to toss the spoiled cloth into pyre. Large thunderheads had begun to form on the horizon, bringing to mind summer storms and heavy rain. Hopefully it would postpone its deluge until the fire had done its job. I tried not to look too closely past the flames. Pivoting away from the macabre display, I began searching through the nearby homes, salvaging any suitable blankets or sheets I could get my hands on. As I did, I took a moment to think about Tanya's relationship with Sasha and the eventual heartbreak that awaited her down the road. Should I warn Tanya of her mother's eventual death? Would it change anything, when I didn't even know the particulars myself? I wasn't especially fond of Sasha, but I could see how important she was to the Denali sisters. I would never wish any sort of heartache on any of them. But was I doing that through my own inaction? Being the daughter of a police officer, Charlie had instilled in me a strong moral code. Granted, my mother had softened the edges on it a bit. But in this regard I was my father's daughter. There was right and there was wrong, but it was getting harder and harder to tell where that line was. Fuck, I muttered in a choked voice, feeling my eyes burn with a well of tears. Just thinking about my father seemed to do that nowadays. Leaning against one of the walls of a nearby hut, I buried my face in the fresh blankets for a brief moment. Part of my current inner turmoil was trying to figure out how I could remain my father's daughter without denying the intense emotions I was developing for Tanya. My relationship with Edward felt rather shallow in comparison, and that alone was pretty scary considering how absolutely wrecked I was by his leaving. I used to think he was my greatest love. He'd implied we were mates. I'd been welcomed into his family on that assumption, and having it all ripped away had been devastating. I'd eventually come to terms with it, but I didn't think I could withstand a blow like that again. I didn't want to carelessly give away my heart again. Still, Sasha had called Tanya and I mates. The jolt of fear and hope I experienced in that moment had felt like a shock to my system. Even now, just thinking about it had me feeling on the verge of panic. I felt anxious, but at the same time my chest felt tight when I tried to imagine Tanya finding someone else. "All right, Bella," I whispered to myself. "Come on, get it together." The next few minutes were spent regaining my emotional equilibrium. Despite its promising beginning, today had not turned out well. Pushing away from the house, I slowly made my way back to the church. I figured if I took my time, Tanya and Sasha will have hopefully finished their talk. And indeed, the tension inside had lessened dramatically as I pushed open one of the doors. Tanya greeted me at the entrance with a grateful smile, and didn't hesitate to take part of the bundle into her arms. It wasn't heavy, but I'd been laden with so many blankets that it was hard to see where I was going. We walked them over to Sasha, who immediately began tucking them beneath and around Katrina with near manic fervor. It made me wonder if vampires also had nesting instincts, and if this was a full-blown case. Looking around the church, I tried to think if there was anything else that we needed. Sasha had situated herself on the ground next to Kate, and was gently stroking her hair. At this point Kate looked pretty terrible. Her clothes were damp with sweat, and her entire body trembled and spasmed near constantly. Tanya was seated on one of the displaced pews, leg folded over one knee, arms crossed, watching Kate and her mother with a contemplative expression. Considering Kate's position, I wondered if I had looked similar to this when I went through my change. I couldn't help but speculate if my own experience would have been quite as traumatic if I'd had the Denali's watching over me, caressing my hair, making me as comfortable as possible, filling the room with my favorite scents. The realistic part of me knew that I'd been too far gone to really notice any of that while I was burning, but afterwards, when I woke up, I felt a slight pang of envy for Kate, knowing that she would be well loved in her new family. Already I could see the minute changes in her. Kate's flesh was already starting to harden, the pores on most of the skin I could see was already disappearing, becoming smooth and flawless. Soon the virus would work its way into her muscles and organs, her heart would stop, and she would awaken as a vampire. An extremely thirsty vampire. "I'll go round up some sheep and pigs," I spoke into the silence. Tanya and Sasha gave me identical looks of confusion. "She'll be thirsty when she wakes up," I clarified, motioning to Kate. Sasha scoffed and rolled her eyes. Tanya, by contrast, only looked at me pityingly. "Look, if you don't agree with my diet, that's fine. However, I doubt there's another human settlement for leagues in any direction. Considering the Volturi were just here, it might be prudent to get her fed before traveling. Having a newborn rampaging through the woods doesn't strike me as a good idea. You both saw how eager Keys was to mete out punishment to this village. Do either of you want to risk him using her as a reason to exercise his sadism?" Sasha seemed to begrudgingly concede my point, because she nodded. Tanya stood from the bench in a single graceful movement. The soft candlelight gave her an ethereal glow that only accentuated the amused tilt of her mouth. "Come, I think. I saw a paddock around the back of the temple. We can make sure it's secure before heading back into the village," Tanya quietly uttered, taking my hand as she led me out of the building. The paddock wasn't exactly what I would call quality craftsmanship, but after giving it a good shake, I had to concede that it would probably serve its purpose. Perhaps not so surprisingly, the Volturi had left the livestock unmolested when they went through the town, slaughtering indiscriminately. As a result, finding animals to wrangle to our purpose was an easy task. In no time at all, Tanya and I had managed to collect at least a dozen or more large pigs, goats, and sheep. As Tatiana complained about the smell of unwashed swine, thunder rumbled overhead and rain began to fall. At first a few droplets, but then a downpour. I laughed at Tanya's put-out expression. "Be careful what you wish for, Tanya," I called over the rising sound of wind. "It looks like the heavens decided you needed a bath as well." Tanya's eyes narrowed, and I could tell she was moments away from tackling me into the mud when a crack of thunder and a flash of lightning caught my eye. The loud sound reverberated in my chest as the lightning arched, breaking the sky like shattered glass. The reverberation in my body built and built, no longer a result of the storm. I caught a glance of Tanya's panicked face before I faded to white. The sound of fracturing glass woke me. I sat up immediately and found myself lying in a luxuriously canopied bed with a chocolate-brown duvet and mahogany sheets. The faded scent of rasp, berries and almonds enveloped me as I turned to look around, and I knew immediately where I was. I was back in Fairbanks, lying in Tanya's bed, thousands of miles away from Forks. A crunch of boots on glass resounded from the bottom floor and I could hear a voice complain in an aggravated French accent about glass in his hair. I recognized the voice. It would be hard to forget such a menacing tone, especially when it meant death was staring at you from across a baseball field. Laurent was in the house. A swell of panic overcame me as I realized several things in quick succession. First, Laurent had broken into the Denali house. Second, Laurent was a bad guy who killed children. Third, Laurent was the former coven mate of Victoria. Fourth, Laurent was obviously talking to someone else, and now that I concentrated, I could hear 2 sets of footsteps. Last but not least, I was very much alone. My eyes darted around the room as I tried to stay very still and not make a sound. If I acted quickly, I might be able to make a stealthy escape before they even realized I was here. My thoughts turned immediately to the windows. Hope was short-lived, however, as I recalled with a sinking heart, had every pane of the electric smart glass Tanya had installed in her room was on an automated swivel. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, the panes could rotate 90 degrees to let in a breeze, and had enough space for a vampire too lazy to use the stairs to jump through. The issue was that these swivels were noisy. They were quiet by human standards, but a vampire would hear it at the same level as a garage door opening. Dismissing a window escape, my next thought was to hide. It didn't take me more than a moment to discard that idea as well. Even if Tanya hadn't opted for an open room concept, even a cursory investigation of the 3rd floor would reveal my scent. I still hadn't replaced my cell, and the only house phone was inconveniently downstairs in the living room. In other words, I was in trouble. As far as I knew, everyone was still in Forks. I had no backup, and even if I could contact them, a rescue party was hours away at least. That was more than enough time for Laurent and his buddy to rip me apart and dispose of my body. I was, quite literally, on my own. Carefully, quietly, I swung my legs off of the bed and gingerly put my feet on the wood below. I was frantically racking my brain, trying to remember the places the boards squeaked. Standing up, I gingerly walked to the door. If I was going to stand a chance, I would have to take at least one of them by surprise. I didn't have a useful offensive gift like Kate, so I had to blitz them before they knew to put their guard up. I could hear the 2 of them going through the rooms on the ground floor. Occasionally I'd hear tearing sounds, like someone was rending fabric. Creeping down the hallway to the railing of the 3rd-story landing, I decide that dropping down on the first one to walk into the open area near the stairs is my best option. Hopefully my weight would drive them to the floor and give me the moment I needed to get my arms around their neck. Stealthily lifting myself onto the railing, I crouched, poised to pounce on my hopefully unsuspecting adversary. The landing in the Denali house was circular, with the staircase spiraling in a wide arch from the 1st floor to the 3rd. It left an empty area in the middle where anyone on an upper floor could lean over and see who was climbing the stairs. It was a decent place for an ambush because the floor blocked your view from looking up until you were already in the process of ascending. I saw a flash of movement on the stairs and immediately vaulted off. The muscled blonde vampire at the foot of the steps didn't even get the opportunity to look up before I plowed him face first into the floor with my feet. The entirety of my weight hit him between the shoulder blades, and I could hear his skin and clavicle crack from the force of the blow. Gritting my teeth, I reached down to dig my fingers into his neck, when a sudden and revolting feeling slammed into me. Before I was consciously aware of what I was doing, I'd instinctively leapt away from him into the living room. Hissing like a cat, my skin crawled, and I had to fight the urge to flee. The muscle-bound oaf groaned in the human-sized crater I'd made in the Denali's floor, but it was the dark-skinned Frenchman who sauntered in from the kitchen opposite from me that held my attention. Barefoot, with torn jeans and a lace-up yoga shirt, Laurent tapped his lips with a grin. "Isn't this a surprise?" Laurent spoke, voice tinged with amused anticipation. "Bella Swan, such a pleasure to see you again. Vampirism suits you, ma chérie, you really are quite a vision." His smile widened, exposing his gleaming teeth. I suppressed a shudder. At this point, the other vampire managed to stumble to his feet and turn to face me. Curly blonde hair, red eyes, wearing drawstring pants and a green long-sleeved Henley. I came face to face with a vampire I'd met once before. We stared at each other in surprise. I should have realized who it was earlier. That power of revulsion was hard to forget. I'd hoped Fred had fled Seattle long ago, so this was not my ideal circumstance for a reunion. "I'm disappointed to see you didn't take my advice." I spoke softly, letting the emotion color my tone. Fred averted his eyes from me with an expression that might have been shame. From the corner of my eye, I could see Laurent looking between the two of us suspiciously. Wrenching my gaze away from the newborn to Laurent, I bared my teeth in anger. You're not supposed to be here, Laurent. Irina said she made it very clear that you weren't welcome anymore. Clenching my fists, I shifted into a loose ready stance. I wanted to be prepared to act at a moment's notice. Ah yes, how is Irina? I do miss the time we spent together. She is such a delectable woman. He paused on delectable, seeming to savor the word in his mouth. I felt sick just hearing it. She's great actually, better than ever. Hasn't missed you in the slightest. Turns out murdering children is a deal breaker, go figure. I taunted, lifting my chin defiantly. Laurent's eyes grew darker, his expression became decidedly less friendly. Fred seemed to be eyeing us both, but his gaze strayed to Laurent uncertainly. Now Bella, it's not nice to tell lies. His eyes darted to Fred, then back to me. No one was supposed to be here while we poked around. Victoria said you were all battened down in Forks. She'll be so PPY when I bring her your dismembered body. Really, it's probably better this way. No need to involve the Denali's further. Happy endings all around. He paused, his lips curling into a malicious sneer. I slowly backed up, Laurent following me into the living room as I came to stand beside the fireplace. Well, not for you of course. Once Victoria puts you back together, you'll be in for a world of pain, but that's to be expected. I'll mail Edward your ashes once she's finished with you. It's only polite. Then she'll be disappointed to know that jerk couldn't care less. Haven't seen him in over a year. Maybe you can tell her that. And leave me out of it entirely. Laurent laughed, a cruel sound that tapered off into a chuckle. That might be true, but it doesn't matter. She's on the warpath. Anyone and everyone responsible for James' death is in her crosshairs, and you are just the last hunt her mate never got to finish. Your death will be her homage to him. With a snarl, I pulled a chunk of brick free from the mantel and lunged forward, hurling it at Laurent's head. The brick shattered against his brow, blinding him for a brief second. It was all I needed to deck him across the face. The blow drove him into the floor, shattering the wood and concrete below it. Before I could bring my heel down on Laurent's neck, he rolled free and sprang to his feet. Roaring in fury, Laurent advanced on me, tackling me at the waist and slamming me down. As he reared back to deliver his fist to my face, I lashed out with the heel of my palm, striking him in the cheek with a deafening crash. A spiderweb of cracks fissured across his face as he was knocked back, through the broken window, and into the surrounding forest. My eyes flickered to my second opponent, expecting Fred to jump into the fight. However, he simply watched, his eyes darted between me and the forest as he pressed his hand against his broken collar. A slight twitch of his head was all the warning I got as Laurent dashed out of the trees and launched himself at me. Sidestepping the lunge, I turned with his momentum and tried to slip my arm around his neck as he passed. However, he seemed to realize what I was trying to do mid-maneuver, and used one of his legs to push off the ground, rocketing upward and nearly headbutting me in the process. Hissing in frustration, I was just able to snag his ankle before he tore through the ceiling and slammed him face first into the broken concrete. Immediately pouncing on him, I was able to maneuver Laurent into an arm bar. I pulled back on his wrist, intending to rip his arm off. But before I could finish the move, he turned his head and sank his teeth into the flesh of my thigh. Surprised, I cried out in pain as he tore a chunk of my flesh out and spat it across the room. Unused to such intense pain, I lost my grip and he flipped me into a headlock. I immediately panicked as the pressure of his arms around my neck began to increase. I didn't want my last moments to be his breath on my ear, the triumphant rumble of his chest. My skin began to buckle as I struggled to break his hold. I wondered if this was how I was going to die. Thankfully I didn't have to wonder for long, because two muscular arms wrapped around Laurent's throat. The pressure around my neck stopped immediately, and I rolled away from Laurent as his hands scrabbled at Fred's chokehold, desperate to find purchase. His legs started to come up, to leverage against the floor. Seeing this, I twisted over, wrapping my arms around Laurent's thighs and pinning them to the ground with the full weight of my body. Thrashing in earnest now, Laurent's expression a rictus of fear, Fred and I made eye contact. With a flex of his arms and a loud crack, Fred separated Laurent's head from his body. Laurent slumped, still twitching, as he hit the ground. Recoiling slightly, I pushed myself away from the cadaver. Clutching my throat, I coughed slightly, wincing as the fractures on my neck slowly began to close. I turned my face to Fred, who was hunched over and still clutching Laurent's sightless head against his ribs. We looked at each other. Why? I croaked. My vocal cords had obviously taken some damage. Fred shrugged. looked at Laurent's head for a moment before unceremoniously dropping it. I like you better. You seem more trustworthy, he bluntly stated. I huffed. A smile twitched along my mouth until I found myself laughing in sheer relief. Fred stared at me silently, but his eyes were warm. Grimacing, I sat up, using one hand to cover the hole in my leg. Even now it was leaking venom. You didn't happen to see where that piece of my leg went, did you? I wasn't looking forward to having to reattach it, and walking on this leg right now was definitely not appealing. Fred nodded, and pried it out of where it had embedded itself in the brick fireplace. A little perturbed at how hard Laurent had managed to spit it, I kind of wanted to wash it first. Would it be weird if I did that? Would it be weird if I asked Fred to do that? With a sigh, I took the chunk of my leg back and wiped it off as well as I could with my tunic. Which I only remembered, mid-cleaning, came from a peasant hovel in 1000 AD. Great, Fred, I asked, raising my hand so he could clasp my arm. Will you help me up please? He nodded and pulled me up with ease. I wobbled a little, hissing in pain, and he placed his hand on my hip to help steady me. In that moment, objectively, my day went from bad to worse. In that moment, Edward Cullen stepped through the shattered remains of the Denali window frame. For a vampire, beauty was second nature. It exuded from our every pore. Our voice, our scent, our appearance was all meant to entice. Edward, however, looked unwell. His cheeks were sallow and gaunt, highlighting the dark circles under his eyes. Although he was wearing the same expensive high-end clothes he always did, the way they hung haphazardly on his frame gave the illusion of frailty. Edward was hunched forward slightly, like he was retreating into himself. Add to the fact that his hair was a matted mess, and it didn't take more than a glance to know that Edward was a bit of a reek. All three of us froze. Edward's eyes tracked the trail of destruction we'd caused around the Denali house with a sort of blank surprise, before they settled on Fred and I. Gazing upon my face, he seemed at first confused, before recognition stole across his features. Bella, he breathed, a whisper, a reverent benediction. Wonderful, I muttered under my breath, trying to suppress a faint echo of heartbreak seeing Edward had brought back to the surface. Leaning against Fred, I pressed the chunk of my leg back into my thigh. Shuddering at the squirming sensation, I observed the flesh begin to fuse back together. Looking back up, Edward's face was a picture of horror, the reality of my condition having just begun to dawn on him. What are you doing here, Edward? I sighed, really wishing I didn't have to face this complication right now. Hearing the reluctance in my voice, Edward's face dropped, and his expression twisted with sorrow before he looked upon Laurent's body. I was tracking Laurent, he indicated with a gesture. I was hoping to scan his thoughts for clues on Victoria's whereabouts. His eyes drifted to Fred. Alice called me, told me to run as fast as I could to Denali. Said it was a matter of life and death. She didn't tell me you would be here. His voice echoed with a hint of accusation. You were never supposed to be a vampire, Bella. Anyone who cared about you never would have turned you. Edward was clearly directing that last comment at my companion. I stared at him blankly. Did he think that Fred was the one who turned me? That I'd thrown myself at the first vampire I could find? I could feel my anger growing at the insinuation, and clenched my fist to keep from lashing out. Was he not aware of what had been happening in Seattle? Of what had happened to Charlie? And the Quileutes? I had asked Alice and Jasper not to tell the other Cullens anything, but for some reason I hadn't expected them to have kept everything secret. I thought, they might have told the Cullens about Victoria and the damage she's done down on the reservation at least. Then again, Alice might have seen them getting involved much sooner if she had, so perhaps this was her way of respecting my wishes. Fred hasn't harmed me, Edward, which is more than I can say for Victoria. I stated in a flat tone. She was the one who turned me after all. Edward's brow furrowed and his mouth turned down into an agonized grimace. I'm so sorry, Bella. If I'd known you were her target, I would have protected you. Fred shifted beside me, clearly feeling awkward about being in the middle of this painful reunion. Do you want me to give you 2 a minute? He muttered to me, making hesitant eye contact. No, I exclaimed. At the same moment Edward forcefully said, yes. Edward shot me a hurt look, clenched his jaw, but said nothing. Ignoring Edward, I turned to Fred and squeezed his shoulder. I'm thankful for the consideration, but we don't have time to mess around. Will you help me separate the rest of him? I asked, nodding my head to Laurent's prone form. I didn't really like the idea of doing this. Everything about this whole situation still felt very numb and surreal. This emotional disconnect was probably going to come back to bite me in the ass later, but for now I was thankful. There was only so much I could mentally deal with right now. Looking down at Laurent's body, I tried to think analytically about the whole thing. I would try to pretend that I was just ripping apart a statue. Not something that used to be, and technically still was, a person. At least it lacked the blood and viscera of a human corpse. I immediately cut off that line of thought. I couldn't let myself think about that. Bella, what is going on? What happened to you? Who is this? Why are you wearing that? Edward's intense gaze switched back and forth between the two of us, but his eyes seemed to narrow as he looked at Fred. For his part, Fred just stared placidly back, seemingly unimpressed. I should think it fairly obvious what happened here, Edward. Victoria sent her lackey here to gather intel on the Denalis. Fortunately, or maybe unfortunately, I was here as well. Laurent and I fought. Fred here came to my aid, and we ripped his head off. Then you showed up. I began to motion Fred toward the body, but Edward growled and stepped forward aggressively, obviously not used to being brushed off. Instantly, probably instinctively, Fred began to project that perception of revolt. With a hiss, I stepped back, trying not to get a full blast of his ability. Edward, however, didn't get more than a second to realize what was happening before he was scrambling out of the house, dry heaving. Fred pulled back on his gift the moment it became clear Edward was going to keep his distance. A little warning next time, Fred? I asked with a grimace. Sorry, he mumbled, looking away. Bella, came Edward's plaintive call. Please, I just want to know what's going on. He's not going to leave, is he? I grumbled, making eye contact with Fred. He raised his eyebrow skeptically. Fine. Hobbling outside, I took a seat on the Denali's stone stoop, rubbing my thigh absently. Even now, I could feel the chunk of my leg slowly rebonding to the rest of my leg, and it felt extremely unpleasant. Eventually it would leave nothing but an oval-shaped scar. Edward rushed forward, all gentlemanly concern. But my growl of warning made him come up short. Just ask what you want to ask, Edward. I'm tired, and I've had a long and traumatizing day. His face collapsed into a pained expression. Please, Bella, what has happened? Why are you a vampire? What are you doing at the Denali house? I'm a vampire because when you abandoned me, you left me at the mercy of Victoria. You didn't give me a way to contact any of you. Your phones were disconnected, your email addresses deactivated, you didn't even leave a forwarding address. Well, as anyone with half a brain could guess, she came back for revenge. Edward's face was a picture of horror, but the more I looked at his stupidly surprised face, the angrier I got. Bella, I'm so sorry. If I'd known I only ever wanted to protect you. I knew she might try to get revenge, but I didn't think she would go after you. I was the one who was behind her mate's death after all. He reached out to me, hesitant and pleading, but my glare kept him at bay. I just wanted you to live a human life, free of the dangers and death of vampirism. No words can express my regret. I damned your soul with my carelessness. I huffed, annoyed with his presumption. You didn't damn me, Edward. Not everyone prescribes to your beliefs on heaven and hell. The simple fact is, you made a decision for the both of us that wasn't yours to make, and I suffered the consequences. Edward seemed to shrink in on himself at that proclamation, and I could already see him starting to spiral into his own self-loathing. Pausing, I looked away, comforted by the effect my words were having on him, even if they were true. All of you were gone. I continued, quieter and less accusing. I did my best to figure things out on my own, but then Victoria went after Charlie. Edward's head snapped up, an unspoken question on the tip of his tongue, but he looked too afraid to ask. Charlie is alive, his shoulders relaxed, but Victoria put him in the hospital. He nearly died, Edward. Lifting his chin, Edward somberly made eye contact. I acted foolishly, I see that now. I never should have left you. Despite my best intentions, you became a vampire. His eyes softened. And he leaned forward, although I could tell he restrained himself at the last moment. And what a vampire you have become. You were always beautiful, Bella, but you've become more resplendent than even I thought possible. Pursing my lips, I looked down at my hands as I kneaded them together. I didn't know how to feel about Edward's praise, so I discounted it for now. Well, I realized I needed help. I didn't have the skills to face Victoria on my own. I remembered what you said about having cousins in Denali. So, I ran all the way to Alaska to seek them out. They took me in, made me a part of their coven. They're helping me track down Victoria with the help of the Quileutes. She's created a newborn army in Seattle. Edward was staring off into the distance as he digested the news, fists gripped tight. Alice should have seen this. Why didn't she warn us? We would have come to your aid sooner. He muttered in a stiff growl, eyes dark in his pale face. I asked her not to. I blurted, pretending not to see the look of shock that flashed across his expression. Alice came back along with Jasper. She's with the Denali's down in Forks. I didn't want to involve your family. After all, you made it abundantly clear that you want nothing to do with me. I couldn't help that small dig, even knowing it probably wasn't true. Edward's stance gentled, his eyes drank and my features with a sad sort of longing. It made me uncomfortable to see. I should have never made you believe that. I see that now. I'll help you dispatch Victoria, and I'll spend the rest of eternity making it up to you. I swear. Edward's eyes and voice were fervent, but I felt nothing but a sinking weight in my gut. Shaking my head, I carefully got to my feet, feeling more secure now that my leg had healed. I won't keep you from offering your help, but don't expect things to go back to the way they were between us. Perhaps one day we can be friends, but right now I hardly want to look at you. Edward grudgingly nodded, but his eyes remained determined. I could already tell this would be a problem down the road, but it was one I didn't want to have to deal with right now. Turning back to the house, I walked in just in time to see Fred rip off Laurent's arm with a deafening crack. Cringing slightly at the noise, I strode over and helped detach the rest of his limbs as Edward watched from the doorway. Tossing the last one into a pile, well away from the torso, I noticed Fred wincing as he rubbed at his shoulder. Immediately on alert, I beelined over to him. Touching his arm, I cocked my head and looked from his shoulder to his face and back again before silently waiting for permission to examine him. After he gave a small nod, I gently tugged, and he helpfully presented his back to me. Lifting his shirt, and ignoring Edward's strangled sound of protest, I examined the web of cracks that spiraled out from his upper back and across his neck and shoulders. I felt a brief stab of guilt, remembering I'd bulldozed him into the ground with my feet, but then recalled he deserved it for breaking into the house. Here, let me get you something for that, Fred. I mumbled, dropping the cloth. He shot me a curious glance and pulled down his shirt as I made my way into the kitchen. Pushing a button hidden under the kitchen sink, several of the tiles on the floor in the pantry popped up. Irina and Carmen had previously shown me the hidden compartment where they kept emergency stores of blood. It was a precaution they took in case any nosy humans, the police, or thieves went poking around the house while they were away. At the time it had seemed excessively paranoid. Now it felt more prudent than paranoid. I only wish I hadn't come to this enlightenment the way that I had. Pulling a blood bag out of the concealed fridge, I closed the hatch and walked it back over to Fred, who took it with the same surprised amazement I did the first time I'd seen it. Here, this should help with your injury. It's human, cloned. You don't have to worry if anyone died for this. My coven mate told me it tastes a little off because of the anticoagulants they add, but otherwise it's exactly the same. Fred held the fragile plastic pack in his hand and contemplated it silently. Thank you. I still can't control my instincts while I'm feeding, so I'll drink this when I'm alone. He looked up at me, smiling ever so slightly. What about you? I'll go hunting in a little bit. I need to change and make a phone call first. I sighed, plucking at my 11th century dress. Turning my head, I reluctantly looked back at Edward, who I don't think took his eyes off of me for a second. Will you keep a lookout while I go back upstairs? I wasn't eager to ask him for favors, but I couldn't why his mind reading made him ideal for the job. Edward straightened and ran his hand through his hair, tousling it in the way that used to make my heart race. His answering smile was slight and melancholy. I'll keep watch for you, Bella. I won't fail you again. Choosing to take his words at face value, I headed upstairs and slipped into Tanya's room. It still faintly smelled like her. Now that I wasn't in immediate danger, I allowed the stress to roll off me the further in I went. Kicking off my shoes, I let my toes dig into the soft fur rugs as I padded across the room toward Tanya's closet. Quietly sliding open the door, I discovered rack upon rack of beautifully designed and obviously expensive clothes. One of the walls was dedicated solely to shoes and accessories, with purses and jewelry artfully displayed in cases. The only other person I'd ever seen with a closet this large was Alice, and that was saying something. For the most part one was unfamiliar with modern fashion, and LD have been more comfortable in my own clothes, but alas they were all in Forks right now. I was certain Tanya wouldn't mind if I borrowed something. Running my fingers across the fabric, I perused he racks until I came upon a dress that caught my eye. It was a satin dress, Forest green and wonderfully smooth. It descended down to the calves in a maxi fashion, with a versus cut neckline that was just low enough to tantalize. Stroking my hands down the material, I remembered how good Tanya looked in green, and wondered when she'd bought this dress. How many times had she worn it? Did it look as good as I imagined? I felt a sudden sharp pang of yearning just thinking about how much I wished she were here. Even now I could recall with perfect clarity the soft press of her body against my back and the soothing brush of her lips against my face and mouth. Tanya's raspberry almond scent still lingered on the fabric, and I felt myself exhale tremulously as I pressed the cool satin to my cheek. Pushing the cloth off my shoulders, I let the musty 11th century dress fall to a heap on the floor as I slid the green dress over my head. Walking over to Tanya's floor-length mirror, I contemplated my reflection as I smoothed out the wrinkles. I looked breathtaking. Somehow the dress fit me perfectly, accentuating my already supernatural beauty. The green made the hints of red in my dark brown hair more noticeable. It still felt weird to look into a mirror and see a stranger looking back at me. There were parts of my old self I could still see if I really looked, but I couldn't quite shake a slight sense of dysphoria. There was nothing unpleasing about my appearance, but the uneasy sensation lingered. I hoped it would fade soon. Unlike when I first awakened as a vampire, my reflection Noel. Hunger invoked in me a devastating impression of loss. I was no longer alone. No longer tortured, blood-crazed, and feeling like my life was spiraling beyond my control. It was still crazy, violent, and scary at times. But I had a place I belonged now. I had the Denalis. I had a family. Most of all, I had Tanya. Taking a deep breath to fortify my nerves, I hardened my resolve. I wouldn't this happiness slip through my fingers. After all, I had a future to fight for. I took a moment to compose myself and walked over to Tanya's bathroom mirror. While I had managed to remain mostly debris-free from the scuffle downstairs, I had somehow gotten a few splinters of wood in my hair from grappling with Laurent. Running my fingers through my waves, I pulled out any shards I found and discarded them in the nearby trash. What I really needed was a shower, but I didn't feel comfortable making myself that vulnerable with only a stranger and my ex-boyfriend nearby. Once I was satisfied with my appearance, I headed back down the stairs. Fred had found a broom from one of the hall closets and was helpfully sweeping up debris while Edward glowered at him from across the room. I suppressed a sigh and made my way down the last few stairs toward them. They both gave me a once-over when I came into view, though Edward's gaze had a distinct edge of possessiveness that made me uncomfortable to notice. Refusing to make eye contact with my ex, I turned to Fred. I appreciate your initiative, Fred, but if you want to take that blood pack into the woods to feed, I think that's what would serve us best right now. Making sure you aren't injured is the priority. I'm going to call my coven mates, so feel free to take your time. Nodding curtly, he passed me the broom, took the blood pack on the counter, and walked out with little fanfare. I watched him go, absently rubbing my injured thigh. It wouldn't heal completely until I also fed, but I didn't want to leave the house unprotected. There was no way I was leaving Edward here by himself. I didn't trust he would respect everyone's boundaries and refrain from rifling through their stuff. Especially if it gave him answers to what I've been up to. If powers developed as a result of a part of a vampire's personality being amplified, I could only surmise Edward got his from being nosy. I wasn't sure I wanted to think too hard about what my own gift said about me as a person. Perhaps that I'm too old-fashioned, too stuck in the past. Now didn't feel like the time for deep introspection. Peering around the living room, I took a moment to cattle. The full extent of the destruction Laurent and I had wrought. The wood flooring near the staircase was completely torn up from where I'd pile-drived Fred into the ground. The rest of the living room had broken boards and gouges from our feet and nails as we'd grappled. Other than that, there was no less than 3 other body-sized dents in the woodwork, 2 broken windows, and the small chunk of brick I'd torn from the fireplace. Somehow, all the furniture remained intact, but I really felt like that was down to pure luck rather than a deliberate attempt to minimize destruction. Overall, first level looked like an angry bear with a sledgehammer had come through. An angry bear with a personal vendetta against mahogany flooring. Irina is going to murder me. I muttered to myself, macing as I tried to imagine her reaction. I heard Edward huff with laughter behind me. Undoubtedly. He agreed, with the sort of blasé attitude of someone who considered themselves an uninvolved third party. I turned to give him an annoyed glare. He held up his hands defensively. Pivoting away, I strode down the hall off the living room, toward Irina's office. I remembered seeing a landline on her desk, which I knew she used for business purposes. Picking the cordless phone up out of its home, I quickly dialed Tanya's number by heart. The phone rang once before Tanya's anxious voice issued from the other end. "Mari, are you all right? Are you hurt badly?" The sound of Tanya's lilting Magyar caused the knot of tension in my shoulders to ease slightly. "I'm fine now. I'm sorry for leaving without saying anything. I ended up back at the house in Fairbanks. Unfortunately, it seems Victoria sent a pair of her minions to break in. One of them was Laurent." I murmured that last part, as if Ispering might soften the blow for Irina. Gosh knows she was going to feel bad enough about dating that jerk without me bringing it up. There was a pause on the other end. "We witnessed most of your I'd on Irina's tablet via the security camera. Kate, Irina, and I are on our way to you. Now that our Fairbanks residence has been compromised, we need to scrub the location and relocate any sensitive items to a more secure place." Tanya's voice was quietly commanding, and I could tell she was currently speaking as coven leader. "I see," I muttered, feeling my heart sink in my chest. I didn't know how long this house had been in Tanya's possession, but in the short time I'd spent here I'd grown attached to it. It felt like home. I didn't want to abandon it. "Mari," Tanya started, her tone hesitant. I waited for her to continue, but it seemed like she was having trouble saying whatever was on her mind. I realized, in the lull, that the last time she'd seen me in this timeline I'd been upset with her. My mind flashed back to the hotel room and the way she'd kissed my forehead with such melancholy sweetness. The sad, but determined resignation on her face as she killed a man. However, I could also remember the horror of that village and the devastation brought about by the Volturi. I remembered the way she'd held me, so gently, as I broke down. "Are you sure you're okay?" Tatiana finished, even though I could tell that wasn't what she really wanted to ask. I felt something inside me relent, and I didn't try to fight the tender fondness that rose in my chest. "I'm fine. I was only lightly injured. We have Laurent in pieces. I wasn't sure if we should burn him, or if you want us to wait until you get here." "Oh, believe me, Angel, you made the right decision to wait. He will answer for every hurt he inflicted on you." Her voice was a dark growl, and I felt myself shiver just hearing it. "Well, if you want to think of it another way, I now have a few more badass scars to show off," I joked, trying to lighten the mood. I could hear Tanya exhale exasperatedly, but I could tell it was also tinged with amusement. "Scars are sexy," she admitted. Feeling a bit shy, I scuffed my feet against the floor gently, and looked over my shoulder at the closed door. I had no doubt Edward was listening to every word of this conversation, and it irked me that I had to share this private moment with him. "Will I see you soon?" I asked softly, suddenly wishing I wasn't so isolated from my new family. 4 hours. We are already nearly at Seattle. Kate is driving. Theirs will be staying in Forks in case of attack. I nodded, even thought I knew she couldn't see me. "Edward's here," I stated, deciding to rip the band-aid off. "I noticed," Tatiana replied flatly. "Alice called him." "I'm aware." Her voice was smooth, but I could hear a near imperceptible edge. I asked her to. "Okay." I paused, waiting for her to elaborate. "Are you going to tell me why, or?" I heard some muffled grumbling coming from the other end. Tanya continued the conversation in Magyar. "As you know, Alice's visions are subjective. They depend on people making decisions. If someone is indecisive, she will usually see multiple possible futures. In most of the possible futures where the blonde newborn decided to side with Laurent, you died, Mari. Of those futures, the only ones you survived were the ones where Alice called Edward. We decided to hedge our bets. I wasn't willing to risk your life. I'm sorry we put you in an awkward situation." I huffed before collapsing into Irina's chair. "No need to apologize. I would have done the same. It was just an unpleasant surprise." I heard Tanya hum across the line, and some hushed voices in the background. "I have to hang up now, Bella. We are about to board our jet." The reluctant timbre of her voice resonated with my own feelings. "I'll wait for you," I responded softly, as solemn as the day I first made that vow. Tanya's breath hitched, and there was a long pause before she spoke again. When she did, her voice was thick with emotion. "I'll be with you soon." The dial tone buzzed in my ear, and I gingerly replaced the cordless phone back in its home. I took another moment to collect myself before heading back into the living room. Seeing Laurent's dismembered body in the living room every time I walked by was more than a little disturbing. So I covered him up with a spare sheet from the hall closet. Fred hadn't yet returned, and Edward was sitting out on the porch steps. His back was to me, and he appeared to be surveying the forest. But I had no doubt he'd been listening into our conversation. Spotting the broom that Fred had abandoned, I pulled out the heavy trash bags and spent the next few hours sweeping, pulling out damaged floorboards, and generally trying to tidy up the room. Fred returned about an hour in, and helped me find a few tarps from the shed out back to cover the damaged windows. For the most part we worked in silence. Fred was a man of few words, but thankfully that didn't bother me. In that regard, he sort of reminded me of Charlie. My father and I didn't talk much. We didn't share secrets or speak about our feelings. But we had a contentment around each other that I'd never really had with my mother. I could sit in the living room and read a book, and Charlie would sit on the couch and watch football. And we could just exist silently together in the same room. Renee wasn't like that. She was constant frenetic energy. It made her outgoing and charismatic, but it could also be exhausting to deal with. Fred reminded me of those relaxed weekends with my father, and while he was unlike Charlie in most other aspects, it helped put me at ease. As Fred and I hauled the debris outside, I caught Edward watching us several times. His eyes often flit between the two of us, scrutinizing, like he was trying to figure out our relationship. Several times I saw his eyes go distant, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear, before he would release a frustrated huff. I did my best to forget he was there. By the time we managed to clean up the majority of the mess, I rode the crunch of tire on gravel as a vehicle made its way up the road toward the house. Perking up my head, I immediately dropped the broom I was holding and darted out to the porch. A purple Jaguar skidded to a stop in the driveway. The vehicle was barely in park when the driver's side door flew open. Tanya stepped out like a vision of grace. Her hair and clothes were somewhat windblown, but as her eyes found mine, it struck me again how breathtaking she really was. Her lips parted, I heard Tanya breathe the first syllable of my name, and something in my chest clenched. In 2 steps, I leapt forward, catching Tanya in a fierce embrace as her arms folded around me. Burying my face in her hair, I let my worries fall away. The swell of happiness I felt, as she pressed a kiss to my jaw, made me smile. We stayed like that for a long moment, before Tatiana pulled back. Cupping my face, she gently tilted my face up as she inspected my neck. Based on her faint hiss, I could only surmise that he cracks Laurent had given me were still visible. Bella, why haven't you used the emergency supply? Tanya's voice was stern as her fingers fluttered against my skin. I don't want to taste human blood if I can avoid it. Based on how it smells, I feel like it will be infinitely more difficult for me to resist if I ever tried it. I replied weakly, still somewhat overwhelmed and more than just a little drunk on her close proximity. How much pain are you in? She murmured, meeting my eyes with a shadowed gaze. It's manageable, I replied, tucking my face into her shoulder. Sighing loudly, Tanya simply laid her head against mine. After a long moment, a loud cough interrupted our reunion. Hey guys, just a reminder we still exist. You know, your other valiant coven mates who came flying to the rescue. Kate, Irina, ringing any bells? Kate piped up as she leaned against the car. Her smirk and Irina's knowing smile would have embarrassed me if I had the emotional space to deal with it. As it was, I couldn't feel anything but pure relief. I really appreciate you both actually, I said, more than a little choked up. Without releasing Tanya, I reached my hand out across the car hood. Tay's smug face softened as she and Irina both took my hand. The 4 of us stayed like that for several seconds, enjoying the moment of reunion, before Edward's impatient shuffling on the porch broke the mood. I felt Tatiana's arms tighten marginally, her posture stiffening at the interruption. Holding in a sigh, I pulled away from Tanya enough to peer over my shoulder at Edward. He stood rigidly on the porch stairs, arms crossed against his chest and eyes black as coal. His jaw was clenched so tightly, I was surprised he hadn't cracked a tooth. Everything about his stance portrayed tightly leashed hostility. Hostility that, based on the way he glared, seemed to be directed squarely at Tanya. Alarmed, I looked up at Tanya's face, only to see that she was matching his stare with an equal amount of cold disdain. Nervous about a possible confrontation, I placed my hand on Tanya's cheek in an attempt to redirect her attention. Hey, we are on a bit of a time crunch, right? Let's get what you need from the house and we'll get out of here. Okay. Pulling her eyes to mine, Tatiana nodded slightly, expression firmed. Cocking her head at her sisters, she jerked her chin toward the front door. Without a word, Edward whirled around and stormed inside. Sighing loudly, Kate pushed her hands into her jacket before sauntering after him, Irina close on her heels. Slipping my hand into Tanya's, I entwined our fingers. "Everything all right?" I asked, knowing it probably wasn't. The Denali's were putting up with a lot on my behalf and it made me feel both guilty and anxious. I knew that they weren't the Cullens. But there was still a small part of me that whispered they would leave me if I become inconvenient. Tatiana sighed, before her gaze swept the length of my dress, seemingly noticing my attire for the first time. "Where did you get that outfit?" she murmured, her eyes darkening, her voice adopting a sultry lilt. Only a hint of gold remained as she stared at my face intently. I felt a flush of heat beneath her gaze. But also a moment of anxiety. Had I overstepped? I found it in your closet. My other clothes weren't really appropriate. I hope you don't mind." Tanya's entire body seemed to uncoil and sway toward me. There was a new gleam in her eye, and I could tell she was trying not to smile too widely. "So, you haven't been wearing it long," she reiterated, turning to S. Lied her palms against the fabric on my hips. "And number," I stammered, licking my lips as I tried to keep myself from staring at her mouth. Tanya hummed. A coquettish smirk graced her lips as she noticed the direction of my gaze. She began to lean in for a kiss, when a growl and the sound of something breaking came from the Denali house. Like flipping a switch, Tanya's face closed off. Her eyes hardened, and her mouth twisted into a snarl as she turned to the building. Before she could take a step in Edward's direction, I caught her wrist. Feeling a well of assertiveness, in this case probably a combination of sexual frustration and anger at Edward's temper tantrum, I tugged Tanya close and angled my head to kiss her. Tanya melted. Both her arms came up around my neck and wrapped around my shoulders. One of her hands slid up my neck to caress the underside of my jaw as our lips moved together. In fact, it was getting increasingly difficult to remember anything else. A soft groan of pleasure escaped my throat, and I was more than happy to continue, but the sound seemed to bring Tanya back to her senses. Pulling back slightly, she laughed quietly against my mouth. It was a joyful sound. "Come on, let's go inside before the others get impatient," she whispered. The feeling of Tanya threading her fingers with mine broke me out of my trance. Letting her pull me along, we walked through the door into the house. Fred sat silently on the landing stairs leading to the upper floors. His forearms rested on his thighs, hands interlocked in an almost contemplative position. Overall, he seemed to be watching our coven dynamics, perhaps trying to get a feel for if he wanted to stick around or not. Edward meanwhile, lurked in the kitchen, leaning against one of the countertops. One of the Odin counter stools lay broken and on its side. A large chunk of one of its legs was missing, like someone had kicked it too hard and snapped the wood. That stool hadn't been touched in the fight with Laurent, so it was easy to determine the culprit. Annoyed, I frowned at Edward, but he was too busy staring daggers at Tanya to notice. Tanya, for her part, seemed unfazed. Although her hold on my hand tightened slightly. His eyes darted between the Denali's, back and forth like a ping-pong match. Whatever it was he was gleaning from them, his expression grew more and more severe. Kate and Irina, ignoring him, stood in the living room to survey the damage. Kate picked up one of the broken boards, inspected it for a moment, before tossing it back onto the trash heap with a huff of annoyance. Irina looked on the verge of tears. "Kate," she paused, voice thick. "The flooring." "Yeah, I see it," Kate growled, kicking Laurent's dismembered corpse beneath the sheet. "Some of these boards can't be repaired or shortened," Irina continued, almost as if Kate hadn't spoken. "I know, Rena." Kate pulled Irina into a comforting hug. "It's fine. I'll order some new planks and we'll have it fixed in no time. But these were the ones we hand-cut and sanded back when we first built this house. The trees we grew using seeds of our homeland. They can't just be replaced," Irina whispered, a resigned melancholy in her voice. Hearing that tone, Tanya broke away from me to also wrap Irina in an embrace, cooing softly in her sister's ear. "Irina, little sister, it's true that our home is one of a kind. However, we can make it just as good as it was before. We planted many seeds when we came here, and we can use any one of the generations of trees we've grown over the decades." I stood meekly to the side, feeling even worse about the damage, now that I knew its sentimental value. Kate glanced up at me with a wink from over Irina's shoulder. "Tanya's right. In fact, it will be even better than it was before. Because now Bella is here to help contribute to its history." A warm feeling of belonging enveloped me when they all turned to look at me with matching expressions of fondness. Pulling away from her sisters, Irina smiled gently and opened an arm to me. It was a gesture I hastened to reciprocate. I'd never been included in a group hug before, having grown up in a somewhat touch-starved The environment made the Denali's easy affection difficult not to grow addicted to. Of course. How foolish of me. It will be better. I have no doubt, Irina declared, squeezing my arm. I'm very sorry about the damage. I murmured, trying to convey my sincerity. It's okay, Bella. I don't blame you, she emphasized, throwing a scowl at the sheet covering her ex-lover's body. Fred, having been an AWKWA road bystander during this entire interaction, shuffled nervously from his place on the stairs. Perhaps noticing him for the first time, Irina's gaze narrowed in on him like a hawk. I'd almost forgotten about your friend Bella. Will you introduce us? Extricating myself from the comfort of my coven mates, I smiled encouragingly at Fred as I motioned him closer. Fred, I would like to introduce you to part of my coven. This is Irina, Kate, and Tanya Denali. I spoke, pointing at each in turn. They took me in after I was turned and I owe them a great deal of gratitude. All three of them seemed pleased by the introduction. But Kate's, cat that ate the canary, expression as she looked at me made me feel nervous. Fred nodded a greeting. So, are we interrogating Laurent or the newborn first? Kate drawled, sizing Fred up. Glancing at her sharply, Fred took a step back, and the room was abruptly filled with a wave of revulsion. As the intended recipient of Fred's gift, Kate choked, covering her mouth and nose as if she'd had a bag of rotted meat waved in her face. The rest of us instinctively flinched away. I didn't mean anything by it, I was just joking. She managed to spit out, and the revulsion eased somewhat. Irina, surprisingly, broke into laughter. The look on your face, Kate. For a moment there I thought you were going to try sandpapering your tongue. Kate pouted at her sister. But the tension in the room had dropped immediately. Irina, in the few weeks I'd known her, wasn't prone to laughter. That's not to say she was humorless. She smiled, huffed, and chuckled often, but outright laughter was rare. It was wonderful to hear, and I felt my heart squeeze with happiness. I wanted to hug her again, but that awkward part of myself kept me from acting on the impulse. Na looked over to Fred with a kind smile. Please forgive my sister, what she lacks in manners and tact she makes up for in pure badassery, as they say nowadays. Hiding my laughter in Tanya's shoulder, I watched Kate preen slightly. Tatiana's lips quirked as she retook my hand. Irina continued on, paying no mind to her sister's antics. I know I speak for everyone in our coven when I say we deeply appreciate your assistance. Bella is a member of our family, and her loss would have been devastating. If there is anything we can do to repay you, please do not hesitate to ask. We can provide monetary assistance, or help set up a new identity for you if you require one. When Bella mentioned you before, she said you were a newborn. If you require protection or want to learn more about your condition, you are also welcome to stay with us. Irina glanced at Tanya when she said that, who nodded her head in agreement. Fred stared for a moment, perhaps a bit overwhelmed, before speaking in his soft baritone. Thank you, I will consider your offer. Tanya ran her free hand through her hair and groaned as she surveyed the house. In any case, we need to plan our next move. Why was Laurent here? What is Victoria after? Fixing a solemn gaze on Fred, she lifted her chin slightly. I don't suppose you would know the answer to those questions. Fred shrugged and shook his head. I don't know anything about this Victoria you've mentioned. I only met Laurent a few days ago. Our coven leader Riley introduced him as an ally. I was instructed to accompany him for protection while he performed reconnaissance. If he was looking for something specific, those details weren't shared with me. Kate huffed and began stretching her hands and wrists like she was gearing up for a fight. Guess we do this the hard way then. Fred tensed slightly, but relaxed when it became obvious she was looking at Laurent's body. All right, Bella, where did you put Laurent's head? I tilted my head in confusion. It should be under the sheet with the rest of him. Shooting me an alarmed glance, Kate rushed over and pulled back the sheet. Laurent's body was still just as dismembered as it had been 10 minutes ago. Although it still wasn't a pretty sight. I had to convince myself that I was just looking at a broken statue. Just a broken statue, that's it. Kate, on the other hand, immediately relaxed. Okay, good. For a second there I was afraid you'd left his limbs too close to his torso. Would that matter? I asked hesitantly, sharing a perplexed look with Fred. Absolutely, Irina interjected, looking grimly at the remains of her ex-lover. You know that unless you burn a vampire, even ripped apart, they can be revived. Well, yay, I started. But wouldn't that require, actually reattaching the parts so they can refuse? Yes, Tanya continued, gently caressing the back of my hand with her thumb. However, if a vampire's limbs are positioned close enough to the torso, sometimes the Y can reattach themselves without outside assistance. I stared at her in muted horror. What? How? Like, correctly or? Tatiana just gave me a pitying look. Oh no, I whispered to myself, feeling the sort of cosmic dread a person should never experience. I did not sign up for this eldritch body horror BS. It helped somewhat that Fred looked just as disturbed. Kate, meanwhile, had retrieved the trash bags from the kitchen and was snapping one open with the sort of nonchalance a person only gains after a lot of murder. So, she drawled, peering over at Tanya. How do you want to do this? Would you like to interrogate him here? Or take him to go? Tanya let out a slow breath as she seemed to consider the options. Let's take him to go. This house isn't secure, and while I would like to know what he was after before leaving, I trust that our usual methods of disposing of evidence will suffice. Between the three of us, we know all the bolt holes. You know we can make this place spotless in no time. Tilting her head to Irina, Tanya considered her sister for a long moment. Irina, please collect our bailout bags. You know where they are kept. She paused. Please take extra care to search any compartments you might have shown Laurent when he was here. Irina flinched slightly, but nodded. Kate, if you could collect Laurent and put him in the trunk, I'll start sweeping the rest of the house. Nodding in confirmation, they both broke off to start their respective assignments, although Irina managed to snag Fred's assistance as she headed up the stairs. Pivoting to look at Tanya, I raised my eyebrow questioningly. And what would you have me do? I inquired. You, she emphasized, are going to feed. Your eyes are nearly black, and you aren't fully healed. I cannot risk you around humans right now in your current state. Tanya's voice was firm, but I could tell by the gentle concern in her eyes that my control around humans wasn't what this was really about. Grudgingly I had to admit that my thigh, neck, and shoulders still persistently ached from my fight. All right, I conceded, absently rubbing my thigh. Are you coming with me? No, Mari, I mean I want you to feed on one of the blood bags. I have to help my sisters strip the house, but there's no way I'm letting you hunt alone. No, I already told you, I don't want to drink human blood. I'll just wait until there's a more opportune time. I shook my head, taking a step back. Bella, Tanya took my hands beseechingly. Please don't be stubborn, we could be attacked at any time. If that happens, I need you at full strength. Any weakness will be something our enemy will ruthlessly exploit, and I couldn't bear it if you died as a result. Furrowing my brow, I pursed my lips and turned my face away. I couldn't deny that she made sense. But this was important to me. It felt like the bedrock of my humanity. If I gave in, it would be the first step toward the destruction of my ideals. I'll go with her. A voice spoke up from across the room. Tanya froze, and we both turned to look at its owner. Edward Cullen was staring sullenly between the two of us, hands in pockets, as he waited for our response. I don't think, Tanya started. Before Edward's snarl cut her off. I would never do anything to purposefully harm or endanger Bella. His fists were clenched tight like he was angry, but I could tell by his pleading gaze what he wanted me to believe him. I'm the logical choice. I doubt you want me rifling through your house. With my telepathy no one will be able to approach and take us off guard. No one will harm her while I live. Tanya grit her teeth and scowled. I could tell she wanted to say no. It was there, hovering on the tip of her tongue. Yet, her eyes met mine. Conflict was written all over her face. Just when I thought she was going to refuse Edward altogether, something interesting happened. Tanya's scrutiny dropped from my face to the dress I was wearing. Her hand reached out to touch the forest green silk on my shoulder, and just like that her entire stance relaxed. Thoughts, Bella? Surprised and a bit curious at her sudden change in attitude, I scanned her expression, trying to get a clue as to what she might be thinking. Unfortunately, all I could tell was that she now seemed much calmer. Peering over at Edward, I noticed that he was staring at Tanya with a displeased grimace. I didn't have any particular desire to go hunting with Edward. In fact, I was pretty sure that I would end up regretting it in one way or another. However, Tanya was right. I was thirsty. The burn in my throat had been steadily growing over the last couple hours since the fight, and my wounds still twinged with pain. Feeding was the only way to alleviate both of those problems. And since I didn't want to drink human blood, that meant I had to take the time to hunt. All right, I nodded grudgingly. Edward's eyes brightened with hope, and his fists unclenched as he gave me a tentative smile. Pursing my lips in displeasure, I turned to envelop Tanya in a hug. Her arms slid around me effortlessly, like she'd simply been waiting for the opportunity. Her cheek rested against mine, before she lightly kissed my temple. "I'll see you soon," I muttered. Tanya smiled mysteriously as she pulled away. "Don't let Edward bother you too much, Angel." Tanya replied in Magyar. "No promises," I teased. Jerking my head toward the forest, I took off. The sound of running behind me let me know Edward was not far behind. God, I hope I didn't end up regretting this. I regretted this decision. It had only been 5 minutes into our run, but I could already feel Edward's looming presence on my back. Obviously, he wanted to talk. Edward probably felt like he'd had a lot sprung on him unjustly. Quite frankly, I didn't care about any of that. I didn't owe him any explanations, but he was hovering and wouldn't give me any space. I should have just waited at the house. Or maybe seen if I could have convinced Tanya to let Fred accompany me. Anything would be better than this oppressive silence. I took a moment to pause and scent the air. Sending out my senses, I could smell the musk of wild boar and hear the loud beat of its heart. Orienting myself, I was off like a shot. The burn in my throat was rising to a fever pitch now that prey was within my grasp. A group of 3 adult boa rs and 4 or 5 piglets came into view. Arrowing in on the large male at the head of the pack without even stopping, I seized the back of its neck and kept going. The boar only had a second to let out an indignant squeal before I aborted its attempt to struggle with a sharp twist of my hand. Spooked, the rest of the pigs fled, screeching fearfully as they did. Ignoring them, I carefully on the pig so that I could puncture the jugular without getting blood on Tanya's dress. It seemed significant to her, and the last thing I wanted was see her disappointed look if I ruined it. After some maneuvering, I managed to slash the boar's throat with my nail. The hot blood slaked my thirst, even if it didn't taste great. I hoped someday I would grow to like it the way that most people eventually grew to enjoy beer. Dropping the remains of my prey, I turned to see Edward in the middle of his own meal, having caught one of the other pigs. Not waiting for him to finish, I took off in the direction of the nearest stream. After my week-long stay with the Denalis, I'd managed to memorize most of the major landmarks in the area. Washing my hands and mouth in the cool water, I didn't bother to acknowledge Edward when I heard his footsteps come up beside me. "You hunt well. I've never seen a newborn who wasn't a messy eater." Edward spoke into the still air, his voice held a hint of melancholy. "It's almost like you were born for this life." Resisting the impulse to sigh, I continued cleaning my face. I wasn't born to this, Edward. This was forced on me, just like most people who become vampires. You should know that just as well as I. Standing up, I shook my hands out as I glanced in his direction. "I understand." "Of course." He hesitated, almost stumbling over his words. I wasn't surprised when Edward shoved his fists into his pockets. It was something he always did when he was feeling uncertain. I would probably always remember these little things about him, no matter how much it annoyed me. "I just wanted to say that it suits you." I looked away, awkward with the praise. "Well, as much as I don't want to admit it, you were right. About becoming a vampire, I mean." The words left my mouth almost unwillingly. Edward's head snapped up in surprise, and I hastened to explain before he got any ideas. Not about being damned. However, if I'd known how horrible the change was, I never would have wanted to be turned. What I experienced in the ballet studio, I thought that was it. I thought I could handle it. My voice grew distant as I recalled the sensation, acid in my veins and fire licking at my bones. "I'm sorry you had to experience that, Bella," he murmured, gazing intensely at my face. I had a feeling he was trying to read my mind. He used to do that sometimes. Look at me like I was an enigma. Maybe he thought, if he tried hard enough, he would finally be able to get a glimpse of my thoughts. "What?" I asked, knowing that he wouldn't stop until he gave voice to his question. "You haven't mentioned what happened." I quirked my eyebrow. "With Victoria, I mean," Edward clarified. "It's not exactly a pleasant story." I know that. It's just, not knowing is almost worse. My mind keeps creating all these scenarios, each one worse than the last. Imagining you in pain is torture, but the wondering is worse. This wasn't a topic I liked to think about. The last few moments of my mortal life had been violent and painful, and while it probably didn't compare to what some of the Cullens had experienced, it was still traumatizing. If my mother were here, she would probably parrot back something her therapist had told her, like, "Another person's struggles don't invalidate your own," or, "A burden shared is a burden halved," but I wasn't feeling very, pray, love, at the moment. Renee was great at giving advice, but never great at following through. Still looking at Edward's miserable face, maybe getting it off my chest would help me feel some closure. I decided it would be better to get it over with quickly. Like ripping off a band-aid. She took me from your meadow. I began, trying to keep my voice as even and clinical as possible. It wasn't as bad as it could have been. I think I was mostly just a means to an end for her. The end being, making you suffer as much as possible. I gazed pointedly at Edward. Stricken, his fist clenched and body tensed. She didn't torture me as much as I was expecting. She threw me around a bit. Broke my arm. I think other than the change, that was the worst of it. I stated vaguely. Besides the all-consuming pain, my memories of turning were fuzzy. Perhaps my human mind's last attempt to protect me. I think she watched the whole time. Probably so that she could remember and lay it back for you like some messed up snuff film. I shrugged, scuffing the ground with my foot as I tried to banish the memories. How did you end up meeting the Denali's? Edward asked, his voice curiously flat. Slanting him a look, I made it clear with my expression that he had better tread carefully on this subject. I remembered you mentioning them once. That they lived in Alaska near Denali National Park. Since I needed help, and I had no way of contacting your family, going to them was the next best thing I could think of. I'm grateful every day that I did. I trailed off, smiling slightly at the memory. Edward's face twisted, seemingly caught between jealousy and gratitude. I see, he muttered, pursing his lips in displeasure as he averted his gaze. Do you? I snapped, not liking his attitude. What do you see, exactly? Nothing. Edward paused, but seemed unable to hold back whatever it was he was thinking. Just you moved on pretty quickly, he mumbled somewhat petulantly. I felt a flash of rage and snarled, shoving his chest hard enough to push him back several steps. You've got some nerve saying that to me. I hissed, eyes narrowed and teeth bared. After you and your family abandoned me, you should consider yourself lucky that I haven't punched your stupid face. I'm just saying you don't seem torn up at all. I tore myself and my family apart when I left you. All I wanted to do was protect you. And you've hooked up with the first vampire who showed you a little bit of attention. Edward snapped, seemingly unable to help himself. Shut up. Shut the hell up. With a growl, I advanced on him and thrust an accusing finger into his chest. You left. What did you expect from me, Edward? I gave you my heart and you stomped all over it. Acted like I didn't matter to you at all. I thought you were the one. I wanted to be with you forever, and I was a reek when you left. But you know what? I got over you. I put myself back together and moved on just like you wanted. So don't give me that sanctimonious bullshit. Did you think I was going to pine forever? We haven't been together for almost a year. Edward caught my wrist and pulled me closer with a pleading expression. His eyes were black. But why, Tanya? She's going to break your heart, Bella. She's done this over and over again through the centuries. She'll find someone interesting, seduce them, and then abandon them when she loses interest. She's probably punishing me for rejecting her for so many years. She can't love you the way I can. She doesn't know loyalty or fidelity. For a moment my vision went red. And before I knew it my palm connected with Edward's cheek with a deafening crack. His face snapped to the side, and he released my wrist, shocked. You don't get to say that. I seethed, baring my teeth in anger. Edward looked gobsmacked, like he didn't even know who I was. She's lived for centuries, longer than you or I combined, several times over. Not everyone has puritanical views on sex, Edward. You don't get to shame her for not wanting to wait for marriage. I firmly quashed that little, worried, prick of my heart. There was no way I was going to let Edward see my uncertainty. I was positive that if I showed any doubt, he would latch onto it and never let go. Edward's face fell and his eyes looked teary. He started to raise his hand, like he was going to cup my cheek. But aborted the motion at the last second. Is that why you don't want to be with me anymore? Because I wanted to wait for marriage. I knew you were reluctant to wait, but I thought you had come around to the idea. I didn't want to wait because I don't love you, Bella. I'm already damned, but you weren't. I didn't want to add any sin to your soul. Now, things are different. We're both vampires. We can be together again. I reeled back, unable to believe that I was hearing. I didn't know if I wanted to laugh, cry, or both. This is what he thought of me. That my love had been so shallow. I paused as a sobering new realization hit me. Had he thought that way the entire time we'd been together? Did he think I'd only been dazzled by his looks? Tremulously, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Hurt and fury still raged in my chest, and I couldn't tell if these were my true feelings or if this was just part of the tail end of my newborn volatility. When I'd calmed down enough, I reopened my eyes. When I spoke, I was unable to keep a wounded note from entering my voice. So, you're saying that now that I'm also a damned sinful creature you're totally okay with premarital sex? I'm already consigned to hellfire. A little bit more sinning won't make a difference. Shaking my head, I gave a small incredulous laugh before turning away. I didn't want to be here anymore. Without a word, I started walking back to the house. Edward scrambled after me, mumbling apologies as he tried to catch up and angle himself in front of me. Please Bella, I'm sorry. I just missed you so much, and I can't stand knowing you're not mine. Quote, I didn't stop or slow. I didn't acknowledge his apologies. Bella please, we have to talk about this. Edward grabbed my arm, forcefully bringing me to a stop. Hissing, I ripped my arm away. Furious at his presumption. Don't touch me. My words were cold. Something in my expression must have alarmed him, because his expression grew desperate. Dropping to his knees in the mud. Unmindful of ruining his clothes, Edward opened his arms in supplication. He tilted his chin up, baring his throat like a pilgrim before his God. Everything about him spoke of raw anguish. I would never harm you. Bella, please, you loved me once. I'm sure we could be happy together. Is there really no way you could love me again? Something inside me stilled, like the world suddenly decided to hold its breath. I looked straight into the eyes of my former lover, my voice a hushed whisper. Perhaps I could. Perhaps I could somehow find a way to forgive you, brush off all the hurts and slights, and love you again. Quote, I leaned in, and gently touched Edward's cheek, noting the way his eyes sparked with hope. But Edward, I don't want to. I spoke slowly, emphasizing each word to drive the point home. His face collapsed. I withdrew my hand. All the life seemed to leave him. He curled inward, head drooped as he choked on his grief. It felt cruel, but I couldn't help the small twinge of satisfaction as I turned and left. Edward did not follow. Blank. I made it back to the house with little fanfare. Kate was already outside, packing bags into the trunk of their rental car. The garage was open, and I could see the others had prepped at least 2 additional vehicles for departure. Miscellaneous boxes and luggage were stacked up next to them, so I could tell they'd been busy. One was a Jeep SUV and the other a minivan. Considering every vampire I knew had expensive taste in cars, I was surprised to see anything even slightly practical come out of their garage. As I walked up the steps, Fred zipped by me, carrying 2 boxes, one on each shoulder. He nodded a greeting, beelining for the SUV. Irina came bustling out after him, her arms full of art tubes. As soon as she saw me, her eyes brightened with a slightly manic light. Alarm bells started ringing in my head. Bella, glad you're back. Alice gave us a call, let us know we have a bit more time to get everything together than we thought. So, we're securing a few sentimental items rather than just the essentials. Please head down into the cellar. Tanya is having trouble deciding what she can't bear to leave behind, and I'm giving her 30 minutes. I'm sure you'll be able to give her some perspective. Chop chop, Irina ordered as she swept past, swatting my behind as she did. Jumping in surprise, I stared after her slack-jawed. She didn't even pause to look back, but I could hear Kate snickering at me from her spot near the sports car. Feeling bold, and knowing she would just find it amusing, I flipped Kate off as I walked into the house. The sound of Kate's laughter was a welcome accompaniment. After a bit of searching, I was able to find the steps down to the cellar from what I'd previously thought was a hall closet. The Denali's kept their home well maintained, yet despite everything I knew about Irina, I was still sort of expecting the cellar to be damp and musty. In Arizona, cellars are very much out of the norm, and as far as I was aware we didn't have one at Charlie's residence in Forks. It did not prepare me for what I found down there. Gorgeous stone walls, several floor loungers piled high with pillows, and wall-to-wall bookcases filled to the brim with any and all manner of books and scrolls, some of which were literally kept and displayed in protective glass cases. Soft recessed lighting gave the entire room a mellow, intimate atmosphere. I nearly died and went to heaven on the spot. Why didn't I know about this place before? It took practically all of my self-control not to fling myself onto the pillows and just not move for the next few days. When I managed to tear my eyes away from the bookshelves, I spotted Tanya further in. Her back was to me, and she was holding 2 leather-bound books, one in each hand, and looking between them like she was torn on which to choose. As she moved, her hair tumbled over her shoulder and down her back. Smooth and gently curling, it suddenly reminded me of pink champagne. My fingers itched with the sudden impulse to slide into her hair, breathe in her scent, and forget all about everything outside of this little room. I must have made some small sound because Tanya paused, cocked her head slightly, and gave me a considering look over her shoulder. I'm not sure how, but she must have known what I was thinking. Because a slow self-satisfied smile took residence on her face. She turned back to the books and scrolls to begin carefully packing them into a sturdy wooden box. How did it go? About as well as expected. I muttered somewhat reluctantly, walking up beside her. Pulling a fragile-looking book off the shelf, I held it out to Tanya. Glancing at the cover, she shook her head. You can put that one back. It's valuable, but not important enough to take. Here, let me pull them down and you can put them carefully in the box. Setting it back, I switched places with Tatiana as she scanned the shelves. Most of the spines lacked any sort of writing, or indication what they were about, so I had no idea how Tanya knew which ones to choose. As her fingers traced the binding, she sometimes lingered, and I'd watch her expression for a hint of what she was feeling as she did. Due to our perfect memories, it seemed likely she knew what was what from sight alone. We got into a rhythm, and after a minute she broached the subject again. Do you want to talk about it? She asked, voice just a little too casual. I could tell she was trying to be considerate and not push, but he tone betrayed her investment in my answer. It's nothing, just Edward being a jerk. For some reason he seems to think I should fall back into his arms now that I'm a vampire. I remember you telling me about him, back at the waterfall. Your brooding vampire lover. I never imagined he was Edward. Tanya laughed somewhat bitterly as she pretended to examine a book she pulled out. I used to be so jealous and angry with your mystery lover. Jealous that he got to experience your love, and angry that he dared abandon you. Many times, I imagined finding him and tearing him to pieces. I blinked, a little surprised by the revelation. Although, perhaps I shouldn't have been, reflecting on how she had initially acted toward Kate. Still, imagining this version of Tanya so wise and mature as jealous seemed ludicrous. What could she possibly ever have to be jealous about? In all the ways that mattered, she was without peer. Rising from my place on the floor, I gently took the book from Tanya and placed it back. Nuzzling her cheek with my nose, I placed a soft kiss against the side of her mouth. You have nothing to worry about. You outshine Edward by leaps and bounds. In a world where you exist, I would never choose him. Burying her fingers into the hair at the nape of my neck, Tanya took a moment to regain her composure. I apologize. I'm not usually so easily riled. It's just, Tanya paused, and seemed to struggle to say her next words. Honestly, we all sort of felt mild annoyance for Edward. He is very conservative, and has expressed disapproval of my sister and I's lifestyles on more than one occasion. If he had respectfully decided to retain his chastity for his mate, we would have respected that. Unfortunately, any indulgence in cardinal sin outside of marriage was met with disdain. To my shame, my sisters and I decided to make a game of seeing if any of us could get him to abandon his lofty ideals. The way Tanya spoke so casually about trying to seduce my old boyfriend made me tense. Against my will, my mind flashed back to Edward's words in the forest. She doesn't know loyalty or fidelity. Pulling back slightly, I did my best to compose my emotions. Jealousy and insecurity were bubbling in my chest. It wasn't fair to Tanya to have this reaction, we'd never defined our relationship. I hated that Edward was still able to make me doubt so easily. Tanya, noticing my reaction, shot me a concerned look. It's nothing, the words felt stilted in my mouth. Raising her eyebrow, her expression clearly said she didn't believe me. I hesitated to say Annette. But watching Tatiana's expression grow more and more concerned, I realized that if I wanted whatever was between us to grow, I couldn't let my feelings fester. When I spoke with Edward, he wasn't very complimentary about you. He said that you would break my heart, that you seduced people and moved on once you were bored. That you'd done this many times over the years, and that you might Avenue seduced me to punish him for rejecting you. My voice was delicate, but I couldn't keep the slight waver of trepidation from entering my voice. Tanya's expression smoothed out as she listened, but there was still a glint in her eye that looked dangerous. Despite that, when she spoke her voice was still quiet and comforting. Thank you for telling me. I keep forgetting that there are things we have talked about in my past that you have not yet experienced. I should have known that my romantic history would come up at some point. Especially since my sisters and I are known in our circles as the source of modern myths about succubi. The way Tanya lowered her chin, and looked up at me from beneath her lashes made me believe she was capable of everything in the legends and more. It was too easy to imagine Tanya luring a man to his death with a gaze that captivating. Nevertheless, I did my best to focus back on our conversation. We've been getting closer, from my perspective. We have, and talked about what we mean to each other, or where we see things going. Taking a fortifying breath, I looked Tanya straight in the eye. Did he speak the truth? Tanya sighed, closed her eyes and then looked at the ceiling. When she finally spoke, it was with a muted, factual tone. Seduction was our main method of hunting when we were young. Often, we would entice men into secluded places before killing them. Sometimes, if he was particularly attractive, we might indulge a few of our other base instincts. My chest felt like a vice was squeezing around my heart, but I tried to keep it from showing on my face. I hated the thought, hated it. Something inside me gnashed its teeth just at the implication. I see, I mumbled, trying to keep my composure. Tanya's gaze settled on me, and I could see her expression gentle. It was only ever physical, and often instinctual. Frankly, it was hard to see men as anything but food for a long time. I think, because my sisters and I all suffered at the hands of men to one degree or another, acknowledging the good ones was difficult. Are we in an open relationship? I asked, wondering if I really wanted to know the answer. I didn't have any issue with people who willingly practiced polygamy, but I knew it wasn't something I was interested in. Tatiana gently caressed my jawline as she studied me. It felt a little unfair, because I felt like this version of her could see right through me. Probably came from all the time she'd had with me that I had yet to experience. What kind of relationship would you like to have, Mari? Struggling not to pout, I took a moment to construct an answer. I want to be lovers. I whispered shyly. I want us to belong together. I want to hold your hand, and kiss your lips, and be around you all the time. The words poured from my heart and into the space between us like a promise. I was still afraid. I wasn't sure that feeling would ever fade. I hoped one day it would. Yet, despite my fear, I wanted Tanya. I wanted to be the one to make her smile, and I wasn't about to throw that away. Tanya clasped my hand and raised my right arm before placing a kiss against the scar on my forearm. I want that too, Tatiana murmured, speaking the words directly against my skin. I felt a thrill at the slight rasp in her voice, her eyes half-lidded and inviting. I also don't like to share, I stated, looking Tanya directly in the eye. Then, reluctantly, I went on. However, I know that wouldn't be fair to you. I can't realistically expect you to remain alone for the years or decades between my appearances. Someday I hope to control this gift, but from what I've gleaned, it won't be for a long time from your perspective. Entwining our fingers, Tanya squeezed my hand gently, as if encouraging me to continue. So I'll just ask that when we're together, and when we're apart no matter what else happens we are faithful to each other here. I spoke, gently tapping the place over her heart. What really mattered was the feelings between us, and the desire to remain together through thick and thin. Edward had shown me that he was not a man I could rely on. I hoped, and trusted, that Tanya would not be the same. I accept, Tanya breathed, leaning in to kiss my mouth. Her lips were so tender my knees almost gave way. Over and over, Tanya kissed me until I felt drunk with its sweetness. In 1,000 years, I have never desired the love of anyone but you, and I doubt I ever will. She confessed, like a secret she'd kept close to her breast. Please, never doubt my sincerity. With those words, I felt the vice-like pressure in my chest ease, and I allowed a real smile to creep its way across my face. Okay, I'll hold you to that, I teased, and leaned in to steal a kiss. We stayed that way until Irina came to collect us. The end.